In the vast, boundless, and seemingly unreachable depths of the cosmos, countless planets radiate a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to the masterpieces whimsically crafted by the universe's artist. Within this resplendent celestial river, a pale blue orb stands out conspicuously, resembling a pearl of the cosmos, exuding a unique allure. Yet, at this moment, this planet is enveloped by an impenetrable array of warships, each adorned with the distinctive insignia of Frisia. Frisia, the ruler of vast expanses of the universe, hailing from the sinister race of frozen demons, commands a reputation that instills terror across the cosmos. On the planet Vegeta, there exists a structure where the words breeding room are inscribed on every door. This is the birthplace of scion newborns. Li Yang, an ordinary man from the real world, suddenly finds himself in this strange and awe-inspiring realm. Gazing at his tiny hands and feet, he is struck speechless, exclaiming, "Ah, I have transformed into a baby." Moreover, a small tail behind him sways uncontrollably. This tail, realizing the significance of his new appendage, Li Yang comprehends that he has traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. He attempts to focus his mind and discovers a powerful energy dormant within him, akin to a slumbering volcano brimming with boundless strength. As Li Yang immerses himself in shock and contemplation, the air is pierced by the sounds of crying infants. He turns to see a baby strikingly resembling Son Goku, instantly discerning the temporal context of a situation. He swiftly surveys his surroundings and confirms he is in the nursery. Not far away, a familiar figure quickens his heartbeat, the legendary Scion Broly. The cries attract the attention of a Scion soldier at the door, who frowns in irritation and activates the battle power detector affixed to his right eye. Beep! Beep! The device emits a sharp sound. Damn it, what an annoying little nuisance. A power level of only 2. Always crying, "I could just kill you," the soldier mutters under his breath. However, when he points the detector at Li Yang and Broly, the readings leave him astounded. He rubs his eyes and checks again, with the device clearly displaying a power level exceeding 10,000. Is this real? Did I see that correctly? Hey, come look at this. He eagerly calls to his companion. Yang feels a surge of excitement upon hearing the soldier's words. It turns out that, like Broly, he is a legendary Scion. Just then, King Vegeta enters the nursery. The king, exuding an innate authority, scans the room and inquires, "Among this batch of children, are there any with high battle power and promising potential?" The soldier hastily steps forward to respond respectfully. "Your Majesty, there are 2 children with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Following the soldier's gesture, King Vegeta activates the detector and focuses on Li Yang and Broly. "So these are the 2 infants with power levels above 10,000? Were their names?" The soldiers respond in unison, "Broly, Li Yang." "Broly, Li Yang?" King Vegeta murmurs, lifting the 2 infants. A bold thought flashes through Li Yang's mind. Could he eliminate King Vegeta with a single energy blast? Yet he quickly regains his composure, realizing that they are at a critical juncture, with Frisia poised to annihilate Planet Vegeta. The immediate concern is to escape this impending doom. As Li Yang contemplates his options, the soldier suddenly remarks, "Your Majesty, these 2 infants appear to be the children of Paragus." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta ponders for a moment before commanding, "Summon Paragus." Paragus arrives in haste, and upon seeing the children in King Vegeta's hands, he is immediately drenched in cold sweat and falls to his knees with a thud. King Vegeta regards him coldly, stating, "These 2 children possess exceptional potential. Should I kill them or send them to a desolate planet?" Paragus, gripped by terror, repeatedly bows his head, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take them away from Planet Vegeta and vow never to return." Li Yang observes the unfolding drama, acutely aware that King Vegeta would never permit the existence of anyone with greater potential than himself. With a disdainful snort, King Vegeta commands, "Take them off Planet Vegeta." He then tosses the infants to Paragus, threateningly declaring, "Take your children and leave Planet Vegeta." Thus, Li Yang and Broly embark on a narrow spacecraft with Paragus, heading towards a barren planet. As the ship glides through the vast cosmos, Li Yang gazes into the endless darkness outside, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though they have temporarily escaped Planet Vegeta and the threat of King Vegeta, He understands that their future path is fraught with uncertainty and challenges. The shadow of Frisia looms over the entire universe. What fate awaits him and Broly, the legendary scions? On the desolate planet, life is arduous yet tranquil. Under Paragus' care, Liang and Broly gradually grow, their powers steadily increasing. Drawing upon memories from his past life, Liang is acutely aware of the dangers and opportunities in the Dragon Ball world. He begins to consciously train himself and Broly, imparting unique cultivation methods. Despite Broly's simple nature, he is wholly receptive to Li Yang's guidance, and their strength surges dramatically with each passing day of training. Chapter 2. The Vanished Beta Star in the Profound Depths of the Cosmos. Frisia slowly raised his elongated finger, summoning an immense sphere of energy at its tip. This energy orb resembled a nascent sun, radiating a dazzling brilliance that dispelled the surrounding darkness. A cold, cruel smile curled upon Frisia's lips, his gaze filled with mockery and disdain, as he abruptly hurled the energy sphere towards planet Vegeta. Ho ho ho! Behold this splendid spectacle, akin to a grand fireworks display. What say you, Mr. Dodoria? Frisia's sharp yet self-satisfied laughter reverberated through the vast emptiness of space. Dodoria, with a face full of feigned delight, eagerly replied, "Your Majesty speaks the truth. The explosion of planet Vegeta is nothing short of breathtaking. To present such a sight for Lord Frisia is the utmost honor for planet Vegeta." As he spoke, Dodoria cautiously glanced at Frisia's expression, anxious that his flattery may not be sufficiently profound. Ho ho ho! Frisia laughed contentedly, and after witnessing the spectacle of destruction, he clasped his hands behind his back and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, "Mr. Dodoria, aside from Vegeta and his two little companions, all the other scions have returned, correct?" Dodoria promptly bowed his head, respectfully answering, "In response to your Majesty, all other scions have returned. The few who did not have been discreetly dealt with by your Frisia force." Clap, clap. Frisia gently applauded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "That's good, very good." Dodoria instinctively turned his gaze to the location where planet Vegeta once resided. Now only a cloud of dust remained. Observing the eerie silence of that void, a chill ran down Dodoria's spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He understood all too well Frisia's methods. The annihilation of planet Vegeta was merely another display of Frisia's dominion over the universe. Soon, Frisia's colossal warship began to move slowly, emitting a blue plasma tail flame, akin to an ancient beast quietly departing from a region recently marred by catastrophe. Amidst the vibrant tapestry of the cosmos, 3 Scion ships, adorned in their iconic green and red livery, darted through space with astonishing speed. They seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, heading straight towards a verdant planet below. In the blink of an eye, the ships breached the planet's atmosphere, and the intense friction ignited brilliant sparks as the hulls collided with the air. Following this, the vessels plummeted towards the ground like meteors. Boom! The deafening roar echoed across the land, resembling the ominous beating of war drums. The tremendous impact carved 3 deep craters into the earth, causing the surrounding soil to crack. Nearby beasts and birds were startled by the sudden commotion, fleeing in all directions with cries of alarm. As the dust began to settle, the hatch of one ship creaked open. Paragus emerged, his brow furrowed and his eyes alert, scrutinizing the desolate surroundings. "What a barren planet," he murmured, his voice tinged with resignation and concern. With that, Paragus hastened to the 2 adjacent ships, cautiously opening the hatches to retrieve 2 infants, Liang and Broly. Liang stirred in Paragus's embrace, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he took in the desolate landscape and unfamiliar sights. In that instant, he comprehended that he, along with Broly and Paragus, had been transported to the desolate planet from the original tale. He knew that from this moment forth, their true adventure in this perilous and enigmatic world of Dragon Ball was just beginning. 8 years. 8 years. Do you know how I have endured? Oh, it is so unbearable on this desolate planet. Broly, if we remain trapped here, we shall never have the opportunity to confront the true warriors of the universe. Liang declared, his gaze resolute, fixed upon Broly. Broly frowned slightly, exuding an air of defiance, yet remained silent. Liang continued, "For so long, our existence on this planet has been solitary, with you as my sole opponent. My growth and strength has stagnated, and though we possess formidable power capable of confronting Frisia, we remain unable to transcend into Super Saiyan. Liang, you make a valid point, but how can we escape from here? Broly could not help but inquire. Before Li Yang could respond, his thoughts drifted back to the original anime. Broly's terrifying prowess allowed him to traverse the universe freely, surviving even amidst planetary explosions unscathed. This revelation illuminated the truth. When one's strength reaches a certain threshold, many seemingly lethal crises become inconsequential. Recalling their arrival on this planet, they had barely disembarked from their spacecraft when a violent explosion erupted, the ship now engulfed in flames. It must be King Beta, I gritted my teeth, stating. He seeks to confine us to this planet. Broly clenched his fists. That fiend, how insidious. Li Yang composed himself, analyzing the situation. Yet this also indicates his fear of us seeking retribution once we escape. However, as a traveler, he must know that King Beta's heart has indeed perished, obliterated by Frisia. We can only train here for now. 5 years passed, and Li Yang and Broly endured grueling training. By day, they trained under the scorching sun, engaging in high-intensity physical exercise and plunging into the deep sea to harness the pressure for their training. By night, they meditated, attuning themselves to the flow of their energy, striving to surpass their limits. Time raced by, and to Li Yang's astonishment, he found himself able to transform into Super Saiyan 2, a feat surpassing the original Super Saiyan 2. Broly, too, exhibited remarkable growth, his strength gradually eclipsing that of Li Yang. Chapter 3. A New Beginning After Leaving the Desolate Planet. Part 1. Li Yang stood upon the scorching gravel, the unrelenting sunlight bathing him in its fierce embrace, illuminating his resolute visage. Clad in lightweight yet resilient battle attire, the wear and tear upon it chronicled his myriad adventures. At that moment, his gaze was fixed intently ahead, where Broly loomed like a mountain, radiating an aura that instilled profound dread. Broly's iconic green hair danced wildly in the arid wind, his muscles bulging as if imbued with the power to rend the very fabric of the universe. Broly, let us engage in battle, unleash our energy to draw others near. Should anyone take notice, we may escape this wretched place. If not, we can obliterate this planet. With our current strength, we should survive the explosion, Li Yang declared. Broly clenched his fists, his muscles taut, and let out a thunderous roar towards Li Yang. Understood. Waves of potent energy surged around him. Li Yang, too, erupted with fervor, golden-red flames ascending into the heavens, intertwining with Broly's energy in a spectacular clash. In that moment, the entire planet trembled under the ferocity of their combined might, sand and dust swirling chaotically. The two warriors exchanged blows, the winds of their fists howling through the air, each collision sending ripples through the space around them. Their energies radiated like a powerful signal, extending deep into the cosmos. While battling, Li Yang remained vigilant, silently praying for someone to sense their presence and whisk them away from this desolate realm. With a voice resonating with strength, Li Yang shattered the desert's eerie silence. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly evaded, Broly's fist slicing past him, carving a deep trench in the sandy earth. Utilizing the momentum, Li Yang executed a roll, positioning himself behind Broly, gathering a sphere of energy and launching it forcefully at Broly's back. Boom! The energy sphere detonated against Broly's back, sending a cloud of sand billowing into the air. Yet, as the dust settled, Broly stood unscathed, slowly turning to face Li Yang, his eyes ablaze with an even greater desire for combat. Could you exert a bit more effort? He urged. Li Yang inhaled deeply, the Saiyan blood within him boiling to life. He sensed Broly's formidable strength and understood that this battle demanded his utmost. With a fierce roar, golden flames erupted around him, his hair transforming into a resplendent shade of light red as he ascended to Super Saiyan form. Broly, witnessing this transformation, unleashed a thunderous roar of his own, his energy surging exponentially, green hair whipping wildly amidst the golden flames as he too achieved Super Saiyan status. At that moment, their combined energies clashed like tumultuous waves upon the desolate planet. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, their forms darting across the desert at blinding speeds, leaving behind trails of red and green light. Each punch ignited waves of energy, lifting the surrounding sand skyward. The winds howled, conjuring colossal sandstorms that threatened to engulf the entire planet. Li Yang, employing his agility, constantly sought out Broly's vulnerabilities. He utilized the desert terrain to launch surprise attacks from beneath the sands, occasionally taking cover within the swirling storms. Broly, in contrast, met each of Li Yang's strikes with his overwhelming power, his fists striking like cannonballs, each blow capable of shattering mountains. As their clash continued, their powers soared, gradually breaching the planet's atmosphere and extending into the cosmos. The intertwining flames of red and green created a mesmerizing spectacle in space, visible even to distant star systems, illuminating the void with their radiant energy. At the edge of the universe, a high-tech spacecraft belonging to the Frisia Force glided through the darkness. The crew aboard suddenly detected the extraordinary energy and dazzling light, drawn irresistibly towards the source. Captivated by the bizarre scene, the Frisia Force ventured into the desolate planet. Meanwhile, the battle between Li Yang and Broly had reached a boiling point. Both warriors were on the brink of exhaustion, yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Broly unleashed his mightiest attack, a colossal green energy beam hurtling towards Li Yang. Unyielding, Li Yang concentrated all his strength, countering with a golden-red energy beam of his own. The two beams collided in the cosmos, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Energy waves radiated outward, impacting everything in their vicinity. The desolate planet began to fracture under the strain, as if on the verge of disintegration. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, Li Yang suddenly paused, keenly sensing a faint energy signature. A surge of hope filled him as he murmured, "This could be it. A ship is descending." He swiftly turned his gaze towards Broly, his eyes alight with urgency, shouting, "Broly, cease your attacks." Caught in the fervor of battle, Broly initially hesitated at Li Yang's command, a frown etching his brow as displeasure flickered in his eyes. Yet, he gradually eased his offensive stance. Li Yang focused intently on the distant sky as the energy signature drew nearer, the outline of a spacecraft becoming increasingly distinct. Upon recognizing the insignia of the Frisia Force emblazoned upon the ship, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, Frisia's men, what a fortuitous opportunity," he thought. "Broly, let us seize this vessel, and we shall escape this cursed place." Upon hearing Li Yang's words, a glimmer of bloodlust ignited in Broly's eyes. He tightened his fists and growled, "Very well, let them come and go without return." The two swiftly concealed their energy signatures, patiently awaiting the ship's descent, preparing to launch a surprise assault on the Frisia Force. Exchanging a knowing glance, they simultaneously halted their attacks. Broly's energy dissipated gradually, returning to its normal state. Li Yang too retracted his Super Saiyan power, gently descending back to the surface of the desolate planet. Chapter 4. Departure from the Desolate Planet, A New Beginning. Part 2. The iconic colossal warship of Frisia descended slowly onto the barren, desolate planet, emanating a cold metallic gleam that instilled a sense of oppression. In an instant, the roar of the ship's engines shattered the silence of this lifeless world, stirring up clouds of dust. Li Yang and Broly had long been poised nearby, their gazes fixed intently on the vessel. As the hatch gradually opened, a motley crew of bizarre, fully armed Frisia Force soldiers poured out. The flames of battle ignited in Broly's eyes, and his energy surged uncontrollably. Just as Broly prepared to act, Li Yang seized his arm, urgently imploring, "Hold on. Do not eliminate them all just yet. We need one alive to pilot the ship. The navigation system is far too complex for me to comprehend. We must rely on their expertise to escape this place." Broly turned to Li Yang, his expression rife with reluctance, yet he suppressed his burgeoning fury and nodded. Together, they silently devised their next course of action, bracing for the impending confrontation and negotiations. Frisia's warship sliced through the darkness of space, hovering ominously above the desolate planet. The hatch opened with a mechanical hum, releasing a torrent of air imbued with metallic odor and unknown energy. The first to emerge was a tall, slender soldier, adorned with a pair of curved antennae, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, kicking up dust beneath his feet. Upon spotting Li Yang and Broly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? I never imagined there would be surviving Scions on this desolate planet." His voice acted as a signal, instantly triggering the soldiers spilling from the ship into a state of combat readiness. A group clad in black combat suits, emblazoned with the insignia of the Frisia Force, rapidly encircled Li Yang and Broly, their weapons gleaming menacingly, poised for assault. The soldiers wore a variety of expressions, some brimming with hostility, others filled with confusion. They remained alert, casting wary glances at their surroundings. On this barren planet, apart from the cracked earth and towering bizarre rock formations, there was naught but emptiness. Yet, the readings from their sensors indicated the presence of two formidable energies that sent shivers down their spines. Uncertainty gripped the soldiers as they pondered the existence of such overwhelming power in this desolate realm. A short, stout soldier wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, nervously licking his lips as he muttered, "This place is too strange. How could these two scions be here? And their power, how can it be so immense?" Another tall soldier gripped his weapon tightly, attempting to bolster his courage. "It doesn't matter. As long as we complete Lord Frisia's orders, we cannot let these two escape." In the thickening tension, the encirclement tightened and a fierce confrontation loomed. Li Yang's gaze remained steadfast, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. He slightly turned his head to Broly. Speaking in a low yet powerful tone, "Broly, it is time. We can strike and eliminate them now." Upon hearing this, Broly unleashed his battle aura. A tempest of energy radiating from him, causing the surrounding Frisia soldiers to stagger back, unsteady on their feet. Li Yang continued, "But remember, we must leave one alive. We need him to pilot the ship. The control system is an enigma to us, and only through their assistance can we hope to escape this wretched place." A bloodthirsty smirk curled at the corner of Broly's lips as he responded in a low growl, "Rest assured, I know how to handle this. None of these fools will escape easily, but I will leave one breathing to serve our purposes." With that, Broly surged forward like a cannonball, charging at the Frisia soldiers, a cloud of dust erupting in his wake. In a matter of moments, most lay defeated. As the last soldier trembled on the ground, paralyzed with fear, Li Yang shouted to Broly, who was still caught up in the frenzy, "Enough! Stand down." Hearing Li Yang's call, Broly gradually ceased his onslaught. His chest heaving as he panted heavily, the crimson glow in his eyes yet to fade. Li Yang unfurled his energy wings and darted like lightning to the last survivor, looking down at the terrified soldier with cold detachment. "If you wish to live, you will assist us in piloting the ship. If you comply, we guarantee your safety." Otherwise, Li Yang narrowed his eyes, emanating an overwhelming pressure that made the soldier shudder involuntarily. The soldier hastily nodded, stammering, I will. I'll take you to the cockpit." As the hatch closed behind them, sealing off the winds and silence of the desolate planet, the surviving soldier scrambled at the control panel, frantically initiating the ship's systems. Li Yang and Broly stood behind him, their formidable presence amplifying the tension within the cramped cockpit. After executing a series of intricate procedures, the soldier cautiously turned to them, his voice trembling, "Where are you headed, my lords?" Upon hearing this, Broly, who had been gazing out at the stars, returned his attention to Li Yang, his expression revealing curiosity and anticipation. Li Yang stood within the cockpit, his gaze fixed on the vast expanse of the cosmos, deep in contemplation. He was acutely aware that Goku was still living an unremarkable life on Earth, with the plot yet to unfold. In a universe where power reigned supreme, he needed to expedite his growth. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against the looming crises ahead. After a moment of thought, an idea flashed in Li Yang's mind. Yardrat. The inhabitants there possessed the extraordinary ability of instant transmission. Learning this skill would undeniably enhance his survival and combat capabilities. With resolve glimmering in his eyes, Li Yang turned to the soldier, commanding, "Alter the course. We are heading to Yardrat." Though the soldier was filled with questions, he dared not voice them, swiftly adjusting the ship's trajectory toward Yardrat. Meanwhile, Broly stood beside him, observing Li Yang's unwavering profile, choosing to trust him unconditionally, despite the uncertainty. Chapter 5. Arrival at Yardrat Star. Li Yang sat within the cockpit of the spacecraft, his gaze deep and focused, exuding a composure that transcended his years. Beside him, Broly stood quietly, despite his imposing stature. He appeared as a docile giant in Li Yang's presence. Li Yang let out a soft sigh, pondering to himself, "With the battle prowess that Broly and I possess, we can now rival the gods of the Scions from the later chapters of the original tale. Yet we are merely 8 years old. The journey we have traversed has been nothing short of extraordinary." Reflecting on the days spent training with Broly, a gentle smile graced Li Yang's face. The once volatile Broly, under his companionship and guidance, had seldom succumbed to madness. He wondered if on Yardrat Star they might discover a method to both temper their powers and continue their growth. Li Yang whispered softly, his eyes filled with anticipation and a thirst for exploration. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, the pilot approached Li Yang with utmost caution, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Master, we are nearing Yardrat Star. I am preparing for landing." The pilot understood well that these two seemingly youthful, yet formidable scions were anything but ordinary. He dared not let his guard down. Upon hearing this, Li Yang nodded gently, rising to adjust his attire. Broly instinctively straightened up, following closely behind Li Yang. As the spacecraft descended slowly, the roar of the engines gradually diminished, finally landing smoothly upon the surface of Adrat's star. Li Yong keenly sensed a shift in Broly's aura. It was a harbinger of the fury about to ignite within him. He quickly raised his hand, signaling Broly to remain calm, his gaze conveying steadiness and reassurance. Broly's clenched fists gradually relaxed as he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within. Taking a deep breath, Li Yong stepped forward and slowly opened the spacecraft's hatch. Blinding light flooded into the cabin, causing him to squint as he called out, "People of Adrat, there is no need for alarm. We come in peace, with no malicious intent." His voice echoed across the vast fields, clear and commanding. From the crowd emerged a tall, imposing Adratian, exuding an air of authority. His piercing gaze scrutinized Li Yong and Broly before he coldly scoffed, "Science? What brings you warlike beings to our Adrat star?" Li Yong maintained a gentle smile, explaining deliberately, "We have heard tales of the remarkable abilities possessed by the Adratian people. My companion and I are here solely to learn and enhance ourselves. Though we are scions, we harbor no interest in warfare. And we solemnly promise that we shall not inflict the slightest harm upon your planet." The leader's demeanor softened slightly, yet doubt lingered in his eyes. At that moment, Broly stepped forward. His massive frame loomed like a small mountain, causing the surrounding Adratians to tense up, a ripple of unease coursing through the crowd. Broly spoke in a deep voice, "I can demonstrate my strength to show you our sincerity. We truly wish only to learn." As he finished, he bent his knees slightly and leaped into the air like a cannonball. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending a dazzling energy wave soaring toward a barren patch of land. Just as the energy wave was about to touch the ground, Broly swiftly maneuvered his hands, dissipating the wave into nothingness. The Adratian leader turned, striding forward with steady, purposeful steps, leading the way. Li Yong and Broly followed closely, their eyes brimming with curiosity and a yearning for discovery. As they walked, it felt as though they were traversing a dreamlike realm, surrounded by wondrous sights previously unseen. Suspended in the air, stone structures appeared to be gently cradled by invisible hands, glimmering with a mysterious sheen under the sun, emanating an ancient yet solemn aura. Additionally, there were plants capable of communication, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze, producing delicate and enchanting sounds, as if narrating the untold stories of this planet. Before long, they arrived at a vast circular arena. The ground was paved with a smooth, resilient stone, and towering stone pillars surrounded them, each adorned with intricate runes and patterns that seemed to chronicle the rich history and unique culture of the Adratian people. The leader halted at the center of the arena, turning to Li Yong and Broly with a serious expression. "This is where our kin practice their special abilities. If you wish to learn from us, you must begin with the foundational training of perception." Li Yong and Broly exchanged glances, excitement and anticipation shimmering in their eyes. Yet, when they truly commenced their training, they discovered that the challenges were far more formidable than they had imagined. This method of perceiving subtle energy fluctuations through mental focus was in stark contrast to the instinctual combat style honed by the scions over time. Rather than relying on sheer strength and keen combat intuition, they now needed to calm their minds to sense the faint energies that typically went unnoticed. Initially, Li Yong and Broly felt like lost souls in darkness, struggling to grasp the elusive energy wave despite their best efforts. Days passed, and they remained at a standstill, with frustration beginning to etch itself onto Broly's face. Furrowing his brow, disappointment clouded his gaze as he muttered, "This is too difficult. I feel like I simply cannot learn." Seeing this, Li Yong gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Don't rush, Broly. We will master this. It is merely a matter of time. We are scions, and no challenge can truly defeat us." Just as they found themselves ensnared in adversity, a serendipitous opportunity arose when Li Yong stumbled upon an unfamiliar fruit within a mysterious forest on Adrat Star. This fruit radiated a soft glow, seemingly surrounded by an ephemeral energy wave. Driven by curiosity and a spirit of adventure, Li Yong carefully plucked one and took a bite. Instantly, he felt his mental energy ignite like a flame, surging with newfound strength. With this powerful mental force, he effortlessly perceived the subtle energy fluctuations around him. Chapter 6. Achieving success. Li Yong was filled with exuberance as he could hardly contain his excitement upon returning to the training grounds, eager to share his invaluable experience with Broly. Upon hearing this, Broly, too, was filled with anticipation and set off into the forest in search of the mysterious fruit. After his attempts, he too experienced an enhancement of his mental strength. From that moment on, with the fleeting boost in mental power provided by the enigmatic fruit, alongside their relentless efforts, Li Yong and Broly gradually mastered certain abilities. Their rate of progress soared like a rocket, leaving the Yatarat people in awe. Once filled with skepticism towards them, the Yatarat now gazed upon them with admiration and respect. The leader of the Yatarat observed Li Yong and Broly quietly. He noticed the unique mental energy radiating from them, a power that was stable and formidable, clearly indicating they had reached a level capable of learning the special abilities of the Yatarat star. The leader nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, and slowly inquired, "Your mental strength meets the requirements. Which ability from our planet do you wish to learn?" Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement and expectation flickered in Li Yang's eyes as he replied without hesitation, "If possible, please bestow upon us the ability of instantaneous movement." His voice resonated with determination, infused with a fervent desire for this extraordinary skill. After a brief pause, Li Yang looked earnestly at the leader and asked, "Might there also be any abilities on your planet that can suppress combat power for us to learn?" The Yatarat leader squinted slightly, reflecting for a moment before responding. "Given your circumstances, it appears your bloodline strength is excessively potent. Here, we possess methods to suppress bloodline powers, as well as techniques to simply restrain combat strength, with the latter allowing you to unleash your suppressed power at any time." As he spoke, the leader's gaze swept over Li Yong and Broly, seemingly assessing their reactions. "If you wish to learn, I can arrange for an elder from our clan to instruct you." After listening, Li Yong's eyes glimmered with contemplation before revealing a look of joy, and he responded without hesitation, "Then we shall learn the latter technique. After all, being able to liberate our combat power at what would greatly facilitate our adaptability to various situations." Having said this, he turned to Broly, who nodded in agreement. Li Yong then returned his gaze to the leader, filled with anticipation as he said, "We kindly ask you to arrange for the elder to teach us. We shall dedicate ourselves to learning." Understanding the sentiment, the Yatarat leader immediately summoned the clan's most knowledgeable elder, earnestly instructing him to impart his wisdom and teach Li Yong and Broly diligently. The elder took his leave, leading the two to a tranquil and mysterious training ground, thus commencing their long and arduous journey of special training. Initially, faced with obscure theories and intricate techniques, Li Yong and Broly often found themselves engulfed in confusion and difficulties. Yet, the inherent resilience and indomitable spirit of the Scions were thoroughly ignited, and with unwavering determination and exceptional comprehension, they gradually overcame each challenge. Days passed, with the two immersed in the realm of training, undeterred by the changing seasons. Time flowed swiftly, and 4 full years quietly elapsed. During this period, the mountains of Yatarat witnessed their sweat, while the sun, moon, and stars accompanied them through countless days and nights. The Li Yong and Broly of today had long transcended the Na'vi youths who first arrived. Their strength and mindset had undergone a profound transformation. In a valley where the wind howled fiercely and dust swirled, the figures of Li Yong and Broly darted like twin bolts of lightning, engaged in a fierce battle that ignited the very air around them. Their punches howled through the air, each collision erupting in a thunderous roar, sending ripples of energy outward, causing the massive stones on either side of the valley to tumble. At the height of the conflict, the figure of the Yatarat leader appeared at the entrance of the valley, with a smile and eyes brimming with admiration. He observed the two engaged in their passionate duel and called out enthusiastically, "Hey, Li Yong, Broly." Upon hearing his voice, both Li Yong and Broly halted their movements and turned to face the leader. Striding forward, the leader exclaimed, "Today marks the 5th anniversary of your stay on Yatarat Star. How swiftly time passes. I recall you mentioned planning to leave soon. Have you made your decision?" With a sincere smile, Li Yong looked at the Yatarat leader, his tone filled with gratitude and reluctance as he replied, "Yes, leader. Broly and I are preparing to depart. We intend to journey to a planet called Earth, where we have heard our kin reside. During our time on Yatarat Star, we have greatly benefited from your guidance and learned a plethora of invaluable lessons. Now that we have nearly mastered the abilities we sought, it is time to embark on a new adventure." With this, Li Yong offered a slight bow, expressing his deep appreciation. Broly stood nearby, silently reflecting the sentiment of nostalgia for this land. A flicker of reluctance passed through the leader's eyes. Yet he understood that everyone has their own journey and recognized the irrevocability of their decision. With a hearty laugh, he nodded and said, "Since you have made up your minds, I shall not detain you further. However, Before you leave, we must properly send you off. Following this, the leader immediately set to work, gathering the clan members to meticulously prepare a grand farewell feast. The villagers sprang into action, picking the freshest fruits, cooking delectable dishes, and arranging vibrant flowers to adorn the banquet area, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. At the feast, the bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating every face present. The Yatarat leader raised his cup and spoke with heartfelt emotion. Liang, Broly, your 5 years here have brought us much vitality and many stories. May your journey to Earth be smooth and prosperous. Liang and Broly were deeply moved by the sincere emotions surrounding them. Trembling slightly, Liang accepted the exquisite cup filled with fine wine. Gazing into the swirling liquid, he felt as though he were reflecting on the myriad moments shared during their time together. Taking a deep breath, he unhesitatingly drank from the cup, the fiery liquid cascading down his throat, bringing a rush of heat, yet more importantly, a wave of warmth blossomed within. In this joyous atmosphere, laughter echoed, seemingly soaring to the heavens. Heartfelt blessings rang like a beautiful melody, resonating in every heart. They cherished this precious final gathering, each moment shining brightly like the stars in a night sky. This profound affection from the Yatarat people enveloped them like an invisible force, binding them together. With this treasured bond, Liang and Broly resolutely departed from the Yatarat Star, a place that had gifted them countless beautiful memories. Chapter 7: Arrival on Earth. In the cockpit, the pilot of the spacecraft felt his back drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling slightly. Yet he exerted every effort to maintain the vessel's steady course. He swallowed hard, summoning courage to break the stifling silence within the cabin. His voice tinged with an almost imperceptible quiver as he addressed Liang behind him. My lord, the planet ahead, enveloped in blue oceans and white clouds, is indeed Earth. I have followed your orders diligently, without a moment slackening, to bring you both here at the utmost speed. He turned his face slightly, his gaze filled with pleading, hoping that the Lord would spare his life in light of his conscientious service. Liang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor composed. Upon hearing the pilot's almost servile plea, he slowly turned around. A faint smile, seemingly gentle yet inscrutable, curved at the corners of his mouth, revealing the calmness and confidence of one in authority. You may leave, he spoke, his tone deep and steady, each word articulated clearly and forcefully, as though emanating from the depths of his chest, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As long as you land safely on Earth, this matter will be settled, and you are free to go. As the spacecraft, emanating a metallic cold light, pierced through the atmosphere and descended upon the terrestrial soil, a serene and tranquil Master Roshi, basking in the sunlight by the sea, suddenly sat upright. His previously squinted eyes widened in alarm, a flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze. As a martial arts master seasoned by countless battles and acutely sensitive to energies, he distinctly sensed two overwhelming forces surging from the direction of the spacecraft's landing. These two energies were tumultuous, exuding a chilling pressure that unsettled his heart. Simultaneously, the celestial being floating in the heavenly temple also sensed the disturbance. He stood at the edge of the sanctum, gazing toward Liang and Broly's direction, his brows furrowed into a deep furrow, his expression grave as if enveloped by a shroud of gloom. His lips moved slightly, murmuring to himself, I hope they are not malevolent. Worry and helplessness filled his voice. He was acutely aware that such potent energies, if harboring ill intentions, could plunge Earth into an unprecedented catastrophe, and he, along with the guardians of the planet, might lack the capacity to confront this unknown threat. Liang and Broly descended the spacecraft with measured strides, the metallic door behind them slowly closing with a dull thud. They raised their eyes, surveying the vast plains around them, where gentle breezes swayed the wild grass, revealing not a trace of human presence, a desolate and tranquil expanse. Liang nodded slightly, satisfied with this uninhabited land, then turned to the pilot, his voice low yet clear. You may leave now. His tone seemed to herald the pilot's newfound freedom. The pilot, feeling as if granted a reprieve, hastily turned and scrambled back into the cockpit. The spacecraft's engines roared to life, emitting a buzzing sound as it ascended towards the horizon. Just as the silhouette of the spacecraft was about to vanish into the clouds, a cold smile crept upon Liang's lips. Without warning, he raised his right hand, gathering a blinding energy sphere in his palm, which shot forth like a lightning bolt toward the spacecraft. You may depart, but the ship cannot. Liang's voice, entwined with the howling wind, carried an undeniable finality. A deafening explosion resonated as the energy sphere struck the spacecraft, engulfing the entire vessel in flames, its remnants cascading like raindrops, creating small craters upon the barren plains, signaling the erasure of all traces. Broly leaned slightly forward, his face etched with confusion. He surveyed the seemingly ordinary plains, where no powerful energies pulsated. Only the soft rustle of grass stirred by the breeze. His deep, powerful voice shattered the tranquility. The energy of the inhabitants here is so weak. Why come to this planet? In his understanding, the strong commanded respect, rendering weak planets devoid of allure. Li Yong chuckled softly, arms crossed over his chest, his expression serene. At this moment, there are no formidable warriors present, but there will be in the future. Trust me. This land shall give birth to rivals that will ignite your fervor for battle. He tilted his head slightly, as if already envisioning the fervent clashes to come. After a brief pause, Li Yong continued, "For now, do not be in haste. Though the people here are weak, do not underestimate this planet. Its food is unparalleled in the world, truly delectable, something you simply cannot taste elsewhere." As he spoke, he smacked his lips, his face lighting up with reminiscence. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation ignited in Broly's previously puzzled eyes, and he fixated on Li Yong. Is it truly that remarkable? For the battle-hungry Broly, the prospect of exquisite cuisine became a unique allure of this seemingly feeble planet. Li Yong astutely perceived the glimmer of expectation in Broly's gaze, delighting internally as he recognized his successful attempt to pique the warrior's interest. He stepped closer to Broly, a meaningful smile gracing his face. "Broly, do not let your thoughts dwell solely on the culinary delights. This planet harbors a monumental surprise. There are scions here, just like us." Scions. At this revelation, Broly's thick brows shot up, his eyes igniting with fervent combat desire, his energy instinctively surging, stirring the air into a whirlwind that sent the surrounding grass dancing wildly. Li Yong nodded, continuing, "Indeed, although he is currently weak, hardly worth mentioning compared to you and me, he possesses boundless potential and an astonishing growth rate. Given time, once he becomes powerful, he will undoubtedly become the opponent you yearn for most. Imagine the exhilaration of engaging in a fierce battle with a fellow scion. It would be nothing short of exhilarating." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, as if already immersed in that intense confrontation. He squinted slightly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he looked at Broly. Let us patiently await his growth, witnessing his ascent step by step. When the time is ripe, we shall engage him in a full-blown battle. Wouldn't that be thrilling? As Li Yang's words settled, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the cat sage atop Korin Tower. Images of the small yet potent senzu beans floating in his mind. The power of these beans was immense. Consuming one could stave off hunger for 10 days and facilitate swift recovery of strength and injuries, making them a game-changing treasure in battle. If he could amass all the senzu beans, he would face any future conflict with greater confidence. A flicker of hesitation and conflict crossed his gaze as he wrestled with his thoughts. Acquiring the senzu beans from the cat sage would not pose a challenge. With his and Broly's strength, there was little on Korin Tower that could obstruct them. Yet, as he weighed the pros and cons, he reconsidered. To seize the senzu beans now would yield little immediate benefit. Moreover, the cat sage's cultivation of the beans was no simple feat. Waiting a few more years for their quantity to increase would allow for a more substantial harvest. After much contemplation, Li Yong gently shook his head, resolutely deciding, perhaps it is best to wait a few more years, allowing for a slight increase in their yield. For now, he would seek a stable abode on Earth, immersing himself in the culture and beauty of this planet. Earth boasted majestic mountains, vast oceans, and bustling cities. Exploring its wonders would not only rejuvenate his spirit, but also provide a deeper understanding of this land that was destined to become a battlefield. Balancing work and leisure, he would train diligently after sufficient rest, undoubtedly elevating his strength to new heights. Meanwhile, far atop the towering Korin Tower, the cat sage basked leisurely in the sunlight, toying with a senzu bean in his hands. Suddenly, he froze, a look of bewilderment crossing his face, as if enveloped by an inexplicable chill. Furrowing his brow, he cast a wary gaze into the distance, murmuring to himself, "Strange, why do I feel as though something of mine is being coveted by another?" Chapter 8. The dawn of Dragon Balls in that year on Earth, Li Yong seemingly cast aside his past obsession with power, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the wondrous exploration of this blue planet. Accompanied by Broly, he traversed every unique corner of the Earth. In the early morning, they strolled through the ancient streets of Kyoto, where wooden structures stood harmoniously, and the cobblestone paths were smoothed by the passage of time. The street vendors opened their shops, the steam rising from freshly made wagashi wafting an enticing aroma. Li Yong smiled as he purchased 2 portions, handing one to Broly. And they savored the delicacies while enjoying the performances of street artists. By afternoon, they arrived at Times Square in New York, where vibrant neon signs flickered amidst the bustling traffic and hurried pedestrians. Broly was awestruck by the spectacle, while Li Yong pulled him into a pizza parlor, indulging in a hearty pizza piled with toppings, relishing the exuberance of American cuisine. As night descended, they stood by the Sydney Opera House, the sea breeze caressing their faces, admiring the magnificent structure illuminated by lights. Li Yong eagerly recounted various intriguing tales of Earth, captivating Broly, who occasionally burst into hearty laughter. Throughout this year, training seemed to have been cast aside into oblivion. The rigorous daily physical training and energy cultivation were replaced by endless enjoyment and culinary delights. Li Yong and Broly were utterly absorbed in the vibrant life of Earth, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Sunlight bathed the bustling Wangfujing Street in Beijing, where Li Yong and Broly navigated through throngs of people. Street vendors enthusiastically hawked candied haws and roasted ducks, and Broly curiously accepted a skewer of candied haws, carefully biting into the sugar-coated hawthorn. The sweet and sour flavor burst in his mouth, and his eyes lit up with excitement as he gestured to Li Yong, mumbling, "This is delicious." Li Yong nodded with a smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting to a nearby shop where news played on a screen, revealing a familiar figure, Master Roshi. His smile froze momentarily as a flash of realization struck him. This year seemed to mark the inception of the Dragon Balls. Li Yong pondered silently, recognizing that joining Sun Wukong and his companions at this moment would yield little benefit. After all, they were still in search of the Dragon Balls. To rush in now would not only be futile but could also expose his intentions. It would be wiser to bide his time, waiting for the opportune moment. When they finally managed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, he could then make a sudden appearance and seize them. He was determined not to allow the character Oolong, that fortunate and mischievous creature, to inadvertently wish for something trivial with the Dragon Balls as he had done in the original tale. The 7 Dragon Balls held paramount significance for Li Yong, and he aimed to snatch them at the right moment to summon the Eternal Dragon. He envisioned making a wish for 2 gravity control devices for Broly, believing that these devices would be exceptional, capable of adjusting gravitational intensity at will, aiding him in transcending his physical limits during training. As time flowed by, several months slipped away unnoticed. During this interval, Li Yong led Broly across vast terrains until they finally caught sight of Sun Wukong amidst an expansive wilderness. They refrained from approaching recklessly, instead concealing themselves behind a nearby hill to quietly observe Sun Wukong and his comrades in action. At that moment, Sun Wukong was engaged in a fierce battle alongside his allies against the minions of Pilaf. Broly, growing increasingly impatient with the unfolding spectacle, could no longer contain himself. "Li Yong, why must we watch these tedious battles? Wouldn't it be better to find a place and have a proper fight ourselves?" he exclaimed, casually picking up a stone and tossing it into the distance, where it vanished into the grass. Li Yang's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he slowly pointed toward a cluster of yellow orbs emitting a gentle glow near Sun Wukong. With a tone imbued with determination, he said, "Broly, those orbs are our objective. If we obtain them, we can fulfill our desires." He then directed his finger at Sun Wukong, continuing, "Observe him. Like us, he is a scion, yet he is far weaker. After all, we are the legendary scions. And he is not. However, one must acknowledge that he possesses tremendous potential and will grow stronger in the future." Upon hearing this, Broly's previously lackadaisical demeanor transformed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Really? Then I'll suppress my power to match Sun Wukong's and challenge him to a proper fight. I haven't had a thrilling battle since arriving on Earth. I must enjoy this opportunity." With that, Broly's energy began to surge, eager to test his strength against Sun Wukong. Under the blazing sun in the desolate expanse, tension mounted as Sun Wukong faced off with Pilaf's gang, the atmosphere charged like a taut bowstring, a fierce clash imminent. They exchanged blows, with Pilaf operating a robot. The gusts of wind generated by their strikes whipping up clouds of dust and echoes of battle cries resonating across the barren landscape. Although Pilaf's crew employed cunning tactics, Sun Wukong's formidable skills and indomitable spirit gradually turned the tide in his favor, the scales of victory silently tilting toward him. After several exchanges, Pilaf, realizing he stood no chance in a direct confrontation, concocted a plan, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. Seizing an opportunity when Sun Wukong turned away, he dashed toward the place where the 7 Dragon Balls lay. Upon reaching them, he trembled with anticipation, grasping the orbs in his hands, muttering incantations in an attempt to summon the eternal dragon and fulfill his ambition of world domination. Yet, just as Pilaf was on the verge of completing the summoning ritual, a shadow flickered like a specter. It was Li Yang, who had been lurking nearby, secretly observing the confrontation, waiting for the perfect moment. In a flash, he moved with such speed that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, snatching away all the Dragon Balls in an instant. Pilaf, still poised to summon the dragon, stared in bewilderment at his empty hands, utterly baffled that the Dragon Balls had been taken right before his eyes. "Who stole my Dragon Balls?" Pilaf howled, his voice sharp and piercing with rage and disbelief. He frantically scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on Sun Wukong and his companions, convinced they were behind the theft. "You dare to deceive me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Enraged, Pilaf rallied his minions and charged once more at Sun Wukong and his friends. A new round of battle erupted, Pilaf's group advancing fiercely, yet their lack of strength was insurmountable. Sun Wukong remained unfazed, skillfully dodging their attacks and seizing the opportunity to counterattack. His strikes were formidable, each blow overwhelming Pilaf and his crew. Before long, Pilaf's gang lay battered and bruised on the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate. "Humph, do you think you can steal the Dragon Balls with such inadequate strength?" Sun Wukong remarked, looking down at Pilaf. Acknowledging his defeat, Pilaf felt a surge of bitterness, yet he could only grit his teeth and retreat with his subordinates, vanishing into the distant dust storm. As Sun Wukong and his companions searched for the Dragon Balls nearby, a tall, cold-eyed youth, Broly, approached, exuding an extraordinary aura that made the very air around him tremble. Broly strode directly before Sun Wukong and, without any prior indication, declared in a deep, resonant voice that echoed across the desolate expanse, "Sun Wukong, let us engage in battle." Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, soon felt a surge of excitement in his eyes, his lips curving into a confident smile as he replied, "Very well. It seems you possess great confidence, but I shall not hold back." Meanwhile, Bulma and Yamcha stood in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unexpected challenge that had arisen. Chapter 9. The fulfillment of wishes amidst the cacophony of fierce combat. Li Yang found himself at a pivotal moment. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped forward, firmly grasping the 7 Dragon Balls in his hands, and without hesitation, activated his teleportation ability. In an instant, the surrounding scenery whirled like a phantom, and when the dust settled, he stood upon an expansive, boundless plain. Li Yang arranged the 7 Dragon Balls before him and shouted with all his might, "Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish." As his words echoed, the once clear sky was swiftly cloaked by a massive black curtain. The 7 Dragon Balls pulsed with powerful energy, erupting into a blinding brilliance. Moments later, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a colossal dragon, its scales shimmering with a mysterious luster, emerged from the light. The dragon's eyes burned like 2 blazing flames. Casting a regal gaze upon Li Yang, its voice deep and resonant, "State your desire. Whatever it may be, I shall fulfill it." Taking a deep breath, Li Yang composed himself and declared, "I require 2 gravity rings." The dragon's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer before it responded after a brief pause. "Your wish has been granted. However, the rings have limitations. The maximum gravity they can exert is 10,000 times. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yang nodded eagerly. "That is acceptable." As he spoke, 2 beams of light shot forth from the dragon's mouth, landing precisely in the palms of Li Yang's hands, transforming into 2 ancient-looking gravity rings. He eagerly donned one of the rings on his wrist, and instantly, a tremendous pressure surged through him, causing his body to sink slightly. Yet a satisfied smile graced his face. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the clash between Sun Wukong and Broly intensified. Broly exuded a ferocious aura, eyeing Sun Wukong with a smirk of disdain as he bellowed, "Is this all the power you possess?" Before the words fully escaped his lips, his energy surged dramatically. Akin to a supernova on the verge of eruption, powerful waves radiating from him in chaotic bursts. With a sudden stomp, the ground shattered beneath him, and he charged at Sun Wukong like a bolt of black lightning. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was struck hard against the ground by Broly's full-force attack, sending dust flying. Struggling to rise from the rubble, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes shone with defiance and admiration. "What is your name? You are incredibly strong." At that moment, a familiar light flashed as Li Yong teleported onto the battlefield. He surveyed the two fighters before him and called out, "We can leave now." Broly turned to Sun Wukong, coldly stating, "I am Broly." After exchanging a glance with Li Yong, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring away into the distance, leaving Sun Wukong and his companions pondering their departure. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, sunlight poured unobstructed over the war-torn land. Bulma stood beside Sun Wukong, her iconic blue hair fluttering gently in the breeze, her eyes still reflecting the awe of the recent thrilling combat. She raised her hand to brush away the dust clinging to her cheek. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, did you notice? Those two seem to have tails just like you." Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then instinctively reached for his own tail, which responded with a gentle sway as if it possessed a life of its own. He lifted his head, his eyes wide with curiosity, his brows knitted in thought, revealing a contemplative expression. Recalling the agile movements and formidable strength of the two fighters, he reflected on the similarity of their tails. Those images flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. After a considerable time, the look of confusion on Sun Wukong's face faded, replaced by his signature radiant smile. He revealed a set of gleaming white teeth, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy as he exclaimed, "Bulma, it doesn't matter. After all, we would know them if we had fought. Perhaps they are just like me. Moreover, I have a strong feeling we will meet them again." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, as if already envisioning their next encounter. Bulma watched Sun Wukong with a mix of exasperation and amusement, shaking her head while her lips curled into a smile. She knew him all too well. This innocent, passionate guy always brimmed with endless enthusiasm and optimism, regardless of the circumstances. "I knew you would say that," she said, gently patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder. "But you're right, the world is vast. And who knows what fascinating events lie ahead." Sun Wukong leaped with excitement, waving his hands in the air as he shouted, "Haha, Bulma, when we see them again, maybe we can become good friends. I want to spar with them and see who is stronger." He struck a fighting pose, his fists moving rapidly as if anticipating the return of his formidable opponents. Bulma, unable to suppress her laughter at Sun Wukong's exuberance, finally said, all right. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We should figure out our next steps." Only then did Sun Wukong pause, scratching his head sheepishly. Right. "Bulma, where should we go next?" Bulma retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket, pressed a button, and a sleek car materialized before them. She opened the door, slid into the driver's seat, and said to Sun Wukong, "Let us get in and think on the way. Who knows what new and interesting things we might discover." Sun Wukong cheered with excitement, jumping into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, and gazing eagerly ahead. As the engine roared to life, Bulma pressed the accelerator, and the car sped off like an arrow, kicking up a cloud of dust. They raced across the landscape, mountains and rivers blurring beneath them, the strong winds howling as they buffeted their bodies. Broly's green hair danced wildly in the wind as he laughed heartily, reveling in the exhilaration of their swift flight. Li Yong, however, maintained a composed demeanor. Before long, an expansive, desolate plain came into view. The terrain was flat and devoid of life, an ideal training ground. Li Yong and Broly descended slowly, their feet firmly planted on the soft grass. Without delay, Li Yong swiftly produced the metallic shimmering gravity ring from his pocket, bending his arm slightly to gather strength before hurling the gravity ring towards Broly with precision, exclaiming, "Put it on. It's a remarkable item." Broly caught it with steady hands, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation, eager to experience the ring's gravity. Chapter 10. The path to wealth. Half a month had swiftly passed, and upon the vast plains, fierce winds howled, carrying sand and stones. Li Yong and Broly were engaged in a thrilling battle. Broly radiated a ferocious aura, his green hair dancing wildly in the gusts, each punch exuding a force capable of splitting mountains, causing the air to resonate with a dull roar. Li Yong, undeterred, moved like lightning, deftly evading Broly's strikes while seizing the moment to counterattack. The clash of fists and feet erupted with a series of thunderous booms, making the entire plain tremble beneath the aftermath of their fierce confrontation. As the battle reached its zenith, a sudden thought flashed through Li Yang's mind. He realized that considerable time had elapsed, and according to the original narrative, Sun Wukong must be currently embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the Red Ribbon Army. The mere thought of the treasures plundered by the Red Ribbon Army sparked a glimmer in Li Yang's eyes. The allure of such immense wealth was irresistible. With these riches, he could procure resources for cultivation from Bulma or satisfy the enormous appetites of the two scions. Once this notion took root in his mind, it could no longer be suppressed. Li Yang promptly resolved that it was time to cease the battle. He leaped back, creating distance between himself and Broly, raising his hand to signal a halt. Broly, caught up in the excitement of the fight, was displeased by Li Yang's sudden withdrawal and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, we just warmed up, why stop now?" His chest heaved with agitation, eyes ablaze with an unwilling fire, his aura still roiling as if poised to charge forward once more. "Broly, we cannot always resort to robbing banks or targeting the wealthy. It's simply too troublesome. I've heard of a marvelous opportunity. There's a place hidden away that is overflowing with wealth. You all know Sun Wukong, right? Let us head to the location they are targeting. It conceals the base of the Red Ribbon Army. It is said that the base is piled high with ill-gotten gains. If we can transport all that wealth back, we won't have to keep robbing anymore," Li Yang proposed with a grin. Broly's eyes lit up at this revelation. "Is that really true?" he asked, scratching his head with a broad smile. "All right then, let us set off right now." Thus, the duo flew towards the base of the Red Ribbon Army. As they neared their destination, they observed that Sun Wukong and his companions had already breached the base. Sun Wukong was nimbly navigating through the enemies, effortlessly dispatching henchmen. Exchanging glances, Li Yang and Broly charged into the fray. Broly let out a triumphant roar as he barreled towards the heavily armed guards protecting the wealth. His formidable presence sent shivers down the spines of many soldiers, diminishing their fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Li Yang locked eyes with Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, wary," inquired, "you too? What are you doing here?" Li Yang chuckled, "Bardock's son, renowned for his exploits." Sun Wukong was taken aback, followed by a look of surprise and confusion. "You know my father?" With a slight smirk, Li Yang replied, "I wouldn't say I know him. However, if you truly wish to uncover your heritage, then let us spar." No sooner had he spoken than Li Yang darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, and Sun Wukong swiftly assumed a fighting stance to meet him. The two engaged in a fierce melee. As they exchanged blows, the air crackled with energy. Amidst the intense confrontation with Sun Wukong, Li Yang turned his gaze to Broly, calling out, "Broly, clear out the remaining henchmen and gather the treasures." Broly unleashed a thunderous roar, his aura surging powerfully as he charged towards the remaining henchmen. They were sent flying, utterly powerless against his might. Meanwhile, Li Yang and Sun Wukong continued their fierce duel, each collision bursting forth with brilliant light, neither willing to yield easily. Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and Puar watched anxiously from the sidelines, their eyes wide with astonishment. The battlefield was a tapestry of flailing fists and surging energy, each clash echoing with deafening sounds that seemed capable of shaking the very heavens. Krillin, his eyes bulging in disbelief, stammered, Are they really like us? It's hard to even see how they're fighting." He rubbed his eyes instinctively, hoping to clarify the astonishing spectacle before him. Bulma frowned deeply, her hands clenched unconsciously, fixated on the battle. "This is unbelievable. It far exceeds any fighting intensity we've ever witnessed." Yamcha stood nearby, his expression grave, fists clenched tightly, profoundly shaken by the ferocity of the clash. Hiding behind Yamcha, peered out with wide eyes, a mix of terror and curiosity as he beheld such a fierce and terrifying confrontation. Puar flapped nervously in the air, feathers slightly ruffled, trembling as he exclaimed, "Is this still the Sun Wukong I know? This is terrifying." All were entranced, the battle instilling a profound sense of unease and apprehension within them. Li Yang fought with fervor, his aura surging, having battled Broly for an extended period. The latter's raw power and wild fighting style had made each encounter feel like a mindless brawl, honing his skills yet leaving him with little experience. Now, facing Sun Wukong, the distinct techniques and rhythm felt like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the fatigue and oppression of past encounters. In the exchanges of fists and feet, Li Yang felt a long-lost sense of novelty. Each clash with Sun Wukong sparked a unique energy. A smile crept upon his lips, his heart exhilarated. This battle was precisely to his liking. The skirmish between Li Yang and Sun Wukong was one of raw intensity, each blow landing with palpable force, reverberating through the air, sending shockwaves that stirred the dust around them. Li Yang's combat experience flourished, effortlessly executing various techniques, while Sun Wukong, undaunted, clung fiercely to the fight. leveraging his innate combat prowess and indomitable will. However, as the struggle wore on, Sun Wukong began to tire, his movements slowing, breaths growing labored. Noticing his opponent's condition, Li Yong showed no mercy, intensifying his assault with overwhelming pressure. Finally, Sun Wukong sank to one knee, muscles twitching with exhaustion, gasping heavily. Each breath echoing like a worn-out bellows, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and splattering onto the dusty ground, raising tiny clouds of dust. Though his eyes still burned with defiance and determination, Sun Wukong's limbs were limp and powerless, clearly lacking the strength to continue. Li Yong gradually stepped back, steadying himself. His face was flushed with the thrill of battle, his chest rising and falling, though his breath was far more measured than Sun Wukong's. He fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong and spoke, "I thoroughly enjoyed this fight. You are a formidable opponent. I shall seek you out for another match next time." After a brief pause, he scrutinized Sun Wukong and added, "But honestly, you are far too weak at this moment. Do you know Master Rashi? You might consider seeking him out. He could enlighten you about the deities on the Otherworld Tower. That deity might just provide you with the guidance to elevate your strength. Next time we battle, don't let me down." With that, Li Yong crossed his arms, quietly observing Sun Wukong, his eyes reflecting both anticipation for their next encounter and a note of encouragement. Subsequently, Li Yong turned and approached Broly, who had already organized the wealth he had seized. The mountains of treasure were enveloped in a special energy shield for ease of transport. Li Yong patted Broly on the shoulder, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Then, Li Yong took the lead, with Broly trailing closely behind, burdened by the glittering riches. Their figures gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and Goku, who was still endeavoring to regain his strength. A gentle breeze swept through, as if whispering the lingering echoes of this fierce battle. Chapter 11. Teaching Raditz to be a Scion. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. And in the blink of an eye, Li Yong and Broly have spent a decade on Earth. These 10 years have been marked by a simple and pure existence, either immersed in the rigors of training or indulging in exquisite feasts. Initially, Li Yong was a youthful lad, slender and filled with a naive curiosity about the world. However, he has since transformed into a striking young man, standing tall at 185 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His chiseled features are accentuated by deep-set eyes that shimmer with wisdom and determination, exuding a unique charm in every gesture. Broly's transformation is even more astounding. A decade ago, he already radiated an extraordinary presence, and after 10 years of relentless training, he has grown into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. His muscular physique akin to steel, each sinew brimming with boundless strength. His sun-kissed skin glows with a bronze hue, and his iconic green hair dances in the wind, reminiscent of a warrior emerged from ancient mythology. Standing in the courtyard, Li Yong gazes at the brilliant sunset on the horizon, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He turns to Broly, who stands like a mountain beside him, and softly remarks, "Time has flown by, hasn't it? It feels like just yesterday when we first arrived on Earth." Broly stretches his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds. A hint of annoyance on his face as he grumbles in a deep voice, "Indeed, time passes swiftly, but it is terribly dull here. Look around this Earth. There isn't a single opponent who can truly challenge me." He furrows his brow, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, continuing to mutter, "That Goku has barely improved after all this time. I wonder what he has been doing all these years. I initially thought he could be my rival, but TSK." With that, Broly shakes his head in disappointment. Li Yong chuckles and pats Broly on the shoulder, saying perhaps Goku is just biding his time for a grand move. Who knows, he might surprise you one day. Hearing this, Broly's lips curl into a rebellious grin. Well, I certainly look forward to it. Let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve, but I hope it won't take too long. Observing the discontent and melancholy on Broly's face stirs something within Li Yong. Broly, nearly invincible, finds it difficult to grow without worthy opponents on Earth. An idea strikes Li Yong. Why not mentor Goku? This thought quickly takes root in his mind. Moreover, he ponders that, according to the narrative he remembers, a true storm is about to unfold. While lost in thought, Li Yong suddenly senses a foreign yet faint energy arriving on Earth. Though weak, it emanates a distinct aura, and a smile unconsciously creeps upon his lips as he murmurs, "Has Raditz arrived?" It seems everything is about to begin. He raises his gaze to the sky, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement, as if foreseeing the thrilling confrontation ahead. At this moment, Li Yong feels increasingly resolute. It is time to set the gears of the narrative in motion. As he contemplates, he realizes that Raditz' appearance on Earth signifies that Gohan must have already been born. The thought ignites a spark of excitement in his eyes, and he silently considers, mentoring Gohan would be a brilliant idea. This little one possesses immense potential and is destined to shine brightly in this universe. Compared to Goku, Liang believes that focusing on Gohan may prove to be more valuable at this juncture. Goku's growth trajectory is already established, while Gohan is akin to an uncut gem, brimming with infinite possibilities. Liang envisions Gohan's adorable and innocent visage, imagining himself as the guide on his path to greatness, and his heart races with exhilaration. Indeed, it is settled. He shall begin with Gohan. Once he lays a solid foundation for the child, he can then turn his attention to Goku. He clenches his fists, already envisioning Gohan surpassing even the original narrative under his guidance. With a clear plan in mind, Liang feels invigorated, his eyes gleaming with determination. He turns to Broly and speaks rapidly. "I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back shortly." As soon as the words leave his lips, his aura intensifies. And in the blink of an eye, he utilizes instant transmission to vanish, leaving Broly bewildered, muttering, "What is he up to now?" In an instant, Liang finds himself soaring above an expansive prairie. The fierce winds howl past him, rustling his garments. He glances down and indeed sees Raditz engaged in a fierce battle with Goku and Piccolo. Raditz moves with agility, each punch accompanied by a rush of wind. Goku and Piccolo, undeterred, display remarkable teamwork, skillfully dodging Raditz's attacks while seeking opportunities for counterstrikes. Liang observes the skirmish with keen interest, silently assessing the strength of the three fighters. He knows that the moment to intervene has not yet arrived, so he hovers quietly in the air, like a concealed observer, awaiting the perfect moment to alter the course of the battle in his own way. Just as Goku, with a fierce expression, restrains Raditz and shouts at Piccolo to unleash the deadly special beam cannon, a golden blur streaks across the sky like lightning. Liang instantly appears before Raditz, emanating a powerful and enigmatic aura that causes the surrounding air to tremble. Goku, astonished by this sudden development, widens his eyes, instinctively tightening his grip on Raditz. But his momentary panic causes him to loosen his hold slightly. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Goku roars, his voice laced with shock and anger. In his understanding, such a strange and powerful presence should not exist in this universe, especially at such a critical moment. Liang's lips curl into a confident and mysterious smile as his gaze sweeps over Raditz and then settles on Goku's weary yet resolute face, nodding gently to reassure him. He then speaks slowly, his voice calm yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. "Raditz, your reckless actions end here." Piccolo, caught off guard by Liang's arrival, hesitates, the energy of the special beam cannon flickering uncertainly in his hands. He warily observes Liang, pondering the motives of this sudden newcomer, friend or foe. Yet, once the attack is launched, there is no turning back. Piccolo's gaze flickers between Liang and Goku, filled with indecision. Sensing Piccolo's hesitation, Liang addresses him without turning. "Piccolo, feel free to attack. I have it under control." His tone is steady and resolute, as if everything is well within his grasp. Raditz blinks in surprise at Liang's presence, his mind racing as he realizes there is another scion here. With a sudden burst of strength, he breaks free from Goku's grasp. Seizing the moment when Goku is momentarily distracted by Liang, Raditz swiftly flips over and escapes his hold, lunging at Liang without a second thought, throwing a powerful punch that cuts through the air. Liang remains unperturbed, subtly shifting his body to evade the seemingly ferocious strike. He moves with the grace of a willow in the wind, effortlessly sidestepping Raditz's attack, which appears to slow down in his presence. In an instant, Liang extended a finger with lightning speed and gently tapped Raditz's chest. This seemingly casual gesture concealed immense power. Raditz felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him backward uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string. Chapter 12. The commencement of training. Raditz was sent flying by a single finger from Liang, tracing a long arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the grassy ground several dozen meters away, raising a cloud of dust. Before he could regain his senses, a flash of golden light appeared before him, and Liang, like a phantom, materialized right in front of him. With a swift motion, he seized Raditz by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Raditz found his feet dangling, struggling in vain, his hands desperately prying at Liang's iron grip, which remained unyielding. His throat was constricted, making each breath labored and difficult, his face turning crimson from the lack of oxygen. Li Yong regarded Raditz with a cold, merciless gaze, devoid of any pity. His deep voice resonated in Raditz's ears. Raditz, do you wish to live or die? I grant you the opportunity to choose. Raditz's eyes widened in terror and defiance, yet he found himself unable to voice a response, only managing to emit broken, incoherent sounds. In the distance, Sun Wukong and Piccolo watched in shock, having never witnessed such overwhelming power. Raditz was utterly powerless before Li Yong. Sun Wukong opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Piccolo squinted, scrutinizing Li Yong with growing wariness. The appearance of this enigmatic figure rendered the already complex situation even more elusive, as Raditz's struggles grew feeble, just as he believed he was on the brink of death. Li Yong loosened his grip slightly. Raditz gasped for air, coughing several times, and with a tremor in his voice, he asked, "What do you want from me?" A cold smirk played at the corners of Li Yang's mouth as he replied, "If you wish to live, you must obey me. Follow me, and I shall guide you to become stronger. What say you?" Hearing this, a flicker of conflict crossed Raditz's eyes. His pride as a scion made him instinctively resist submission. However, the terrifying strength displayed by Li Yong left him with no means to retaliate. Refusing could very well cost him his life. After a moment's hesitation, Raditz clenched his teeth and begrudgingly stated, "Humph, why should I trust you? What if you merely seek to toy with me? Waiting for me to let my guard down before striking?" Li Yong regarded him with a hint of disdain, tightening his grip once more, causing Raditz to cough violently. His breath quickening, Li Yong said, "Do you truly believe you have a choice? Refuse, and I shall send you to hell this very moment. Accept, and I assure you not only will you survive, but you will also ascend to become a top-tier warrior in the universe." Raditz understood all too well that he had no other option, and the scion's insatiable thirst for power surged within him. Resolutely, he replied, "Fine, I accept. But if you dare deceive me, I will not rest until I have avenged myself, even at the cost of my own life." Li Yong released him, and Raditz collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Li Yong looked down upon him, coldly asserting, "From this moment forth, do not attempt any tricks, or your demise will be most unpleasant." After releasing Raditz, Li Yong slowly turned to Sun Wukong, his gaze softening as a reminiscent smile graced his features. "It has been quite some time, hasn't it? Several years, I believe." Sun Wukong blinked in surprise, initially wearing a puzzled expression as he scrutinized Li Yong, racking his brain for memories of him. After a moment, he scratched his head and sheepishly chuckled, "Oh dear, I'm afraid I can't recall who you are. But judging by your words, we must have been quite close, right?" Li Yang's lips curled upwards slightly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Your memory is rather poor. We sparred back at the Legion. The battle was intense. Have you really forgotten so quickly?" Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a look of realization and excitement as he slapped his thigh. "Ah, now I remember. It was you. That battle was exhilarating. I pondered your techniques for quite some time after returning. I never expected to run into you here." Li Yong laughed heartily. "Wukong, do you wish to grow stronger? I can take you to a place where you can train. You are far too weak at present." With that, he instantly teleported beside Sun Wukong and seized him, soaring into the sky. Before long, they arrived at North Kai's realm, where Li Yong unceremoniously tossed Sun Wukong inside, exclaiming, "Train well here. I'll assist in your development." Sun Wukong stood bewildered, unable to utter a word before Li Yong vanished. Meanwhile, Li Yong sought out Gohan. Gohan looked at him curiously and asked, "Uncle, who are you?" Li Yong smiled, ruffling his hair. "I am your father's friend. I shall be your mentor from now on." As he spoke, he released a fraction of his energy, causing Gohan to feel an immense pressure. It was as if a heavy boulder bore down upon him, nearly suffocating him, his legs trembling involuntarily. Gohan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, his small heart overwhelmed by the formidable power displayed by Li Yong. Observing Gohan's reaction, Li Yong retracted his energy and gently reassured him, "Fear not. If you train diligently under my guidance, you too shall possess such immense strength, or even greater." Gohan clenched his small fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will work hard, uncle." Li Yong smiled with satisfaction. Knowing Gohan possessed exceptional talent, with the right guidance, his future was limitless. After speaking with Gohan, Li Yong turned his gaze toward Piccolo, anticipation glimmering in his eyes as he called out, "And you? Do you wish to grow stronger? If so, come with me." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's demeanor changed. He fixed a penetrating stare upon Li Yong, internally conflicted. On one hand, he coveted Li Yang's extraordinary strength, yearning to elevate himself through his mentorship. On the other hand, he was wary of Li Yang's true intentions, given his enigmatic nature. As Piccolo hesitated, Li Yang did not rush him, maintaining a calm smile as he cradled Gohan and turned to leave. Raditz obediently followed Li Yang, having witnessed his terrifying prowess, not daring to defy him. Gohan nestled in Li Yang's embrace, curiously gazing around, filled with anticipation for the training that lay ahead. Piccolo watched their departing figures, his mind weighing the pros and cons. Reflecting on the bottlenecks in his own strength and the formidable foes he may face in the future, he finally steeled himself, vanishing in a flash to pursue the direction in which Li Yang had departed. "Wait for me," Piccolo shouted. Li Yang paused at the sound, turning to see Piccolo trailing behind, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. "Since you've chosen to join us, prepare yourself for hardship. My training will not be easy," Li Yang warned Piccolo. With a serious expression, Piccolo nodded firmly. "I am not afraid." Chapter 13: The Arrival of Prince Vegeta. Li Yang, accompanied by son Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo, gracefully descended before the villa. As soon as they landed, the villa's grand doors swung open with a flourish. Broly emerged with purpose, striding forth like a tempest. His formidable physique resembled a small mountain, and with each step, the ground quivered slightly beneath him. His iconic green hair danced wildly, emanating an innate aura of power. "Li Yang, you have finally returned," Broly bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder, reverberating through the surrounding air. His piercing gaze swept over son Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo, brimming with curiosity and inquiry. Startled by Broly's imposing presence, son Gohan instinctively retreated behind Li Yang, peeking out timidly to assess the towering figure before him. Raditz furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of wariness. As a scion, he keenly sensed the potent energy emanating from Broly, rivaling his own. Piccolo remained composed, yet internally vigilant, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Broly as he pondered the origins of this sudden powerhouse. With a smile, Li Yang patted Broly on the shoulder and said, "Broly, allow me to introduce you to some new companions. We shall train together henceforth." Broly's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his hands together, grinning widely. "Wonderful. Training with new companions will surely be more enjoyable. I can't wait to witness their strengths." Li Yang continued, "Broly, this shy little fellow hiding behind me is son Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong, possessing boundless potential. The one frowning with wariness is Raditz, a scion and Sun Wukong's brother. And beside him, calm yet formidable, is Piccolo, a Namekian whose strength should not be underestimated." Having introduced them, Li Yang turned to Broly and instructed, "Please fetch the gravity training rings and give them to Raditz so he can acclimate. I will provide this power ring to Gohan to assist in his training. Train them rigorously. They are still somewhat weak. Do not hold back. Unleash their potential in your own unique way." Broly's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he responded, "Absolutely. Leave it to me. I will ensure they are thoroughly trained and their powers soar." With that, he swiftly entered the villa, returning shortly with the gravity rings. Approaching Raditz, he handed them over with a wide smile. "Put these on. Your training begins now." Li Yang then added, "While you're at it, contact Vegeta and inform him that I possess Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes. Hasn't he always yearned for immense power? The Dragon Balls can help him achieve that. Urge him to come quickly, and after relaying the message, destroy the scouter." Raditz's eyes widened in surprise. He understood Vegeta's insatiable thirst for strength, one that bordered on madness. If he learned of the Dragon Balls, he would undoubtedly come rushing without hesitation. "All right, I will contact him right away," Raditz replied, quickly retrieving his communicator and beginning to operate it, his mind racing with anticipation about how Vegeta's arrival might alter the dynamics. Watching Raditz's focused demeanor, Li Yang's lips curled into a cryptic smirk. He mused inwardly, "Prince Vegeta, do hurry. I am aware of your lofty pride, which is but a fragile illusion in the face of true power. When you arrive, I shall present you with a surprise. Watch as I shatter your arrogance. In the realm of absolute strength, what does your princely title signify?" Li Yang lifted his gaze toward the sky, his eyes radiating an air of confidence as if he held dominion over all. "The allure of the Dragon Balls is one you cannot resist. When you arrive, through this rigorous training and trials, you will ultimately understand that true strength is not derived from lineage or empty titles. At that moment, you shall adhere to my plans." He murmured, envisioning the scene that would unfold upon Vegeta's arrival. Having contemplated these matters, Li Yang turned to Broly, his expression light-hearted yet teasing. Broly, feel free to train these individuals as you see fit. Just ensure they remain alive, for I hold great hopes for their futures. Broly grinned broadly, his excitement palpable as he eagerly anticipated the training ahead. Suddenly, Li Yang's brow furrowed, as if he recalled something of utmost importance. His speech quickened. I must hurry to procure some valuable items. I need to visit Master Roshi and gather all the Senzu beans. If I wait too long, that chubby Majin Buu might consume them all. Without waiting for a response from Broly, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint ripple of energy in the air. Broly gazed in the direction where Li Yang had disappeared, scratching his head before turning to Son Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo with a mischievous grin. All right, you three, are you ready to endure my special training? Son Gohan gulped, instinctively clenching his fists. Raditz snorted defiantly, adopting a posture of resistance, while Piccolo, with a grave expression, began to channel energy within him, signaling the onset of an intense training regimen. Meanwhile, Master Roshi lounged leisurely in his rocking chair, absent-mindedly twirling a Senzu bean in his hand. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him, prompting him to murmur to himself, Why do I suddenly feel that something ominous is about to occur? No sooner had he spoken than a flash of golden light appeared, and Li Yang materialized before him. Li Yang beamed widely, his eyes fixated on the Senzu bean in Master Roshi's grasp. Master Roshi, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hear that consuming just one of these beans can sustain a person for 10 days and heal injuries. Truly a remarkable item. Master Roshi's heart raced as he hurriedly concealed the Senzu beans behind him, resembling a startled rabbit, his gaze warily fixed on Li Yang. What do you want? These beans are precious and in limited supply. Li Yang flashed a grin and stepped closer. Don't worry, Master Roshi, I won't take them without offering something in return. I have great use for them. Rest assured, you will not be left wanting. Just hand over the Senzu beans. Observing Li Yang's determined demeanor, Master Roshi inwardly lamented, realizing that today he would likely be unable to safeguard his precious beans. Chapter 14. The arrival of Vegeta. Li Yang observed the anxious demeanor of the cat sage and quickly added, I cannot take your magic beans without due compensation. Therefore, I shall catch fish and trade them for the beans. Moreover, I assure you that I will have someone deliver fresh fish to you every month, ensuring you have a steady supply. The cat sage's furrowed brow began to relax, his eyes widening with a glimmer of hope. The prospect of fresh fish arriving monthly stirred his heart, and contemplating Li Yang's formidable presence made it apparent he had little ground to refuse. Thus, the cat sage resolutely declared, Very well. If you can truly deliver fish every month, I shall gladly part with these magic beans. A satisfied smile graced Li Yang's lips as he replied, Excellent. It is settled then. Prepare yourself for a delightful feast of fish. With that, he swiftly darted towards the seaside, eager to showcase his fishing prowess. Meanwhile, the cat sage eagerly began to gather the magic beans, anticipating their trade upon Li Yang's return. With a heavy basket of fish in hand, Li Yang reappeared at Korin Tower in the blink of an eye. Upon landing, he noticed the cat sage laboriously maneuvering a large jar filled to the brim with the softly glowing magic beans. Seeing Li Yang's return, the cat sage's expression shifted to one of relief as he straightened up and brushed off his hands. At last, I have everything prepared. The jar of magic beans is right here. But mind you, don't forget the fish. They must be delivered punctually. Li Yang approached, his eyes shimmering with delight as he beheld the jar of magic beans. Rest assured, cat sage. I, Li Yang, am a man of my word. Look at these fish, plump and fresh. You can count on an even greater bounty each month. As he spoke, Li Yang placed the basket of fish before the cat sage. The sage leaned forward to inspect it, his eyes lighting up with joy. Wow, fish. Finally, I can feast on fish again. He promptly pushed the jar toward Li Yang, saying, Here, take it. These magic beans are precious, so don't waste them. Li Yang accepted the jar with care, cradling it as if it were a treasure, and beamed. Fear not, cat sage. I shall cherish these magic beans with utmost reverence. As he waved goodbye to the cat sage, Li Yang, cradling the jar of magic beans, cheerfully declared, From now on, these magic beans are mine. With a swift motion, he vanished from Korin Tower, soaring toward his villa like a jubilant bird, contemplating the invaluable use these beans would serve in his forthcoming training and battles. On his flight back to the villa, Li Yang reveled in his secret musings, a smug smile gracing his face. With the magic beans in his possession, Broly could train them relentlessly. After all, as long as they did not perish, a single magic bean could restore their vitality. The more he considered this brilliant plan, imagining the surge in strength after their grueling training, the faster he flew. Upon his return to the villa, the sounds of intense combat reached his ears. He witnessed Broly unleashing a furious onslaught upon Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo, who were already battered and bruised yet persevered through sheer will. "Stop!" Li Yang shouted. Broly halted, turning to face him, while Gohan and the others collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, Li Yang quickly approached Broly, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Broly, I have magic beans with me. As long as they still draw breath, feeding them the beans will heal their wounds. You may train them without hesitation." Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. "That is fantastic. With magic beans, I can train them even harder." He then glanced at the exhausted trio, anticipation flickering in his gaze. Li Yang moved to the three fallen warriors, extracting 3 magic beans from the jar and feeding one each to Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo. As they consumed the beans, their pallid faces gradually regained color, and their wounds healed visibly before their eyes. "Stand up, take a moment to rest, and then continue training," Li Yang instructed. The 3 slowly rose, a mix of trepidation and determination igniting within them at the thought of becoming stronger. Listening to Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo's trembling words, Broly's initial fury morphed into confusion. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the 3. Sensing Broly's restraint, Gohan hurriedly interjected, "Really, Broly, we understand our mistake." His eyes darted nervously towards Raditz. "It was my uncle's idea. He said it would be amusing." Piccolo, eager to defuse the situation, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was Raditz's suggestion. Raditz, feeling the weight of their predicament, retorted, "No, it was Piccolo who said that Broly wouldn't react if he were asleep. He thought it would be entertaining." Broly's face flushed with indignation, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "You dare conspire against me." His roar reverberated through the air, causing the atmosphere to tremble. The trio's faces drained of color as they trembled at Broly's words. Gohan, nearly in tears, rushed forward, clinging to Broly's leg. "Uncle Broly, we truly know our wrongs. Please spare us this time. We promise not to do it again." Raditz, though seething with anger, dared not challenge Broly further. With gritted teeth, he forced a conciliatory smile. "Lord Broly, we were merely foolish. Please, let us off this once." Piccolo stood nearby, furrowing his brow, fully aware that no words could salvage their situation. He resigned himself to whatever punishment Broly deemed fit. Broly observed their fearful expressions, his anger hardly abating. He shoved Gohan away from his leg, declaring, "Unless I teach you a proper lesson today, you will never learn your place. Listen closely. During the upcoming training, anyone caught slacking will face my wrath." With that, he clenched his fists, his aura surging dramatically, causing the ground beneath them to quake. Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo exchanged glances filled with despair, fully comprehending the harsher training that awaited them. Chapter 15. Vegeta and Nappa's bewilderment. A faint smile played on Li Yang's lips as he observed the scene, a hint of resignation in his expression. He shook his head, poised to speak, when he detected an unusual surge of energy. Almost instantaneously, everyone present became aware of the 2 newly arrived presences on Earth. Broly furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the sky, muttering, "Humph, new adversaries have arrived." Raditz and Piccolo exchanged glances, each understanding that Vegeta had likely received their message and hastened to the scene with reinforcements. Gohan blinked, a puzzled expression forming on his face. He murmured softly, "Why do they seem so feeble?" He tilted his head, his eyes filled with confusion. "I anticipated Vegeta would be formidable, yet their energy feels rather underwhelming." Li Yang gently stroked Gohan's head, replying with an affable tone, "Gohan, never underestimate your opponents. Power levels can be deceptive, perhaps they are feigning weakness." In his mind, he mused, "But then again, Broly has been training you all, so it's only natural that you've become more powerful." Raditz scoffed derisively, retorting, "Humph. Vegeta has always been arrogant and conceited. Perhaps he genuinely underestimates us." Piccolo remained stoic, a glint of vigilance in his eyes. He narrowed his gaze slightly, meticulously analyzing the fluctuations in the 2 energies, inwardly strategizing his response. Li Yang's eyes flashed with determination as he exchanged a knowing glance with Broly. With a sweeping gesture, Li Yang proclaimed, "Let's go. We shall greet them." With that, he and Broly instantly teleported, the force of their departure stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo experienced a momentary flash of light before finding themselves at Vegeta's landing site. In the clearing, The dust had yet to settle completely. Vegeta stood tall and proud, accompanied by a figure radiating an aura of chilling malevolence. Vegeta's gravity-defying black hair exuded an air of untamed defiance. He squinted slightly, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips, his eyes conveying utter disdain for those around him. Upon witnessing the instantaneous arrival of Li Yang and his companions, he arched an eyebrow, scoffing, "Humph, your speed is commendable." Li Yang stepped forward with a composed smile, his gaze sweeping over Vegeta and his cohort. He began in a measured tone, "Prince Vegeta, I trust you are well. Your arrival is most welcome." Vegeta folded his arms across his chest, sneering, "Spare me the pleasantries. I've heard you possess the Dragon Balls. Present them to your prince." Li Yang's patience began to wane at Vegeta's imperious demeanor. He glanced down at Gohan, who stood beside him, his face flushed with indignation, his small fists clenched tightly. "Uncle Li Yang," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with outrage. "He is being utterly outrageous. We must teach him a lesson." A knowing smile crept across Li Yang's face as he patted Gohan's head reassuringly. "Patience, Gohan," he said softly. "Teaching him a lesson is precisely what we intend to do." Broly, incensed by Vegeta's insolent words, was consumed by a surge of anger. In a flash, he materialized before Vegeta like a verdant bolt of lightning. Before Vegeta could even react, Broly's fist, accompanied by a resounding whoosh of air, collided with his face with tremendous force. With a thunderous impact, Vegeta was sent hurtling through the air like a discarded puppet, tumbling across the ground before regaining his footing. His passage stirred up a maelstrom of dust, scattering gravel and debris in all directions. Broly approached the disheveled Vegeta, his gaze fixed upon him with cold disdain. "So much for your arrogance, Vegeta," he sneered. "Before absolute power, your haughtiness is nothing more than a jest." Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with shock and incredulity. He clutched his face where Broly's fist had struck, his eyes betraying a hint of fear and fury. "What? How?" he stammered, his voice barely audible. "I didn't even see him move." He realized that the green-haired brute before him possessed unfathomable strength that far surpassed his expectations. Having dealt with Vegeta, Broly's unappeased rage turned toward Nappa, who stood nearby. Nappa, still reeling from Vegeta's unexpected assault, felt a surge of apprehension as Broly's gaze fell upon him. Before Nappa could react, Broly's figure flickered once more, reappearing as a spectral blur. With a guttural roar, Broly's fist, imbued with formidable energy, slammed into Nappa's chest. With a sickening thud, Nappa was propelled through the air like a cannonball, carving an arc before crashing heavily into the distant ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Nappa struggled to rise from the debris, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his face etched with pain and astonishment. He had not anticipated that Broly would attack him so mercilessly, with such overwhelming speed and power. Vegeta, having recovered from the initial blow, observed Nappa's plight with a mixture of anger and resentment. He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly as he inwardly contemplated how to counter their formidable adversaries. Li Yang observed the scene with a satisfied smile. He surveyed Broly, Vegeta, and Nappa before remarking, "Vegeta, consider this a mere lesson. Understand that in my domain, your arrogance will not be tolerated." Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo each reacted to Broly's display of dominance with their own thoughts. Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement and admiration, while Raditz frowned, his mind filled with both awe and trepidation, hoping Broly would not attack him after dealing with Vegeta. Piccolo, ever composed, maintained his composure, silently assessing the unfolding situation. Li Yang, noticing Vegeta's blend of shock, fury, and frustration, offered with a confident smile, "Vegeta, if you desire the Dragon Balls, you may have them, provided you can defeat us. Choose one of us. If you emerge victorious against one of us, you may freely use the Dragon Balls." Vegeta's eyes widened, burning with a fervent desire. He gritted his teeth, his gaze darting between Li Yang, Broly, Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo, rapidly evaluating their capabilities. Broly's earlier display of raw power still lingered in his mind, leading him to dismiss Broly as an opponent. Li Yang seemed enigmatic and formidable, making him an undesirable choice. Gohan was merely a child. Though Vegeta sensed a degree of potential, he did not believe Gohan was a match of his. Raditz, a former subordinate, was a known quantity. Piccolo's Namekian abilities were unknown. After a moment of deliberation, Vegeta scoffed, pointing at Gohan. "I choose that whelp. I shall see how much he can endure." Gohan was initially startled by Vegeta's choice, but he quickly steadied himself, clenching his fists with newfound determination. He stepped forward, declaring, "Vegeta, I will not cower before you." I shall give it my all. Broly frowned, grumbling, Vegeta, you chose a child? How craven. Li Yang waved his hand dismissively, interjecting, Broly, since Vegeta has chosen Gohan, let them test their mettle. Gohan, remember to give it your all, hold nothing back. Gohan nodded, taking a deep breath and leaning forward, ready for battle. Nappa, clutching his chest, smirked derisively, confident that Vegeta would easily dispatch the child. Raditz and Piccolo exchanged surprised glances, each thinking, Vegeta has unwittingly chosen the one among us with the greatest potential and combat prowess. They knew Vegeta was in for a rude awakening. Vegeta's gaze was filled with disdain as he bellowed and charged towards Gohan like a tempest. He thought to himself that dealing with this little brat would be a mere formality. He unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, creating a howling wind, aimed directly at Gohan's vital points. Although Gohan felt a surge of anxiety, he recalled Li Yang's words, gritted his teeth, and focused his mind to respond. He nimbly dodged, skillfully evading Vegeta's onslaught with his agile movements while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for counterattack. Spotting a brief opening, Gohan struck out with a powerful punch, landing a blow to Vegeta's abdomen. The sudden impact caused Vegeta to grunt in surprise and stagger back a few steps, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had expected an effortless victory, only to discover that this seemingly insignificant boy possessed such formidable strength. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he roared in fury, his aura surging as he launched himself at Gohan with even greater speed. Undaunted, Gohan summoned all his strength and engaged in a fierce exchange with Vegeta. The air crackled with the sound of their fists, their figures weaving and flashing through the atmosphere. In the heat of battle, Gohan seized on a moment of vulnerability from Vegeta, channeling his full power into a devastating knee strike that slammed into Vegeta's chest. The force of the blow was immense, sending Vegeta hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, disbelief etched across his face, he was utterly taken aback by Gohan's performance. Clutching his chest, a mix of shock and rage coursed through him, astonished that this seemingly weak child could unleash such overwhelming power, leaving him momentarily defenseless. Onlookers were captivated. Broly enthusiastically waved his fists, cheering for Gohan. Li Yang smiled contentedly, nodding in approval, while Raditz and Piccolo observed with a sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, standing beside Vegeta, Nappa was equally speechless, utterly unprepared for the turn of events. Chapter 16. The unyielding Vegeta. Vegeta knelt on the ground, his knees pressed into the earth, hands supporting his trembling body, overwhelmed by exhaustion as every muscle quivered. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down his forehead, splattering onto the dust-laden ground. In his eyes burned a fierce flame of defiance, his teeth clenched tightly as he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Damn it. How can I be losing? His raspy voice was laced with fury, as if he sought to shout his frustrations into the heavens. Not far away stood Gohan, exuding a powerful and composed aura. His demeanor was calm, yet his gaze radiated confidence and resolve. Observing the disheveled Vegeta, he spoke in a tone that was both serene and undeniably assertive. You cannot defeat me. His voice echoed across the vast battlefield, carrying with it an inherent tranquility of a born warrior. At that moment, Li Yang approached with a leisurely gait, arms crossed and a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with mockery and arrogance. He regarded Vegeta with a smirk, slightly taunting as he said, to be honest, you cannot defeat any of these three, let alone myself and Broly. However, he deliberately elongated his words, pausing momentarily, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. I'll summon another fighter to see if you can contend with him. His strength is quite comparable to yours. Li Yang's voice brimmed with provocation, as if he were declaring to Vegeta that this confrontation was far from over, with even greater challenges looming ahead. Disregarding Vegeta's reaction, Li Yang instantaneously teleported, accompanied by a violent distortion of space, and in an instant, arrived at King Kai's planet. This planet was but a tiny speck suspended in the vastness of the universe, surrounded by an inky blackness, with twinkling stars resembling jewels embedded in a dark tapestry. Upon his arrival, Li Yang spotted Goku, bare-chested and glistening with sweat, striking a colossal rock in the distance with powerful punches, the force causing the boulder to tremble. Simultaneously, Goku sensed Li Yang's arrival, halting his movements and turning with a broad grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as he waved enthusiastically. Hey, Li Yang, what brings you here? His jovial voice resonated brightly across the tranquil expanse of King Kai's planet. Li Yong strode forward with a hint of mystery and anticipation, declaring, "Old son, I have found you an opponent. You must have mastered King Kai's techniques by now, right?" Goku scratched his head, grinning innocently as he replied, "Yeah, I've pretty much got the hang of it." That pure smile suggested that to him, all the world's troubles were merely fleeting shadows. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement danced in Li Yang's eyes as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Great. Then let's get going." Just then, the diminutive figure of King Kai emerged, his eyes wide with fury, pointing an accusing finger at Li Yang, exclaiming, "Is it you who sent this Goku here? Do you have any idea what a nuisance he has been to me?" Li Yang quickly adopted a placating smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I sincerely apologize, King Kai. Please calm down. When you have the time, I will take you and Goku to Earth for some delightful sightseeing and culinary adventures. As a token of my remorse." King Kai furrowed his brow, his anger not dissipating immediately, but under Li Yang's coaxing, he begrudgingly nodded, muttering, "Humph. You'd better remember that, and not just make empty promises." Thus, Li Yang transported Goku back with a flash. In an instant, the space rippled like the surface of water, and their figures vanished in a burst of light from King Kai's planet. When the light faded, they reappeared before Vegeta. He awaited them with a mix of confusion and resentment, instinctively tensing his body at the sudden appearance of the two, his eyes a blend of wariness and hostility. Upon seeing Vegeta, Goku's eyes ignited with enthusiasm, his innocent smile unwavering as he stretched his limbs and exclaimed, "Haha, is this guy my opponent? He looks like he's hurt." Noticing Vegeta's injuries, Goku furrowed his brow with concern, saying, "It seems this guy is injured. Continuing like this would be pointless." Li Yang, however, appeared unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "No worries, old son, don't fret." As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved a peculiar, fragrant bean radiating a mysterious glow from his attire. The bean shimmered with an ethereal aura, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality and energy. With a flick of his wrist, Li Yang accurately tossed the bean towards Vegeta, calling out, "Catch, Vegeta, consume it, and you'll be restored." Instinctively, Vegeta reached out to catch the bean, staring at the diminutive object with a hint of skepticism. He glanced up at Li Yang and Goku, seemingly weighing their intentions. Yet, after a brief hesitation, the overwhelming desire to win prevailed, for only by restoring himself to peak condition could he hope to match Goku in battle. Vegeta tilted his head back and swallowed the bean whole. Instantly, a warm sensation radiated from his stomach throughout his body, revitalizing his fatigued form. His wounds healed at a visible pace, and beneath his tattered clothing, his muscles tightened, radiating a powerful violet aura once more, his eyes regaining their sharpness and ferocity, coldly fixed on Goku, as if heralding the impending clash. Goku, unable to contain himself, ignited with the spirit of battle, his feet propelling him off the ground like an arrow shot from a bow, surging towards Vegeta. His velocity stirred up a tempestuous wind, sending sand and debris swirling around them. Vegeta, recognizing the imminent threat, immediately adopted a defensive stance. As Goku closed in, he unleashed a powerful punch, the wind from the strike howling ominously. Goku deftly evaded the fierce assault, swiftly countering, and in an instant, the two exchanged dozens of blows, their fists and feet colliding, the explosive sounds echoing in the air, sending shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath them. As the battle progressed, Vegeta, bolstered by his restored vigor and refined combat skills, gradually gained the upper hand. Goku began to feel the strain, a few scrapes appearing on his body, yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Just as Vegeta felt a surge of confidence, believing the battle was nearing its conclusion, Goku suddenly shouted, "Kaioken ×2." In that instant, his previously white aura was enveloped in a fierce crimson flame, roaring like a raging inferno, its powerful presence causing even Vegeta to flinch. Goku's power surged as he charged once more at Vegeta, his speed and strength significantly enhanced. Vegeta dared not underestimate him, focusing intently to respond with all his might. The intensity of their combat escalated, with each clash generating tremendous energy fluctuations, as if they sought to rend the very fabric of space around them. The intertwining red and white auras radiated brilliantly, blinding the eye, as the outcome of this fierce duel became increasingly uncertain. Chapter 17. Persuading Vegeta. The fierce confrontation between Son Goku and Vegeta was a relentless struggle, their blows striking with such intensity that the surrounding air seemed to ignite. Their figures became mere phantoms as they moved at incredible speeds, each clash unleashing violent energy shockwaves that gouged deep trenches into the ground. Seeing the stalemate drag on, Vegeta's frustration burned within him like a raging inferno. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to unveil his trump card. With swift hand gestures, he gathered energy around him, and suddenly, a colossal artificial moon materialized, emanating an eerie glow as it ascended into the sky. Bathed in the moonlight, Vegeta underwent a rapid transformation. His bones creaked, muscles swelled, and hair grew wildly until he morphed into a formidable great ape, letting out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the landscape, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Goku's expression shifted dramatically at the sight. Instinctively, he touched the base of his tail, relieved to find it gone, sparing him from the risk of losing his sanity to the primal instincts of the great ape. However, facing the transformed Vegeta still instilled a sense of trepidation in him. For the power of Vegeta in this form represented a significant leap. Li Yang, sensing the precariousness of the situation, swiftly turned to Gohan with a casual yet urgent shout. "Gohan, do not look at that moon. Shield yourself from its light." He understood that if Gohan succumbed to the moon's influence and transformed into a great ape, the chaos would escalate beyond control. Gohan promptly closed his eyes and turned away, striving to block out the external distractions. Meanwhile, Li Yang refocused on the battlefield, intently observing the clash between Goku and the great ape Vegeta. The great ape Vegeta towered like a mountain, his crimson eyes glinting with savagery and madness. He swung his massive arms toward Goku, letting out a deafening roar. "Come on, keep fighting." The sound reverberated like rolling thunder, causing the air to tremble. Before his words faded, Vegeta lunged forward like a cannonball, propelled by immense force. Each footfall sent tremors through the ground, cracking it with alarming fissures. Goku had no time to ponder. He had to react swiftly, relying on his agility to evade the onslaught. However, in his great ape form, Vegeta's speed and strength exceeded all expectations, his attacks raining down like a tempest. Despite Goku's utmost efforts to defend himself, he gradually found himself on the back foot, being pummeled by Vegeta. In mere moments, Goku bore multiple injuries, his garments tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Realizing that continuing this way would lead to his demise, Goku clenched his teeth, determination igniting in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, channeling his energy, and erupted with a thunderous roar, tenfold Kaioken. Instantly, he was enveloped in a dense, almost tangible crimson aura, swirling violently as if to incinerate the very fabric of reality. His already formidable presence surged exponentially, warping the space around him with the sheer ferocity of his energy. With the activation of the tenfold Kaioken, Goku engaged in an even more frenzied counterattack against the great ape Vegeta. Energy surged forth, debris scattered, and it seemed as though only the two combatants remained in this world, locked in their fierce struggle. Vegeta, utilizing his colossal form and overwhelming power, caused the ground to quake with each strike. He swung his powerful arms, the winds generated by his punches akin to cannon fire, distorting the very air around him. Goku, on the other hand, capitalized on his agility and surging energy, weaving through attacks and seeking openings. As the battle escalated, both warriors poured every ounce of strength into their blows. Vegeta's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, while Goku gritted his teeth, enduring the tremendous strain the Kaioken placed on his body. Countering with powerful retaliations, time seemed to blur, and though Vegeta's onslaught remained fierce, signs of fatigue began to manifest in his speed and strength. Seizing the moment, Goku concentrated all his energy, forming a Super Kamehameha. With all his might, he thrust his arms forward, unleashing a wave of destruction toward Vegeta. Vegeta, unwilling to back down, summoned a formidable purple energy to counter. Yet, Goku's attack proved overwhelmingly powerful, gradually breaking through Vegeta's defenses. The energy wave collided with Vegeta, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta reverted to his original form, collapsing to the ground, devoid of combat capability. Goku, too, was on the brink of collapse, battered and breathless. Yet a weary smile graced his face, signifying a bittersweet victory. Witnessing this scene, Li Yang wasted no time and swiftly tossed two Senzu beans toward Goku and Vegeta. The beans arced gracefully through the air, landing securely before them. Goku and Vegeta instinctively reached out, their fatigued faces registering surprise. Li Yang, observing the fallen Vegeta, smirked and quipped, "Look at you now, unable to defeat even the weakest Kakarot." Vegeta clenched his teeth, turning his head away, veins bulging on his forehead, his face a mask of indignation, yet he remained silent. Noticing Vegeta's reticence, Li Yang, unfazed, crossed his arms and continued, "What do you say? Would you like me to teach you how to grow stronger? When you weren't around, he gestured toward Raditz, Piccolo, and Gohan. They were all weaker than you. But with my guidance. Before he could finish, Broly interjected, wasn't that my teaching? Li Yang shot Broly an exasperated glance and replied, stop meddling at critical moments. If it weren't for my training plan, they wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. Broly scratched his head and mumbled, I put in quite a bit of effort too. Ignoring Broly, Li Yang turned back to Vegeta. Now they are far stronger than you. Join my training program, and I guarantee your power will skyrocket. Next time you face Kakarot, you will certainly overwhelm him. Vegeta raised his head, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes before quickly reverting to indifference. Internally, he weighed his yearning for power against his pride in a fierce internal struggle. After a moment, Vegeta slowly rose to his feet. His body still trembling from the battle's toll, yet he stood tall, his gaze steely with defiance. He coldly regarded Li Yang and declared, Humph. Don't think I truly believe you. I merely wish to see how capable you truly are. If your training fails to meet my expectations, do not blame me for turning against you. A confident smile crept across Li Yang's face as he patted Vegeta's shoulder. Rest assured, as long as you commit fully, prepare to witness your own transformation. Broly excitedly chimed in, haha, finally, some excitement again. Who knows, we might challenge even stronger foes together in the future. Vegeta disdainfully swatted Broly's hand away. Keep your distance, fool. I don't need your sweat on me. Li Yang then began outlining the framework of the training program to Vegeta, detailing everything from intense physical training to an in-depth exploration of energy manipulation techniques and simulated combat scenarios. Gradually, a flicker of intrigue appeared on Vegeta's previously indifferent face. He could not deny that the plan seemed daunting yet brimming with potential. Meanwhile, Goku, having consumed a Senzu bean, regained considerable vitality and approached with a smile. Vegeta, I look forward to our next match. Don't let me down. Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot, next time I will ensure your defeat is absolute. You think you can stand against me? Observing Vegeta's demeanor, everyone understood that the Scion Prince had resolutely committed himself to embark on this transformative journey of power. Li Yang, witnessing the scene, erupted in laughter and turned to Goku, exclaiming, Goku, my friend, why not hasten back with your son to check on your wife? You've been absent for several days. I dare say Chi-Chi must be quite worried. When you return, you may find yourself in a rather precarious situation. Goku scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face as he replied, oh dear, I completely forgot. I shall return at once. With that, he scooped up Goten and waved goodbye to Li Yang before soaring back home. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corp, Chi-Chi paced anxiously in the courtyard, her mind racing with worry. Where could Goku and Goten be? I hope nothing untoward has occurred. Suddenly, a familiar energy signature graced the air, and Goku alongside Goten materialized in the yard. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up momentarily, but then her expression darkened as she placed her hands firmly on her hips. Goku, you finally decided to come back? Where on earth have you been for all these days? Did you not think to inform us? Is this family of no concern to you? Goku, attempting to placate her, offered a series of apologies. Chi-Chi, please don't be upset. It's just that I encountered a bit of a delay. Unmoved by his explanations, Chi-Chi continued her tirade. All you ever do is engage in battles. And Goten still has school to attend. You as a father show no concern whatsoever. Goku cast a helpless glance at Goten, who merely shrugged in a display of exasperation. Indeed, as Li Yang had remarked, Goku was in for quite the ordeal. Chapter 18, Journey to Mech Planet. After an exhilarating battle, Vegeta followed Li Yang and the others back to the secluded villa nestled deep in the mountains. The villa was enveloped by lush greenery, creating a serene atmosphere that starkly contrasted with the recent fierce skirmish. Li Yang let out a long sigh of relief and turned to glance at the slightly fatigued yet still proud Vegeta, contemplating their next course of action. With a smile, Li Yang looked at Broly and patted his sturdy shoulder, saying, Broly, I entrust this fellow to your training. After all, it's not a burden to add one more to the mix. Vegeta's potential is not to be underestimated. Although he can be quite stubborn, his strength is commendable. Train him rigorously in your own way, and I am confident that in no time, he will reach new heights. We shall then gain another formidable ally. Broly nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as he regarded Vegeta, as if assessing a raw gem awaiting refinement. Vegeta, however, scoffed disdainfully, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Responding to Broly's gaze with an air of provocation, as if to say he would not be easily tamed. Noticing Vegeta's disdain, Broly narrowed his eyes slightly. A ripple of energy emanating from him. He mused internally, "Humph, this Vegeta is quite arrogant. Perfect. I shall relish the challenge of breaking through his defenses and seeing the expression on his face once I do. We shall commence with the most fundamental physical training, allowing him to understand what true strength training entails through sweat and toil. Following that, I will intensify the sparring sessions, gradually pushing him to his limits. I cannot believe he will maintain such arrogance then." As he contemplated this, a subtle smile graced Broly's lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for this unique challenge to begin. Liang observed Broly and Vegeta, and suddenly, the image of Gohan flashed through his mind. He considered that if Broly had some spare time, he might as well ask Gohan whether he planned to continue his training or return to the tranquility of school. If Gohan still wished to train, that might pose a dilemma, as Chi-Chi had longed for him to follow a conventional path, focusing on his studies and securing a promising future. However, if Liang could persuade Gohan to persist in his training, he would also need to gently convince Chi-Chi to ease her stance. Ideally, they could involve Goku as well. With Goku's fervor for training, he would undoubtedly accompany Gohan without hesitation if Chi-Chi consented. Perhaps then, the father and son duo could achieve greater breakthroughs in their training. As Liang continued to ponder Gohan's situation, his gaze inadvertently settled on Vegeta, and suddenly, he slapped his forehead, as if recalling an important matter. He quickly approached Vegeta, a teasing smile on his face. "Hey, Vegeta, are you really going to part with your loyal follower?" Vegeta frowned at the remark, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Retorting coldly, "You mean that worthless fool? What use is he?" Liang chuckled dismissively and replied, "Regardless, he is still a scion. Keeping him around might prove beneficial in the future. Moreover, training together and sparring will aid in enhancing everyone's strength. Since Broly is already set to train you, having one more won't hurt. Consider it a sparring partner. If you bring him along, Broly can train him as well, and once his strength increases, it will only benefit you. Won't it?" After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta seemed to weigh the pros and cons before letting out a dismissive huff. "Humph, very well, let him come." On the tranquil and miraculous plains of Earth, Broly had commenced an intensive training regimen with Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, Goku, and Gohan that spanned several months. Throughout this period, Broly's training methods were exceedingly rigorous, continuously unlocking the latent potential within each participant. Each sparring session and every round of physical training transformed them through sheer effort. Vegeta steadily enhanced his strength through repeated challenges and breakthroughs. Goku, fueled by his indomitable will and remarkable talent, reached new realms. Gohan experienced a qualitative leap in his combat skills and power control. Raditz and Nappa, too, rediscovered their Saiyan fighting spirit during this special training, their strength proving formidable. Liang had been closely monitoring their training progress, witnessing their evolution from initial struggles to effortlessly tackling various challenges, filling him with deep emotion. He looked at the formidable warriors before him and recalled recent intelligence regarding the universe. Frieza had already set foot on Mech Planet, prompting him to devise a plan. One day, Liang strode confidently toward the group, which was taking a break from training. He scanned the faces of Goku and the others before finally resting his gaze on Vegeta, his expression brimming with confidence and anticipation. "Hey, everyone. Under Broly's training, your strengths have undergone a remarkable transformation. An exceptional opportunity lies before us. Frieza has arrived on Mech Planet. Let us confront him together, with your current prowess. We may very well put an end to Frieza's malevolence and make a name for ourselves across the universe." Upon hearing Frieza's name, Vegeta's eyes ignited with the flames of battle, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. "Humph, I've longed to settle the score with that fiend. This training period is the perfect opportunity to test my skills against him." Goku, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, his face radiating pure combat enthusiasm. "Wow, finally. I get to fight a strong opponent again. I'm definitely going to Mech Planet." Gohan, though slightly hesitant, firmly nodded at the prospect of fighting alongside his father against the evil Frieza. "I want to help everyone too." Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, Nappa disdainfully spitting on the ground. "That guy Frieza has bullied us Scions for too long. This time, he will pay dearly." Raditz clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a thirst for vengeance. Chapter 19. Confronting Frieza, Liang smiled as he invited everyone to place their hands on each other's shoulders. Vegeta, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz, Nappa, and Broly complied obediently. With his eyes shut, Liang concentrated deeply, attuning himself to the unique energy waves of the planet Makis. seeking to pinpoint their destination. A sudden and intense spatial distortion ensued, causing the surroundings to transform at an astonishing pace. Stars and nebulae flitted by like phantoms, and the group felt a lightness, as if they were being drawn into an infinite vortex of time and space. Vegeta furrowed his brow, arms crossed, maintaining his proud demeanor even amidst the marvels of teleportation, his gaze reflecting anticipation and excitement for the impending battle. Son Goku's face bore a look of curiosity as he gazed at the rapidly passing lights, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, as if embarking on a magnificent cosmic journey. Son Gohan anxiously clutched his clothing, striving to remain calm, quietly bolstering his resolve for the forthcoming confrontation. Raditz and Nappa stood side by side, their expressions grave, exuding the distinctive combat aura of the Saiyans, seemingly poised to engage at any moment. Broly loomed like a mountain among them, his massive frame and formidable presence causing the very air to tremble, his golden eyes flickering with a thirst for battle. Liang was the first to open his eyes, swiftly scanning the surroundings, missing no corner, and then lowered his voice, speaking steadily. Everyone be cautious. We have arrived at Maki's, and Frieza is likely nearby. They are searching for the Dragon Balls here. Just as he finished speaking, Piccolo paused in surprise, a glimmer of curiosity crossing his face. He stepped forward and asked, "Are there Dragon Balls here too?" A gentle smile graced Li Yang's lips as he looked at Piccolo and replied slowly, "This is your homeland, Piccolo. Not only are there Dragon Balls, but everything deeply connected to you, your heritage, your kin, is intertwined with this land." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions: shock, confusion, and a profound yearning to uncover the unknown past. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of energy, as if this strange yet familiar land was awakening dormant powers and emotions deep within him. At that moment, a violent energy surge echoed from afar, accompanied by Frieza's maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. At last, I have found the final Dragon Ball." The group turned toward the energy disturbance, and Vegeta scoffed, "Frieza, today is your day of reckoning." Goku scratched his head and said to Liang, "Let us assess the situation first. If we can resolve this peacefully, that would be ideal, especially since this is his first time learning about the Dragon Balls on Maki's." Liang nodded in agreement. Thus, the group stealthily advanced towards the source of the energy. They found Frieza standing triumphantly before a pile of Dragon Balls. Just as he reached out to touch them, Piccolo shouted, "Stop!" Startled, Frieza turned to see the group closing in. "Humph, a bunch of fools daring to ruin my plans," Frieza sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. However, when he noticed Broly's overwhelming aura, his expression shifted slightly. Frieza suddenly donned a false smile, saying, "Gentlemen, why so tense? These Dragon Balls are unclaimed. Whoever obtains them can keep them." Vegeta scoffed, "Frieza, do you think we would believe your deceit? You have caused havoc throughout this universe. Do not think you can take the Dragon Balls today." Goku added, "Frieza, you still have a chance to leave. If it comes to a fight, it won't end well for you." Frieza, enraged, retorted, "Do you truly believe you can stop me? Then prepare to taste my power." With that, he unleashed a torrent of energy and charged at them. Vegeta roared and was the first to collide with Frieza, creating a massive shockwave. Raditz and Nappa flanked from the sides, coordinating their attacks with Vegeta. Goku, seeing Vegeta engaged, leapt into the fray from above to launch his assault. Piccolo seized the opportunity to rush towards the Dragon Balls, determined to protect these treasures vital to Maki's. Son Gohan anxiously observed the unfolding battle, seeking the right moment to join the fray. The battlefield erupted with energy, deafening explosions ringing out. Though Frieza was powerful, the united strength of the group gradually gained the upper hand. Goku moved like a streak of golden lightning, weaving effortlessly through the battlefield, each punch infused with cataclysmic force. Vegeta, with a stern expression, enveloped in ferocious energy, unleashed precise strikes that made it difficult for Frieza to defend himself. Frieza, sensing his precarious situation, contemplated retreat. Yet the group closed in tighter. He was now marred with combat wounds, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes remained filled with defiance and madness. As he beheld the encroaching warriors, he suddenly cried, "What if I transform? With your current strength, you are not capable of completely defeating me. Once I transform, you will witness true despair." Ignoring his fatigue, he began to gather energy in preparation for his transformation. Broly, steadfast as a mountain, radiated a golden aura that twisted the air around him. He observed Goku and Vegeta, akin to two enraged beasts, relentlessly attacking Frisia. Under the pressure of their combined might, Frisia appeared overwhelmed, his wounds splitting further, purple blood splattering. A reckless smile curled Broly's lips as he turned to Li Yong and boomed, "Hey, Li Yong, look at them. Their training over this time has indeed sharpened their skills a notch. Their strikes have become far more aggressive." Pausing, his laughter imbued with bravado and confidence, he continued, "However, compared to us, they still fall short. In this battle, I haven't even unleashed 1/10 of my power, yet I could win." Li Yang's lips curled into a mysterious smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he patted Broly's broad shoulder, saying, "Broly, with your strength, there are few opponents in this universe. However, I know of a place I stumbled upon, a mysterious training ground with a uniquely beneficial environment for cultivation, tailor-made for us. Once we return, I shall take you there, and at that time, I wish to witness the full extent of your power unleashed in such an extreme setting." Upon hearing this, a fierce battle spirit ignited in Broly's eyes, his aura surging violently. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he excitedly shouted, "Excellent. With your promise, I am eagerly anticipating it. When the time comes, I will hold nothing back, and you better not either. Let us engage in a glorious battle." Chapter 20. The frustrated Frisia. As Li Yong conversed with Broly, he caught a glimpse of Frisia, who was being mercilessly besieged by Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa, left utterly defenseless. The sight of Frisia's beleaguered state elicited a faint smile from Li Yong, who then soared toward the fray. He positioned himself a few paces away from the combatants, his chest heaving with intensity as he bellowed, "Vegeta, Goku, Raditz, Nappa, cease your assault at once." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, exuding an undeniable authority that drowned out the chaos of battle. Upon hearing his command, the fighters paused, turning their heads in confusion toward Li Yong. Ignoring their puzzled gazes, he approached the battered Frisia, who lay sprawled on the ground. His body marred by wounds and his breath faint, yet his eyes still burned with defiance and malice. Li Yong crouched before him, locking eyes with Frisia, and spoke in a low but resolute tone. "Frisia, are you not the Emperor of the universe? Have you not always prided yourself on your formidable strength? Do not cower here like a coward. Transform. Reveal to me your true power and show the universe the might that makes it tremble." Frisia, blood mixed with dirt trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggled to lift his upper body. Upon noticing Li Yang's approach, he twisted his lips into a sardonic grin, his weak breath giving rise to a shrill yet piercing voice that cut through the smoky air. "Oof, look who's here. Do you think you're worthy to intervene? You filthy monkeys, each of you overestimates your own strength, believing you can stand against me?" As he spoke, he strained to rise, his wounds reopening, blood gushing forth and staining the scorched earth of planet Namek. "You lot dare to challenge the authority of the Emperor of the universe?" Frisia's eyes glinted with venomous light, his voice growing sharper. "You are but insignificant ants in my eyes, lesser than the most trivial speck of dust. Today, even united, you shall achieve nothing against me." Li Yong furrowed his brow, observing Frisia's defiance in the face of impending doom, a complex emotion surging within him. Just as he was about to respond, Frisia erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, filled with madness and resolve. "You think I possess only this much power?" he howled. "Since you wish to witness my strength, then open your eyes wide and behold." In an instant, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Frisia, his battered form swelling dramatically, muscles taut and scales shimmering with an eerie glow. His third form gradually emerged, his physique becoming monstrous, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. "This is merely the beginning," Frisia declared coldly. "Soon, you will experience true terror." Vegeta, observing the transformation, scoffed, just a desperate struggle. What does it matter if you transform? Today marks your end." With that, Vegeta unleashed his own energy, gearing up for the fray once more. Goku, on the other hand, remained composed, taking a deep breath as he sensed Frisia's escalating power. "It seems this battle is far from over. Everyone, be cautious. Frisia will not hold back this time." Raditz stood vigilant, eyeing Frisia's transformation with growing wariness. He turned to Nappa, who, along with the others, was ablaze with fervent battle spirit, their auras intensifying. Nappa clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing. "Perfect. I've longed to witness just how formidable this so-called Emperor of the universe truly is." As Frisia completed his transformation, the atmosphere on the battlefield shifted, thick with tension, a new round of combat about to erupt. Frisia roared and charged at the group. His diminutive yet imposing figure darted toward Vegeta, Goku, Raditz, and Nappa with alarming speed, his signature white armor gleaming ominously in the dim light. Blending into the harsh surroundings yet standing out starkly. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. His proud scion blood would not allow him to yield easily. He launched himself at Frieza like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust. Goku, resolute in his demeanor, felt his own power stirring within. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, Raditz and Nappa, not to be outdone, flanked Frieza, their roars echoing across the desolate terrain as they sought to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Li Yang stood atop a massive rock at the edge of the battlefield, silently observing the fierce clash. Clad in a flowing black robe that billowed with the wind, he exuded an air of poise. With arms crossed and a slight smile of resignation playing on his lips, he murmured, "It appears their strength still requires refinement." On the battlefield, energy beams crisscrossed, explosions reverberated, and the rising dust cloaked the entire arena. Frieza effortlessly navigated through the onslaught from Vegeta and the others, each punch and kick imbued with tremendous force. With a sudden pivot, he delivered a crushing kick to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying like a broken kite. Instantly, he reappeared before Goku, delivering a fierce punch that Goku barely managed to block, yet the impact forced him to stagger back. Seeing this, Raditz and Nappa unleashed powerful energy waves at Frieza, who remained unfazed, casually raising a hand to conjure an invisible barrier that reflected their attacks back at them, causing them to be struck by their own energy and crash to the ground. After a while of effortlessly dispatching Vegeta and the others, Frieza grew bored. He contemptuously surveyed the dust-covered, battered forms of his adversaries before swiftly forming a powerful energy blast, directing it toward them. With a deafening explosion, the ground was carved into a massive crater, engulfing Vegeta and the others in a cloud of debris. Frieza brushed his hands together, as if merely having completed a trivial task. He lifted his gaze to Li Yang, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, and called out, "Hey, kid. You seem to possess some talent. How about joining me? I can offer you a chance to become my subordinate, to revel in boundless power and authority." His voice resonated across the desolate battlefield, imbued with an undeniable air of command. Chapter 21. Unleashing Potential. A subtle smile graced Broly's lips as he emitted a few low, muffled chuckles, his shoulders involuntarily shaking with mirth. He found it utterly impossible to suppress his amusement, as Frieza's audacious suggestion to enlist Li Yang as his subordinate struck him as preposterous. Li Yang was not the type to be easily manipulated. Frieza's proposition was nothing short of delusional. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Li Yang's gaze instantly turned icy, his aura transforming into a chilling gale. In a heartbeat, his figure darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by the sound of a rushing wind, arriving before Frieza at an almost imperceptible speed. With his right hand, he seized Frieza's neck with the precision and strength of an iron vice, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Frieza's feet flailed helplessly, and he desperately tried to pry Li Yang's grip loose, his face etched with terror and disbelief. Li Yang's eyes shimmered with disdain as he coldly remarked, "You think you can shine just because I grant you a bit of sunlight? Do you truly believe yourself formidable?" His voice was deep and frigid, echoing like a whisper from the depths of hell, imbued with an intimidating authority. Frieza's complexion turned crimson as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He exerted every ounce of his strength, his arms flailing wildly and his legs thrashing as if drowning. Each taut muscle radiated energy, creating a small vortex of air around him, yet even so, he could not budge Li Yang in the slightest. Li Yang's grip resembled iron shackles, constricting Frieza's neck and rendering him increasingly breathless. Observing Frieza's futile struggles, a smirk of contempt curled at the corners of Li Yang's mouth. With a dismissive snort, he scoffed, "You are merely a tool for me to assess the strength of Goku and his companions. Did you truly consider yourself significant?" His tone dripped with mockery, as if discussing an inconsequential object. As his words faded, Li Yang's expression hardened, and he exerted force through his arm. A sharp crack echoed as Frieza's neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Frieza's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. His body succumbed to instant limpness. However, Li Yang was far from finished. He gathered a blinding sphere of energy in his palm, its blue-white radiance pulsating and crackling, brimming with cataclysmic force. Without hesitation, he hurled the energy sphere at Frieza's lifeless form. An earth-shattering explosion ensued, flooding the space with an intense light, and Frieza's body was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Goku and the others remained entranced, struggling to comprehend the shock of the moment. After what felt like an eternity, Goku scratched his head. all evident on his face as he exclaimed, "Li Yang, you are incredible." Frisia was like a mere insect in your hands, though Vegeta remained silent. Astonishment and a hint of indignation flickered in his eyes. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to grow stronger. Broly, on the other hand, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! That Frisia dared to boast. He truly got what he deserved." Li Yang gradually released his grip, Frisia's remnants dissipating into nothingness amid the energy's aftermath. He lowered his head slightly, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire with a casual air, as if he had merely shaken off a speck of dirt rather than concluding a harrowing battle. His expression remained serene as he surveyed his astonished companions. Speaking softly yet clearly, Frisia was exceedingly arrogant, perpetually overestimating himself and stirring trouble. Allowing him to persist would have been a calamity. Eliminating him was merely a matter of convenience. Pausing for a moment, a confident and expectant glimmer flickered in Li Yang's eyes as he continued, "All right, enough dawdling. I will take you all to a place where we can truly awaken your potential, ensuring your strength ascends to new heights. I will also teach you how to transform into Super Saiyans." Upon hearing Li Yang mention the transformation into Super Saiyan, the expressions of Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. They exchanged glances, seemingly confirming that they had not misheard. Vegeta was the first to regain his composure, as the Prince of the Saiyans. His pursuit of power had always been relentless. With a furrowed brow and a tone laced with skepticism and urgency, he inquired, "Super Saiyan? Is that not a mere legend? How could it?" His voice trembled slightly, overwhelmed by a mixture of shock and an insatiable thirst for power. Meanwhile, Goku appeared utterly perplexed, muttering, "What is a Super Saiyan?" Li Yang observed their astonished expressions without providing an immediate answer, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if concealing boundless secrets that left everyone even more bewildered. After a brief pause, Li Yang turned his gaze to Piccolo, maintaining his composure as he said, "Piccolo, you shall accompany me to meet the Grand Elder here." He paused, his eyes conveying deeper meaning. "Once you meet him, you will understand why I came to Earth and uncover more truths about yourself." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression shifted, but he acquiesced to Li Yang's plan. Li Yang then turned to Broly, his demeanor calm and unhurried, stating, "Broly, you shall handle Frisia's remnants with your strength. You need not even tap into your potential to dispatch them effortlessly." He spoke as though it were an inconsequential task. Broly's face momentarily displayed a hint of resignation, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "All right." His tone carried a sense of acceptance. Although he lacked enthusiasm for the task of clearing out the minions, he agreed nonetheless, for in his eyes, it was hardly a challenge, merely a bit of extra effort. After receiving the response, Li Yang wasted no time. Taking a deep breath, he sought out the strongest energy in the vicinity. Accompanied by a wave of spatial distortion, he and Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Nappa, Raditz, and the others vanished from their location in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the serene abode of the Grand Elder on planet Namek. The atmosphere was tranquil and harmonious, imbued with a mysterious aura. Towering trees stood in graceful disarray, and peculiar flowers emitted a soft glow, as if whispering the planet's untold secrets. Within the ancient and peaceful stone dwelling of the Grand Elder, gentle light streamed through the gaps, casting patterns on the floor. The Grand Elder, initially in deep contemplation with his eyes closed, exuded an aura of calm. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered, slowly opening to reveal eyes that sparkled with profound insight. He turned his head towards his loyal attendant, Nail, and spoke in a low yet commanding voice, "Nail, we have guests. They have crossed the stars with purpose. Please bring them in." The Grand Elder's tone was resolute, as though he had foreseen this encounter. Nail nodded respectfully, "Yes, Grand Elder." With steady and purposeful strides, he opened the heavy stone door and approached Li Yang and the others, prepared to welcome them. As the Grand Elder beheld Li Yang and his companions enter, a warm smile spread across his face, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He slowly addressed them, "Esteemed guests from afar. We thank you for ridding us of Frisia and his nefarious cohorts, restoring peace to Namek. This kindness shall never be forgotten." Li Yang inclined his head slightly, a humble smile gracing his lips as he replied, "You are too kind. Our involvement was also for our own reasons. Had Frisia not learned of the Dragon Balls on Earth, which originated from Namek, they would not have targeted this place, bringing disaster upon it. Rest assured, once our affairs are settled and we return to Earth, we shall use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the people of Namek." At this juncture, Li Yang paused momentarily, casting his gaze over Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others, before continuing. I still hope you can assist these individuals in unlocking their potential. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded slightly, his expression contemplative. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, a flicker of surprise and understanding crossed his eyes as he turned towards Piccolo. His tone tinged with a sense of nostalgia. So, you have my kin among you. I comprehend now. They must be part of that faction that fled in search of refuge long ago. The elder fixed his gaze intently upon Piccolo, as if peering through him to glimpse the distant past and the kin who had long since departed from their homeland. Chapter 22. Return to Earth moments later. The Grand Elder gently emerged from the depths of a memory long buried by time, his gaze shifting from the distant past to the present. He raised his hand with a slow yet undeniable strength, beckoning Sun Wukong to approach. Sun Wukong hastened to the Grand Elder's side, his expression filled with respect and anticipation. The Grand Elder slowly placed his hand upon Sun Wukong's head. His palm, weathered by time, seemed to harbor boundless energy. Subsequently, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, his brow slightly furrowing, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead, glimmering in the light. As the Grand Elder's latent potential was unleashed, a mysterious energy flowed like a gentle stream into Sun Wukong's being. In an instant, Sun Wukong was enveloped in an extraordinary radiance, the light intensifying as it surrounded him. His muscles tensed, and his aura surged, greatly enhancing his power. When Sun Wukong finally opened his eyes, filled with astonishment and exhilaration, the Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Vegeta. Vegeta stood nearby, his signature proud expression intact, yet his feet unconsciously moved forward a step. Despite his efforts to maintain an air of superiority, his eyes betrayed a profound desire for strength. As the Grand Elder directed his unique abilities towards Vegeta, Vegeta gritted his teeth, fist clenched, his body trembling slightly. He could distinctly feel a surge of power within him, an unprecedented sensation of might, as if every cell were exulting, clamoring to unleash its full potential. Thus, the Grand Elder sequentially awakened the latent abilities of each individual, and their reactions varied during the process. Some wore expressions of delight, while others remained silent, their eyes betraying their excitement. Time passed quietly, and once everyone else had completed their awakening, only Piccolo remained. The Grand Elder lifted his head, his gaze warm as he looked at Li Yang, his eyes reflecting affection and a hint of mystery, and spoke slowly. May I have a moment alone with him? I wish to discuss matters concerning my kin and his origins. Understanding the gravity of the conversation, Li Yang readily consented, signaling to the others to exit the room with Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the rest. Outside, they waited patiently, some standing, some sitting, in silence for Piccolo to emerge. After a considerable time, the door creaked open, and Piccolo stepped out, his demeanor as calm as still waters, his deep-set eyes inscrutable regarding the content of his private conversation with the Grand Elder. His expression remained unchanged, as if any emotion had been deeply buried. The moment Sun Wukong spotted Piccolo, his impulsive nature surged forth, and he dashed forward, ready to inquire. However, Li Yang swiftly extended his arm to gently restrain him, saying, "Let us go, it's time to return." Li Yang's gaze lingered on Piccolo for a fleeting moment, seemingly searching for a clue in Piccolo's expression, but found nothing. He understood Piccolo's reserved nature. If he didn't wish to speak, pressing further would be futile. Hearing Li Yang's words, Sun Wukong swallowed the question that had been on the tip of his tongue. Scratching his head in confusion, he glanced between Piccolo and Li Yang, ultimately deciding against further inquiries. He recognized Li Yang's sense of propriety. If they were to return, there must be a reason, and despite his curiosity, he buried it deep within and joined the others on their journey back. After enduring various tribulations, they finally discovered Broly in a secluded corner of planet Vegeta. Broly sat quietly atop a massive rock, surrounded by desolation, the howling wind seemingly serenading this lonely expanse. His signature green hair danced wildly in the breeze, his robust form exuding an innate aura of strength, and his deep-set eyes gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Li Yang immediately spotted Broly and waved, calling out, "Broly, come up. We're ready to head back." His voice echoed across the barren landscape, startling a flock of unknown birds. Li Yang's tone carried a sense of urgency. After all, they were eager to return and address numerous matters awaiting them. Upon hearing the call, Broly slowly turned his head, scanning the group with a brief nod. He stood, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent dust and debris flying. Then, bending his legs slightly, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Li Yong and the others. In the blink of an eye, he was before them. Subsequently, Li Yong utilized his instant transmission ability, and together with the others, they materialized near a villa on Earth. Upon returning to the villa, Li Yong wasted no time in gathering Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Nappa, Raditz, and Gohan. The group assembled in an open space, their expressions filled with anticipation as they gazed at Li Yong. Li Yong's demeanor turned serious as he cleared his throat, his gaze piercing as he surveyed each individual present. He straightened his back and spoke with an undeniable gravity. "Everyone, listen closely. I have uncovered vital clues regarding the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Based on my understanding, to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, the key lies in the precise convergence of 1S cells and energy at the back. Once this condition is met, the transformation is highly likely to occur. Although Broly and I achieved our transformations differently, the principle remains valid. At present, each of you has reached a critical level of combat power, presenting a rare opportunity. Now is the moment for you to attempt to transcend yourselves and strive for the realm of Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor, his hands instinctively clenching, as if he could hardly wait to try. Sun Wukong appeared eager as well, ready to spring into action. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, their unspoken yearning for power evident in their eyes. Gohan, though young, was the strongest in battle, his face resolute, mirroring his anticipation. A mysterious smile flickered across Li Yong's face, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He stepped forward, raising his hands forcefully in the air, declaring, "Watch closely. I will transform before you now. But be warned, my hair will look different from yours. It's bound to astonish you." As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson aura erupted around him, swirling like a furious flame, crackling with energy. As his intensity mounted, Li Yong's hair rapidly changed color, standing upright as it transformed into a brilliant golden red hue, resembling a blazing fire, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a formidable Super Saiyan. Chapter 23. The confrontation. Vegeta stood beside Li Yong, flanked by Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo. The air around them felt as though it had solidified, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloping them like a heavy fog. As they engaged in conversation, an unprecedented, immense aura surged forth, akin to a roaring tide, striking them without warning. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had faced countless battles and encountered numerous strong opponents. Yet the shock this aura brought him was unparalleled. His pupils constricted sharply, filled with gravity and disbelief. His breath quickened involuntarily, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. His lips quivered slightly as he murmured, "This energy, it's so powerful. It's beyond imagination." Gohan's youthful face was etched with fear, his body trembling slightly as he stuttered, "Father, this energy is incredible. I feel like Uncle Li Yong is so powerful that no one can defeat him." Piccolo, arms crossed and brow furrowed like a deep furrow, looked somewhat comical in his seriousness as he spoke in a low, grave tone. "This power is immense." The aura resembled a surging black storm, sweeping in with the force to annihilate, relentlessly assailing their senses. The sky was suddenly tinged with a strange dark purple hue, fierce winds howled, and debris flew about as massive stones were effortlessly lifted and hurled into the air, crashing down and shattering. Vegeta and the others felt as though their breath had been constricted by this overwhelming force. Each inhale was a laborious effort, as if an invisible hand were gripping their throats. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, bodies trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Vegeta bit his lip, an unfamiliar sense of helplessness surging within him, yet the pride of being a Saiyan would not allow him to bow down. With eyes wide open, he shouted with all his might, "Humph! No matter how strong you are, I, Vegeta, will never back down." Yet his trembling legs betrayed his inner turmoil, the seemingly infinite energy looming like an insurmountable mountain before them, casting a shadow of despair over the impending battle. At that moment, Li Yong inadvertently caught sight of Vegeta's pale face, sweat rolling down, teeth clenched, relying solely on the pride of being a Saiyan to hold himself together. Gohan appeared terrified and lost, trembling as he hid behind Piccolo. Piccolo's brow was tightly knit, muscles tense as he braced against the pressure. Nappa was stiff, fists clenched, veins bulging, his gaze a mix of fear and defiance. Raditz's face bore disbelief, breath heavy, feeling a chill within. Goku's expression was complex. His legs shaking with fear, yet his eyes gleaming with anticipation, fists clenched, eager to transform into a Super Saiyan. Li Yang observed the scene, a hint of apology gracing his smile, then began to channel his energy, gradually retracting the overwhelming aura that had surged forth like a tsunami. As the last vestige of energy dissipated, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the sound of the wind. Li Yang looked up, bursting into a hearty laugh, saying, "My apologies. I accidentally lost control of my energy and frightened you all." Once his laughter subsided, Li Yang's demeanor turned serious as he surveyed everyone, continuing, "This is the transformation of us Saiyans, known as Super Saiyan. This transformation unlocks the immense energy lying dormant within us, exponentially increasing our strength. Since you are also Saiyans, why not attempt to transform? You may awaken a power you never knew you possessed." With that, Li Yang stepped back, crossing his arms, prepared to witness their breakthroughs. Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, Nappa, and Raditz stood firm, their feet planted, their energies beginning to circulate. Vegeta was the first to center himself, gathering his energy like rivers converging into the sea, his gaze sharpening as images of past defeats and mockery by his foes surfaced in his mind, igniting a fierce flame of resentment and anger within him. Goku closed his eyes tightly, focusing all his strength as memories of rigorous training under Master Roshi and provocations from powerful adversaries flooded his mind. The desire to grow stronger and not fall behind surging within him. Gohan's cheeks flushed with determination as he concentrated, yearning to catch up to Broly and Li Yang, his frustration swelling like a torrent. Nappa and Raditz were equally immersed in their thoughts, Nappa recalling the times he had been overshadowed by Vegeta, feeling the sting of defeat. Raditz remembered his own defeat during the invasion of Earth, his Saiyan pride trampled upon, igniting a burning rage within him. As they continued to gather strength, engulfed by their negative emotions, the energy behind them intensified, radiating ever more brilliantly. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted with a fierce roar, golden energy engulfing him, his hair standing on end as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Following suit, Goku shouted as he too completed the transformation, golden flames swirling around him. Gohan, Nappa, and Raditz soon succeeded in their transformations as well, and in that moment, the heavens were illuminated by their golden auras, the powerful energy of the Super Saiyans radiating freely. Upon completing their transformations, they felt an endless reservoir of power within them. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk, vowing to show Goku his might. Goku laughed joyously, thrilled at the prospect of battling stronger opponents. Gohan raised his fists in excitement and determination. Nappa let out a triumphant howl, his frustration morphing into confidence. Raditz stomped his foot in shock, igniting the flames of revenge. The five of them, aglow with golden flames, spread their potent aura, startling birds and bending trees. Li Yang observed the heightened energy of Vegeta and the others, internally contemplating, "Almost there. Grow even stronger. Don't let me and Broly become bored." Sensing Li Yang's gaze, an idea surged simultaneously in their minds. Challenge Li Yang to a match. They exchanged glances, and without hesitation, charged towards him. Goku led the charge, moving like lightning, his right fist cutting through the air towards Li Yang's face. Vegeta, Gohan, Nappa, and Raditz followed suit, unleashing their fierce attacks. The sudden assault caught Li Yang off guard, and Goku's punch landed squarely, sending him hurtling backward, momentarily dazed. However, Li Yang's extraordinary strength soon reasserted itself, and a cold smile crossed his lips. "So, you've grown stronger and think your wings are sturdy now?" Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight. Vegeta and the others barely registered the change before Li Yang was upon them, delivering a rapid barrage of blows. Li Yang moved like a phantom, weaving effortlessly between them, each strike imbued with immense power. Goku bore the brunt of the assault, soon sporting numerous swollen welts, looking quite disheveled. The others fared little better, being mercilessly battered by Li Yang, unable to retaliate. Yet, despite the onslaught, the Saiyan fighting spirit was ignited. They gritted their teeth, determination burning in their eyes as they rose time and again to launch further attacks against Li Yang. After thoroughly enjoying the bout, Li Yang finally ceased his assault. Breathing heavily, a gleam of excitement lingered on his face. He looked at the sprawled figures of Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, Nappa, and Raditz, all battered and bruised. And with a satisfied smile, he flexed his somewhat sore wrists. With a light-hearted step, he made his way toward the villa, each stride radiating the ease of a victor. Upon entering the villa, Li Yang stretched with a grand yawn, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've fought so exhilaratingly." The sound reverberated throughout the villa, imbued with joy and exhilaration. On the floor of the villa, 5 individuals lay sprawled in disarray, each bearing the marks of swollen welts upon their faces, rendering them a comical and disheveled sight. Sun Wukong groaned as he rubbed his swollen face, muttering, "This fellow is truly formidable." Though Vegeta winced in pain, gritting his teeth, he defiantly glared in the direction of Li Yang's departure, whispering curses under his breath. "Damn it, I shall reclaim victory next time." Son Gohan's face was contorted in agony, tears welling in his eyes, yet he valiantly held back his cries. Nappa and Raditz, too, lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, their hearts filled with astonishment and frustration. This battle had profoundly unveiled the unfathomable prowess of Li Yang. Chapter 24. Entering the time chamber, Li Yang strode purposefully towards the villa, each step imbued with an undeniable momentum. Upon reaching the door, he assertively pushed it open and called out, "Broly, come out." His voice resonated powerfully within the spacious interior. Broly emerged slowly, his towering figure reminiscent of a small mountain, with his green hair flowing freely. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Li Yang, awaiting his next words. Li Yang fixed his unwavering gaze upon Broly, his expression austere, a faint smile barely curling at the corners of his mouth, concealing a profound confidence beneath his resolute demeanor. In a deep, steady voice, he pronounced, "Let us depart. We shall train in the formidable forms inherent to our scion lineage. Once we master such forms, our strength will experience a qualitative leap, multiplying geometrically." Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Broly's eyes, and he nodded emphatically, releasing a low, resonant roar from his chest, signaling his agreement. The two then stood side by side, poised to embark on their journey. As Li Yang prepared to advance, the images of Vegeta and the others suddenly flashed through his mind. A sense of urgency gripped him as he realized he had important matters yet to address. He quickly approached the door and cast a calm gaze towards the 5 individuals sprawled on the lawn nearby. "Hey!" Li Yang raised his voice, calling out, "You lot. Listen up." The 5, hearing his summons, struggled to their feet, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Li Yang retrieved 2 metallic gravity training rings from his pocket, raising them as he continued. "Take these gravity rings and find Bulma. Tell her to create more. These are essential for your training, or you'll find yourselves lacking." The group exchanged bewildered glances, one scratching his head in confusion, just as he was about to inquire. At that moment, Li Yang strode over to Vegeta, a smile gracing his face as he asked, "Vegeta, I recall you previously transformed into a giant ape using an artificial moon. Could you enlighten me on its creation? What is the principle behind it? This is crucial for me." Vegeta furrowed his brow, displaying impatience, yet sensing Li Yang's smile hinted at potential repercussions for silence. He succinctly replied, "It involves a special device that emits light waves of specific frequencies and intensities to simulate the moon's light." Once he had obtained the information, Li Yang turned to Goku, exclaiming, "Goku, you lead them. You're familiar with Bulma's place, so with you guiding them, they can avoid unnecessary detours." Goku's eyes lit up at the command. He dusted off his clothes, grinning despite the bruises on his face, and declared, "Got it. Follow me, everyone. Bulma is fantastic. She'll surely assist us." He then made a gesture indicating they should set off. Having arranged matters on this front, Li Yang turned to the silent Broly standing in the corner. Broly's imposing physique, like iron forged into muscle, and his wild green hair commanded attention. Li Yang approached and patted Broly's shoulder, saying, "Broly, let us head to the sacred world. We should catch some fish for the cat god, as he is also vital to our needs, the Senza beans." Broly nodded slightly, his silence speaking volumes of his resolve. They exchanged a glance before turning towards the sacred world, leaving Goku to lead the 5 towards Bulma's residence. As Li Yang and Broly soared towards the sacred world, the shimmering lake below revealed the movements of fish. Li Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exchanged a knowing glance with Broly. They promptly descended. With the swiftness of lightning, Li Yang's hands darted through the water, each movement precise, capturing lively fish with ease. Broly, not to be outdone, summoned his immense strength, creating waves that drove the fish together for easier catching. In no time, they amassed a bountiful harvest, resuming their flight towards the sacred world. Upon finally reaching the cat goddess domain, Li Yang beamed with joy, presenting the fish he had caught. "Cat god, I brought you some fish." The cat goddess' previously squinted eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he nodded gratefully. Curiously, the cat god examined Li Yang and Broly, inquiring. "What brings you two here this time?" Li Yang smiled as he replied, "Cat God, I have come specifically to seek the favor of the deity above, to borrow something." After courteously bowing to the cat god and bidding farewell, he and Broly ascended further towards the sacred world, their figures gradually vanishing into the mist. Li Yang and Broly, enveloped in a formidable aura, sped towards the sacred world like two shooting stars. The rushing wind howled around them, rustling their garments, yet their expressions remained focused, fixated on the elusive, mysterious structure ahead. Upon landing steadily on the platform of the sacred world, they found the deity and Bobo waiting expectantly. The deity, clad in a flowing robe, stood serene and gentle, while Bobo, diminutive in stature, stood beside him, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Li Yang greeted them with a sincere smile, stating, "Deity, Bobo, I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to borrow your time chamber." The deity, taken aback, furrowed his brow in surprise and queried, "How do you know of the existence of the time chamber? This is a little-known secret." Li Yang merely smiled, offering no explanation, although the deity was perplexed. He nodded slightly to Bobo, signaling him to proceed. On the path leading to the time chamber, Bobo moved with a lively and rhythmic gait, his short legs alternating rapidly, resembling a unique dance. As he walked, he animatedly began to explain to Li Yang and Broly the time chamber has special rules. Each individual may enter only once in their lifetime. And there is food inside. Bobo intended to elaborate further on the food within the time chamber and the dining etiquette therein. However, before he could finish, Li Yang eagerly interrupted, "I understand. There's no need to elaborate." At that moment, he was consumed by anticipation, his mind racing with thoughts of the intense training that awaited them within the time chamber, eager to commence their journey of power enhancement. With that, he tugged at Broly's arm and strode towards the door leading into the time chamber. Chapter 25. The transformation into a scion. Li Yang and Broly stepped into the time chamber, and in an instant, they were enveloped by an endless expanse of white. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a vast, blinding whiteness, as if they were suspended in an infinite void, devoid of direction or discernible endpoint. A fervent gleam flickered in Li Yang's eyes as he turned to Broly, his voice brimming with uncontainable anticipation as he exclaimed, "Broly, unleash your power. Let us engage in a fierce battle, giving it our all." Broly, already a tempest of enthusiasm, felt a flush of excitement wash over him at these words, his aura surging in a wild frenzy. With a thunderous roar, he tilted his head back, unleashing a violent wave of energy that radiated outward, causing the very air to tremble under the weight of his might. Rather than feeling fear in the face of such overwhelming force, Li Yang felt his own fighting spirit ignited, and he too unleashed his energy. The two formidable auras collided fiercely within the confines of the time chamber, producing a cacophony of sound. In an instant, they charged toward each other like arrows released from their bows, intertwining in a fierce melee. Each clash of their fists and feet erupted in brilliant flashes of light, the immense energy fluctuations distorting the space around them. Their battle raged on for several days, the echoes of their relentless conflict reverberating throughout the chamber. Broly's innate strength lent a cataclysmic force to each of his attacks, while Li Yang countered with agile movements and vast combat experience, deftly parrying Broly's every strike while seeking opportunities for retaliation. They exchanged blows without yielding, neither able to gain a definitive advantage. Finally, after an intense bout, the combatants collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. A satisfied smile spread across Li Yang's face as he remarked, "Since leaving that desolate planet, I have not fought with such intensity. What a thrill." Broly nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting a similar sense of exhilaration, though he remained silent. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Yang's mind. He leaped to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he declared, "I'm going to experiment with the artificial moon. If I succeed, we might just become even stronger." Broly, intrigued, struggled to rise from the ground, his expression filled with anticipation, as if he could already envision the two of them fighting side by side in their enhanced forms. In the vast whiteness of the time chamber, Li Yang immersed himself in contemplation for several days. His brow furrowed deeply, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he paced and scribbled notes. The intensity of his thoughts and research left his eyes slightly reddened. At last, unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "Damn it! I finally understand why Vegeta was so infuriating. Why couldn't he articulate himself more clearly? This is exceedingly challenging." After regaining his composure, Li Yang turned to the quietly waiting Broly, his expression growing serious as he said, "Broly, I will create the artificial moon shortly. However, during this process, do not gaze at it. I must first test it myself. If I lose control, you must strike me unconscious in an instant. Though this time chamber is extraordinary, I doubt it can withstand the chaos of my uncontrolled power. Broly nodded earnestly, responding in a deep voice, understood. With a deep breath, Li Yang began to move his hands rapidly, chanting incantations as energy began to coalesce around him. As the energy intensified, an artificial moon radiating a gentle glow slowly materialized within the time chamber. Instinctively, Li Yang glanced at the moon, and at that moment, his pupils constricted sharply, his body uncontrollably undergoing transformation. His muscles swelled, his bones cracked audibly, and he grew to become a colossal ape. Broly stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on Li Yang's transformation, his muscles tensed and ready to spring into action. His expression revealed both anxiety and vigilance, fearing that Li Yang might suddenly lose control. However, he soon exhaled in relief as Li Yang adeptly harnessed this newfound power. Though his movements were imbued with the strength of a giant ape, he retained a clear consciousness and control, much like Vegeta during his own transformation. Li Yang gradually closed his eyes, wholly immersing himself in the wild power surging within him. He understood that to fully master this might, he must first tame its untamed ferocity. He cautiously began to release the primal energy within, acutely aware of each surge of power. This was a battle with himself and an exploration of the unknown strength. Time slipped by in this tense yet focused endeavor. A full day passing as beads of sweat dotted Li Yang's forehead, his garments soaked through. Yet, a faint smile of satisfaction began to emerge on his face. After this lengthy day, he had finally succeeded. He could now command the wild energy at will. With a deep breath, Li Yang unleashed the wildness within him. In an instant, his body was enveloped in a golden light, radiating with an intensity that illuminated the entire time chamber. His form expanded, each muscle visibly bulging, exuding an unparalleled sense of strength. In a mere moment, his body shimmered with a dazzling golden hue, resembling a divine warrior descending upon the battlefield. However, this was not the culmination. Li Yang was not content to stop there. He began to contract the energy within his body. This process proved equally arduous, akin to attempting to contain a surging flood within a minuscule vessel. Yet, through unwavering determination and formidable control, he achieved it. As the energy continued to condense, his form gradually reverted to that of a human, albeit now adorned with a dense coat of crimson fur that glimmered magnificently in the golden light. When Li Yang finally opened his eyes, the once ordinary orbs were now transformed into deep, azure pools, brimming with boundless wisdom and power. He attempted to unleash the full extent of his strength, and instantly, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, suffusing the air with a palpable intensity. Li Yang could feel just how formidable this power was, as if he could effortlessly obliterate a mountain with a mere gesture. Broly had been silently observing Li Yang's transformation, and at this moment, he could no longer contain his excitement. He rushed to Li Yang's side, recognizing that the energy radiating from him had increased by a staggering 600 times. With fervent eyes, Broly gazed at Li Yang, his voice laced with longing as he said, "Li Yang, I too wish to attain this form. My instincts tell me that it suits me perfectly. I can sense my body yearning for this power." The transformation multipliers for Scions are as follows. 1. Super Scion Level 1. Super Scion energy amplification is 50 times the base level. 2. Super Scion Level 2. Super Scion 2 energy amplification is double that of Super Scion Level 1. 3. Super Scion Level 3. Super Scion 3 energy amplification is 4 times that of Super Scion Level 2. 4. Super Scion Level 4. Energy amplification is 4,000 times. 5. Ultra Instinct provides an increase in speed and some enhancement in power, though less pronounced in the animation. 6. Super Scion God consumes little stamina, maintains longer than Super Scion 3, and vastly surpasses its combat prowess. 7. Super Scion God Super Scion. Super Scion Blue. This transformation is an evolution of the Super Scion God form. While it surpasses the strength of the Super Scion God, it demands considerable stamina and energy, resulting in a shorter duration and less stability compared to the Super Scion God. 8. Super Scion Blue, Kaioken. Upon transforming into Super Scion Blue, the Kaioken technique can be employed to further amplify combat prowess. 9. Super Scion Blue, Deep Blue. This form, akin to Super Scion Blue combined with a 20-fold Kaioken, showcases an unfathomable power that greatly exceeds previous iterations of Super Scion Blue. 10. Special Super Scion, first demonstrated by Broly. This transformation builds upon Broly's utilization of Grade 8 power in his humanoid form. Although it remains at the first level of Super Saiyan, its combat strength eclipses that of Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms. 11. Special Full Power Super Saiyan, an enhanced form of Broly's Special Super Saiyan. This form features extreme muscular expansion and slightly elongated hair, yet maintains speed, matching the combat prowess of Gogeta in Super Saiyan Blue. 12. Saiyan Great Ape Form. A standard Saiyan transforming into a Great Ape experiences a tenfold increase in combat power. Albeit at the cost of rationality, Saiyans of noble lineage, such as Vegeta, retain their sanity upon transformation. The Golden Great Ape is achieved when a Saiyan is subjected to intense blood waves, resulting in a transformation driven by primal ferocity and immense energy. Chapter 26. Mastery and Cultivation. Upon hearing Broly's words, Li Yang's gaze fell upon Broly's robust physique. He pondered internally, considering that with Broly's formidable physical prowess and innate combat instinct, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was perfectly suited for him. Taking a deep breath, Li Yang's expression shifted to one of focus and seriousness. He then meticulously explained the prerequisites for achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, detailing everything from awakening the latent Saiyan bloodline to mastering the precise control of anger and power, leaving no stone unturned. In the days that followed, Broly immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training. Countless days and nights passed as he persevered through sweat and fatigue, repeatedly striving to break through the realm of Super Saiyan 4. Along the way, failure shadowed him, and each setback filled Broly with frustration. During those moments of emotional turmoil, he often found himself knocked unconscious by Li Yang's decisive strikes. Thus, several months slipped away in the blink of an eye. Finally, one day, a dramatic change enveloped Broly's aura. His muscles bulged, radiating a mesmerizing intertwining glow of gold and red, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "Ah, I have finally succeeded." This cry resonated with the exhilaration of triumph after hardship. Yet, recalling the countless times he had been knocked out by Li Yang during his earlier failures, Broly's lips twitched, a wave of helplessness washing over him. However, as the surging power coursed through him like a tempest, every cell rejoiced, reveling in the ecstasy brought forth by this newfound strength. Broly found that the earlier embarrassments had become somewhat bearable. At this moment, Li Yang approached, his eyes filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Addressing Broly, "Now that we have both learned to transform into Super Saiyan 4, this is merely the beginning. To truly harness this cataclysmic power, the best method is through battle. We must continually refine our skills in real combat, allowing this power to merge seamlessly with our will and technique." Time flew by. Like a fleeting shadow, as Li Yang and Broly emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, their forms radiating the unique golden and red glow of Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, somewhere on Earth, Goku and Gohan were locked in fierce combat, while Raditz and Nappa engaged in a relentless battle with Vegeta. And Piccolo meditated thoughtfully not far away. Suddenly, an overwhelming, colossal presence surged forth, powerful beyond imagination. This aura contained boundless might, as if it could shatter the very fabric of reality, leaving everyone in awe. On a distant destruction planet, Whis and the Oracle Fish enjoyed a peaceful afternoon in the garden, savoring the tranquility. A refined tea set adorned their table, and the aroma of steaming tea wafted through the air. Suddenly, Whis paused, the cup of tea hovering before his lips, as a subtle shift in his gentle demeanor signaled his acute perception had detected two powerful energy waves from the far reaches of the universe. The unique fluctuations of this power instantly captured his attention. Gently placing the cup down, Whis rose gracefully, retrieving his staff that symbolized his status. The gem atop the staff sparkled as he raised it slowly, murmuring incantations to activate the divine scanning technique. As the brilliance of the staff intensified, images began to materialize within the gem, revealing two Saiyans radiating an intertwining glow of gold and red. A mysterious smile crept across Whis' face as he murmured to himself, "How intriguing, truly intriguing. I never anticipated the emergence of such formidable Saiyan power. It seems that once Lord Beerus awakens, this universe will no longer be so dull." His laughter echoed across the vast expanse of the destruction planet, heralding the impending upheaval that would sweep through the cosmos. As Li Yang and Broly flung open the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, a blinding and scorching light engulfed them. The unique golden-red flames of Super Saiyan 4 coiled around them, distorting the air as every surge of power seemed capable of igniting a small tempest. In the next instant, Li Yang sensed something amiss. Scanning the disordered sand and vegetation stirred by their power, a sudden realization struck him, and he turned to Broly, both of them nodding in unison. In an instant, their flames receded, swiftly returning to their normal state, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. We've been in there for a year. I almost forgot how overwhelming this power is. I'm certain they felt our presence, Li Yang remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Broly chuckled, scratching his head in agreement. Yeah, with that display, the entire universe probably noticed. They sought out Bopo, exchanged brief words, and then leaped into the air, transforming into two fleeting shadows as they raced toward the villa. The wind howled in their ears, and cities, mountains, and rivers blurred past like a slideshow. Before long, the familiar outline of the villa came into view, its red tiles and white walls exuding warmth under the sunlight. Li Yang and Broly landed softly on the lawn before the villa, their shoes sinking slightly into the lush grass, producing a faint sound. Looking up, they saw Goku, Vegeta, and others fully engrossed in their training within the yard. Vegeta dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Goku's fierce punch, which kicked up a cloud of dust. Goku then executed a backflip, landing gracefully and immediately adopting an offensive stance. Seeing this, Li Yang's eyes twinkled mischievously as a sly smile graced his face. He nudged Broly with his elbow and said, "Hey, Broly, why don't you teach them? I believe you would make an excellent instructor." Broly's eyes widened in surprise, ready to protest, but Li Yang swiftly took off, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Goku, keenly aware of Broly and Li Yang's return, paused his training and jogged over. Scratching his head with curiosity, "Broly, you guys are back. What happened? Your energy feels incredibly powerful. It's unbelievable." Broly's lips curved into a confident smile as he looked at his companions and replied leisurely, "You all are not yet worthy of transforming into that form. Focus on your training. When the time is right, I will naturally teach you. To be honest, with your current strength, you are still too weak to wield that power. Considerable effort is required." Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes sparkled with determination, and he clenched his fists, resolutely nodding. "All right, I will work hard to reach that level." Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, a smug expression on his face. "TCH, don't underestimate me. I won't lose to any of you." A new storm of training seemed to be brewing quietly. Chapter 27. The arrival of Trunks. The sunlight gently cascaded over the villa's courtyard, and unbeknownst to them, 2 years had quietly slipped by. Li Yang reclined comfortably in a wrought-tan chair, a cup of fragrant tea exuding wisps of steam beside him. He watched with great interest as Sun Wukong and the others engaged in a fierce battle in the courtyard, their moves exchanging back and forth, creating gusts of wind and stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Li Yang turned his head and smiled at Broly beside him, saying, "Hey, Broly. Look at their remarkable progress over the past 2 years. Just take Sun Wukong for instance. He can now transform into Super Saiyan 3, radiating an aura that was once beyond imagination." He paused, his gaze shifting to the nearby intense conflict involving Sun Wufan, and continued, "However, even with Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, he still cannot surpass Sun Wufan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Wufan's potential is truly unfathomable. Ever since you took him under your wing, his strength has surged." Broly, arms crossed over his muscular chest, his attire stretched taut, kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield, nodding slightly as he responded in a deep voice, "Indeed, their progress is commendable. Yet, to reach the levels we once attained, they must strive even harder." As they spoke, Sun Wukong seized an opening in Sun Wufan's defense and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, the powerful energy carving a deep trench into the earth. Nevertheless, Sun Wufan deftly evaded, countering with an energy blast that drew admiration from both Li Yang and Broly. Li Yang, encouraged by Broly's observations, added with a smile, "It's not just Wukong and Wufan. That fellow Vegeta is also relentless in his training. He has now reached the Super Saiyan 2 stage and can match Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form, making him a formidable opponent. The clashes between these two are electrifying and invigorating to behold." He pointed towards the other side, where Raditz and Nappa were practicing, and said, "And look at Raditz and Nappa. Their training alongside the group over the past 2 years has yielded significant improvements. While they may not rival Wukong and the others, their synergy in battle is noteworthy, and they have pushed themselves to exceed their own limits in several encounters. The future looks promising." Broly followed Li Yang's gaze, observing Raditz and Nappa exchange blows, and nodded, his voice resonating. They have indeed made strides. The Saiyan combat prowess is evident in them. If they continue to train diligently, their strength will ascend to new heights. As they spoke, the battle between Sun Wukong and Wukong reached a fever pitch, their energies colliding and generating a powerful shockwave that sent tremors through the surrounding trees, capturing the attention of Li Yong and Broly, who were once again riveted by the fierce duel. Just as Li Yong and Broly were engrossed in the clash between Vegeta and Wukong, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air. Instinctively, they looked up to see a young boy with purple hair descending rapidly from the sky. Dressed in a sleek black outfit adorned with peculiar silver patterns that shimmered under the sun's rays, he landed gracefully, stirring up a light cloud of dust with his composed stance. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were also drawn to the unexpected commotion, halting their battle, their expression shifting to one of caution as they regarded the newcomer. Raditz and Nappa ceased their sparring as well. Upon recognizing the boy, Li Yang's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he feigned ignorance. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Deep down, he knew this boy was Trunks, but he chose to maintain the pretense. Trunks slightly bowed and politely replied, "I am Trunks, here specifically to find Mr. Sun Wukong." As he spoke, he inwardly questioned, could it be that my mother miscalculated the time? I waited there for an entire day without seeing Frieza or Mr. Sun Wukong. If not for the immense energy emanating from this battle, I would have remained lost. At that moment, Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion and stepped forward. "Looking for me, Trunks? I don't believe I've heard that name before. What do you need from me?" Trunks gazed at Sun Wukong, taking a deep breath as his expression grew serious. "Mr. Sun Wukong, could you come here for a moment?" With that, he soared into the sky. Glancing back at the ascending Sun Wukong, "Can you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Although Sun Wukong was perplexed, his innate passion for combat ignited, and without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura surging dramatically, exuding an overwhelming presence. Trunks closed his eyes, attuning to Sun Wukong's energy, and after a moment, opened them with a look of affirmation, stating, "Can we spar for a moment?" Still in a daze, Sun Wukong and Appo's fighting spirit flared up, and he nodded in agreement without a second thought. Observing this, Trunks smiled, his own body radiating a brilliant golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. On the ground, the onlookers gazed up in bewilderment at Trunks in the sky. Vegeta furrowed his brow, skepticism etched across his face. Is he also a Saiyan? Raditz and Nappa exchanged wary glances, while Li Yong and Broly watched with keen interest, anticipating the imminent clash. Trunks had believed his strength sufficient to trade blows with Sun Wukong, but to his astonishment, he was swiftly defeated in their initial exchange. He staggered mid-air, struggling to regain his balance, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. After a moment, Trunks looked at Sun Wukong, admiration flickering in his eyes as he sincerely remarked, "Seeing how powerful you are, Mr. Sun Wukong, brings me comfort." Breathing heavily, he adjusted his tousled hair, his expression turning serious once more. "Mr. Sun Wukong, I come from the future, 20 years ahead. In that world, we are ruled by androids, living amidst ruins and devastation. We attempted to resist, but the android strength is overwhelming. My comrades have fallen one by one." As he spoke, a glimmer of pain and rage appeared in Trunks and Appo's eyes, his fists clenching unconsciously. "And you, Mr. Sun Wukong? In that future world, you passed away due to a heart disease. Without your power, we stand no chance against the formidable androids." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I traveled back in time using a time machine, firstly to deliver this special medicine, hoping it will protect you from heart disease and preserve your strength to combat the androids. Secondly, I wish to alter history, enabling you to prepare in advance and prevent the emergence of the androids, thereby saving our future." With that, Trunks produced a small vial containing the special medicine from his pocket, extending it towards Sun Wukong with both hands, his gaze filled with hope and sincerity. Sun Wukong accepted the vial, his expression turning grave as he placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder. "Trunks, thank you. Now that we are aware of such a crisis in the future, we will not stand idly by." Chapter 28. The bewildered Trunks upon finishing his words. Son Goku slightly squinted his eyes, a hint of seriousness and anticipation evident in his expression. He continued, "By the way, Trunks, I've been thinking. Why don't you stay here for a while to train? This place is truly extraordinary. My strength only ranks 4th here, ahead of merely Yang, Broly, and Gohan, each of whom possesses formidable power. Training alongside them will surely enhance your abilities rapidly. In time, you will be capable of defeating those androids from the future." As Trunks heard Son Goku mention Li Yang and Broly, a wave of curiosity washed over him. prompting him to instinctively look in their direction. Who are these unfamiliar figures from the future world? His gaze fell upon Li Yong and Broly, filled with confusion. Just as he pondered this, his attention was abruptly captured by the swaying tails behind the two, leaving him momentarily frozen, his mind blank. What is happening? Trunks murmured. Disbelief etched across his face. His brow furrowed, eyes wide with bewilderment and confusion. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, as if that might dispel the astonishing sight before him. In his understanding, the Scions were nearly extinct. Even if they existed, they certainly did not appear in this manner. Memories of his mother Bulma's tales surged in his mind. Yet the reality before him starkly contrasted with everything she had described. Stunned, Trunks stood there, his heart a tumult of unexpressed shock and astonishment, unable to fathom the situation. Li Yong, observing Trunks' dazed expression, shouted, "Trunks, come down here. I have something to ask you." His booming voice shattered the surrounding tranquility, drawing the attention of those nearby. Trunks, taken aback by the unexpected call of his name, turned to face Li Yong, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. After a moment's reflection, he reasoned. Since he is with Mr. Son Goku, he must not be a villain. With that thought, Trunks inhaled deeply and gracefully descended to stand before Li Yong. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze cautious yet curious as he inquired, "How do you know my name, and what do you want from me?" Li Yong met Trunks' gaze earnestly and replied, "Trunks, I wish to borrow your time machine. However, I would like to accompany you back to the future. Please, do not rush to refuse. Allow me to explain. I can provide you with an exceptional training opportunity under Son Goku's direct guidance. Rest assured, it will only take a day, and you will have ample time to return to your future." Upon hearing this, Trunks' expression shifted dramatically, anxiety flickering in his eyes as his body tensed instinctively. The time machine was crucial to the fate of the future world, leaving no room for carelessness. However, as Li Yong completed his sentence, Trunks fell into contemplation. He lowered his head slightly, brow furrowed, wrestling with the pros and cons of the proposal. On one hand, he feared the hidden risks of Li Yong's suggestion might jeopardize his future return. On the other hand, the prospect of training under Son Goku was an exceptional opportunity to enhance his strength. After a prolonged silence, Trunks finally raised his head. His gaze steady as he looked at Li Yong and solemnly nodded. "Very well, I will accept your proposal. But how did you come to know of me? And how did you learn about the time machine?" Hearing Trunks' agreement, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Yang's face. He leaned closer to Trunks and jokingly remarked, "Huh? I knew you would agree. In fact, I am well aware of your journey through time to the past. But do not misunderstand, I am not a villain. I do have a purpose, but I assure you, I mean you no harm." With that, Li Yang's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he patted Trunks on the shoulder. He earnestly promised, "If you ever encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will not stand idly by. I will certainly assist you." Trunks regarded Li Yong, understanding that he would not disclose his intentions just yet. He simply responded, "Then tell me, where is this place for training?" Li Yong turned to Son Goku, a look of earnestness on his face, and said, "Goku, please take Trunks to the hyperbolic time chamber. Once there, inform Bu that we need to use the chamber. He will arrange everything and provide you with the details. It will be a bit of a challenge, but ensure he trains well. He is currently too weak." Son Goku scratched his head, his characteristic cheerful smile lighting up his face as he nodded. "Sure thing. Don't worry, Trunks, we're off. Since Li Yong suggested it, it's bound to be correct. Your strength will surely soar." Trunks felt a spark of anticipation ignite within him as he followed Son Goku, preparing to embark on his training journey. Meanwhile, Li Yong turned and strode purposefully toward Vegeta, his expression serious. "Vegeta, you are to stay with Bulma for the next 2 years. If she completes the wristbands, I would appreciate it if you could bring them to me. After that, you should focus on training there." Vegeta, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced sideways at Li Yong, his face suffused with arrogance. Why should I go there? I find it perfectly suitable here. I will not heed your command. What could that woman's place possibly offer? Surely, her pathetic lab cannot surpass this for my growth." Crossing his arms, Vegeta tilted his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with disdain, as he appeared to take Li Yang's suggestion with utter contempt. Li Yong, undeterred by Vegeta's scorn, allowed a confident smile to grace his lips, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Is that so? Then let us settle this with a duel. Will you allow me to defeat you and then take you there, or will you go willingly? Do not think your meager power can intimidate me. I am not one to be trifled with." Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, his aura suddenly intensifying. A formidable pressure bearing down on Vegeta. If you believe you can withstand my might for even a few exchanges, then feel free to try. Otherwise, comply with my request and do not waste time. With arms crossed, Liang fixed his gaze on Vegeta, seemingly challenging his authority. I do not have the patience to prolong this. Today, we must reach a conclusion. His voice was steady and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. In your presence, I can train as I please, without constraint. If I go to Bulma, I will likely have to endure her incessant chatter. Vegeta frowned slightly, irritation lacing his tone. Perhaps I should just summon that Buu to handle this instead? Chapter 29. Returning to the future with Trunks. Vegeta's face was contorted with disdain and resistance, his body taut, clearly indicating his utter disregard for Li Yang's suggestion. A flicker of determination flashed in Li Yang's eyes, and in an instant, he appeared before Vegeta like a specter. Before Vegeta could react, Li Yang unleashed a powerful right punch, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, and struck Vegeta squarely on the jaw. With a resounding thud, Vegeta flew backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He lay there motionless, serene yet unconscious. Nappa stood at a distance, witnessing the entire scene, his eyes wide as saucers, and his mouth agape in disbelief. He stared at Vegeta, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, utterly perplexed by the thought. Why could he not simply listen to Li Yang instead of provoking him? Nappa scratched his bald head, a mask of bewilderment etched across his face. Having dealt with Vegeta, Li Yang slowly turned his gaze towards Nappa, his eyes piercing. Nappa involuntarily shivered under Li Yang's stare. With arms crossed and an authoritative tone, Li Yang commanded, "You shall accompany him. Now, take him and go without delay." Nappa swallowed hard, his reluctance evident, yet he dared not oppose, trudging reluctantly towards Vegeta to carry him to Bulma's house. Li Yang watched as Nappa, burdened with the unconscious Vegeta, gradually receded into the distance, their figures shrinking until they became mere specks on the horizon before vanishing completely. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, a hint of significance in his expression as he murmured, "Ah, Vegeta, if you do not go to Bulma's, how will Trunks ever be born? Wouldn't you agree?" The following day dawned clear and bright, when suddenly two streams of energy sliced through the sky. Son Goku and Trunks had returned. From afar, Li Yang sensed their formidable presence, a force so overwhelming that they seemed like entirely different beings compared to when they had departed. Particularly Son Goku, whose powerful aura surged like a tidal wave, now surpassing that of Gohan. As soon as Son Goku landed, excitement radiated from his face. He bounded over to Li Yang, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Li Yang, the time chamber is absolutely extraordinary. Inside, time feels different. Trunks and I pushed ourselves to the limit, breaking through our boundaries every moment. Alas, each person can only enter once. It's truly a shame." Trunks nodded in agreement, his face glowing with confidence, exuding an aura of immense power. "Indeed, my training in the time chamber allowed me to gain a new mastery over my strength, resulting in a significant leap in my power. I am truly grateful for this opportunity." Li Yang's expression brimmed with satisfaction as he beheld the revitalized Trunks and Son Goku, his joy unmasked. He patted Trunks on the shoulder and gently remarked, "Come, it is time to return to the future. Your world awaits your protection." Turning to Broly, a mysterious smile played on his lips, he added, "Broly, let us venture into the future together and find you an equally matched opponent for some spirited sparring." Upon hearing this, Broly's previously dull eyes sparkled with excitement as he vigorously nodded, a low growl of agreement rumbling from his throat. Li Yang then faced Son Goku, Gohan, Raditz, and Piccolo, adopting a half-serious, half-joking demeanor. "We are departing. If you choose to remain here, you must keep an eye on the house. If anything goes awry, who knows, perhaps a great surprise awaits you." He winked, emphasizing the words "great surprise" with a playful glint in his eyes. Son Goku scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Don't worry. Li Yang, we'll take good care of your house. It will remain intact." Gohan and Piccolo nodded in agreement, assuring Li Yang that he need not be concerned. Satisfied, Li Yang smiled, raised his hand in a gesture to depart, and prepared to journey into the future. As the time machine jolted violently, accompanied by flashes of light, Li Yang, Broly, and Trunks finally arrived in the future world. The hatch opened slowly, and a wave of charred and desolate air rushed in. Once vibrant urban landscapes now lay in ruins, with crumbling edifices and debris littering the streets, devoid of any sign of life. Li Yang furrowed his brow at the sight of this ravaged landscape, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Yet, he managed to muster a smile and turned to Trunks with unwavering confidence, stating, "With your current strength, defeating those two androids will be a mere formality. This land requires your guardianship. The responsibility lies with you." Trunks clenched his fists, muscles taut, releasing a low growl, his eyes ablaze with the thirst for battle. Li Yong then adopted a serious expression, cautioning Trunks, however, remain vigilant for hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. A certain individual is as sly as a worm, concealed from sight. Trunks nodded earnestly, determination radiating from his gaze, resolute in his commitment to safeguard the future world. Once all was conveyed, Li Yong looked up at the vast cosmos, inhaling deeply, and called out, "Broly, let us proceed. I shall lead you to your adversary." With that, they unleashed their power, transforming into twin streaks of light, hurtling through the cosmos, leaving behind Trunks' solitary yet resolute figure, braced for the impending battle amidst the devastated Earth. Li Yong and Broly soared through the atmosphere, successfully breaching the bounds of Earth. The vastness of outer space enveloped them in darkness, the stars twinkling with a cold and mysterious aura. Li Yong held his breath, closing his eyes to attune himself to the unique energy of planet Namek. Beside him, Broly floated in the void, a hint of impatience surfacing after the long wait, yet his energy remained stable as he awaited Li Yang's command. Moments later, Li Yang's eyes flew open, alight with surprise and certainty. "I found it. Follow me." He swiftly grasped Broly's shoulder, a blue-white glow emanating from them as they activated instant transmission. In an instant, their surroundings transformed into a blur, leaving behind ripples of distorted space. In the blink of an eye, they materialized on a peculiar planet. Before them, under an orange-purple sky, undulating mountain ranges displayed a kaleidoscope of colors, with bizarre vegetation thriving. Towering mushroom-like plants reaching toward the clouds, emitting a faint luminescence. In the distance, a shimmering lake of liquid metal glistened under the planet's dim light, bubbling with effervescence. The distinctive energy of planet Namek saturated the air, affirming that they had successfully reached their destination. Chapter 30. Journey to the Realm of Destruction. Li Yong descended steadily onto the unfamiliar yet unique terrain of Namek, feeling the distinct texture beneath his feet. Turning to Broly, his expression imbued with a mix of anticipation and mystery, he said, "Let us proceed to the Grand Elder." Broly scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face, unable to comprehend the significance of visiting a Grand Elder of Namek. Nevertheless, he had always placed his trust in Li Yong and replied in a deep voice, "All right, let us go." With a surge of energy, Li Yong and Broly soared into the sky, racing like two meteors towards their destination. The howling wind roared in their ears as the unique landscape of Namek whizzed by beneath them. Enormous circular valleys, steaming geysers, and shimmering metallic veins of mysterious minerals were left far behind. Broly, exhilarated, let out a mighty roar, his aura intensifying and his speed increasing, almost overtaking Li Yong several times. Li Yong, however, remained focused, his gaze firmly fixed ahead, guiding them closer to their goal through keen perception. Before long, a magnificent stone dwelling, suspended atop a mountain and enveloped in a vibrant aura, came into view. It was the abode of the Grand Elder. Their destination was now within reach. The Namekians, spotting the swiftly approaching figures from afar, regarded them with caution and hastened to greet them. As Li Yong and Broly landed, a tall Namekian with quivering antennae stepped forward and inquired, his tone laced with scrutiny, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Li Yong wore a gentle smile, responding in a calm manner, "I am a friend of Sun Wukong and have come to meet your elder." As he spoke, he slightly bowed his head in respect. Broly stood to the side, arms crossed, silently observing the Namekian with a mixture of curiosity and impatience. Upon hearing Li Yang's connection to Sun Wukong, the Namekian's initial wariness softened considerably. His antennae trembled lightly as he nodded, saying, "I see. Please wait a moment. I will inform him." With that, he turned and entered the grand stone dwelling. Li Yong and Broly awaited outside in silence. Broly, growing increasingly impatient, paced back and forth, occasionally emitting low grunts, while Li Yong remained calm, gazing into the stone house as if pondering something profound. After a short while, the Namekian re-emerged, looking at Li Yong and Broly, and announced, "The elder invites you inside." Li Yong smiled and nodded in gratitude, beckoning Broly as they followed the Namekian into the stone abode. Inside, a soft glow enveloped the space, revealing an array of peculiar decorations and objects radiating an aura of mystery. Their footsteps echoed softly on the smooth floor, creating a solemn atmosphere. The Grand Elder, seated on an ancient stone chair, appeared slightly hunched yet exuded a gentle presence. Upon their entrance, a glimmer of concern flickered in his eyes as he was the first to speak. "Greetings. How have Sun Wukong and his companions been lately?" Li Yong sighed softly, a complex expression crossing his face as he replied with a hint of sorrow and resolve. "They have perished. However, I have come to request the use of the Dragon Balls in hopes of resurrecting them." The elder paused, momentarily taken aback by the news, a shadow of sadness passing through his eyes before he regained his composure. He nodded gently, stating, "If it can aid Sun Wukong, it is our way of showing goodwill from Namek. I shall grant your request." He then turned to the Namekian beside him, instructing, "Please summon the tribes to bring forth the Dragon Balls." The Namekian responded respectfully and promptly departed. The atmosphere within the stone dwelling grew tense as Broly stood silently, absorbing the exchange. Li Yong bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude to the elder. "Thank you, elder." The elder waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a steady demeanor. "No need for formalities. May all proceed smoothly." After a while, the Namekians from various tribes began to arrive, each presenting a Dragon Ball until all 7 were arranged neatly in the center of the stone room. The elder closed his eyes slightly, murmuring an ancient and mysterious incantation. As his words echoed, the once bright sky turned pitch black, while the Dragon Balls shone ever more brightly, their radiance soaring skyward. As the light coalesced, a magnificent dragon materialized, coiling in the air and emanating an aura of authority. The dragon gazed down, its voice resonating like a mighty bell. "State your wishes." The elder turned to Li Yong, signaling him to articulate his desire. With a deep breath, Li Yong spoke resolutely, "Let Piccolo be resurrected upon Earth." The elder nodded and conveyed this wish clearly to the dragon. The dragon's eyes glimmered, and it proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted." The words reverberating across the skies of Namek. Upon hearing this, the elder regarded Li Yong once more, gently inquiring, "Do you have any further wishes? Do not waste this opportunity." After a brief pause, Li Yang's expression grew serious as he continued, "Please transport Broly and me to the realm of destruction." The elder, without hesitation, relayed Li Yang's wish to the dragon. The dragon, initially imposing, suddenly trembled, a flicker of astonishment crossing its features, even beads of sweat forming on its brow as it asked, I must inquire, why do you wish to go there?" The elder communicated the dragon's question back to Li Yong. Li Yong narrowed his eyes slightly, confidence radiating from him as he replied to the elder, "Tell the dragon not to concern itself with the details. I assure you, we will not disclose that it is the one who transported us. We have our own plans and purposes, and we possess the capability to handle whatever may arise there." He then added, "Additionally, we would appreciate 2 gravity rings." The elder conveyed this request accurately to the dragon. The dragon tilted its head, contemplating for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, it eventually nodded slowly, stating, "Very well, I shall fulfill your wishes." As the last words left its mouth, the dragon emitted 2 beams of light, each delivering a gravity ring to Li Yong and Broly. Simultaneously, a powerful force began to gather around them, preparing to transport them to the perilous realm of destruction. Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gripped the gravity ring tightly, eagerly anticipating the challenges ahead. Chapter 31. Arrival at the God of Destruction realm as the formidable power of the divine dragon enveloped Li Yong and Broly. They were swiftly transported to the God of Destruction realm amidst a whirlwind of energy. The atmosphere here was thick with a peculiar, yet potent energy. The surroundings shrouded in an ethereal, mysterious haze that glimmered with strange lights. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, was gracefully held a delicate drink, while Beerus languidly reclined in a comfortable chair, savoring delectable desserts. Suddenly, Whis paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he turned to Beerus and respectfully stated, "Lord Beerus, 2 young individuals have ventured into the God of Destruction realm, and judging by their energy signatures, they are both Psiots." Beerus, whose eyes had been partially closed, immediately opened them wide, a glint of sharpness flashing within. Setting aside his dessert, he straightened his posture, a hint of curiosity and vigilance in his tone. "Oh, Psiots. What brings them to the God of Destruction realm? How interesting. Let us return and take a look." With that, Beerus rose, his aura subtly surging. Whis nodded and gently waved his staff, causing both of their figures to vanish from the planet, racing towards the God of Destruction realm with astonishing speed, leaving behind only a faint trace. Li Yong surveyed the unfamiliar and enigmatic God of Destruction realm, the air thick with a powerful and eerie presence that felt almost suffocating. He squinted slightly, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and turned to Broly, speaking with a steady tone. Broly, opponents will be arriving shortly. This is the God of Destruction realm, and we have the perfect opportunity to hone our skills. During the battle, do not hold back. Unleash your full power. Excitement shimmered in Broly's eyes as his muscles tensed instinctively, emitting a low growl. Finally, an opponent. I've been eagerly waiting for a thrilling fight. He cracked his knuckles, his energy beginning to surge violently, an overwhelming sense of pressure radiating outward, as if he were a beast poised for battle. Liang, on the other hand, stood alert, his gaze sharp, ever watchful for the emergence of adversaries. Moments slipped away, and with a subtle ripple in space, Whis and Beerus appeared in the God of Destruction realm. Beerus's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings like a hawk, quickly locking onto the positions of Liang and Broly. Whis maintained his elegant demeanor, arms crossed, studying the two unexpected guests with keen interest. Upon sensing the powerful aura approaching, Liang turned to see Beerus and Whis, narrowing his eyes slightly, yet revealing no fear, only a faint smile. Broly, however, felt a surge of adrenaline, his energy swirling uncontrollably as he assumed a fighting stance, emitting a low growl from his throat, akin to a wild beast ready to pounce. Beerus took a few steps forward, exuding a commanding presence, and coldly addressed them. You two scions possess great audacity to trespass into the God of Destruction realm. Do you have a death wish? His voice echoed through the vastness of the God of Destruction realm, imbued with undeniable authority. As soon as Beerus finished speaking, Whis stepped forward, bowing slightly with a gentle smile, and remarked, Lord Beerus, they have also carelessly traversed time and space to arrive here. Such casual time travel is a violation of the rules. With that, Whis' gaze shifted between Liang and Broly, scrutinizing them with a discerning eye. Upon hearing this, Beerus's brow furrowed even tighter, his aura intensifying, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the space. Anger flickered in his eyes as he coldly glared at Liang and Broly, his tone dripping with menace. Humph, not only have you intruded upon my territory, but you dare to recklessly traverse time. It seems you require a lesson to comprehend your place. Broly, spurred on by Beerus's formidable pressure, clenched his fists, leaning forward fearlessly as he glared back, unleashing a series of ferocious roars, seemingly challenging Beerus. Liang, maintaining his composure, slightly cupped his hands and spoke with unyielding respect. Lord Beerus, we mean no offense. We merely seek powerful opponents to refine ourselves. As for the reckless time travel, it was an unfortunate necessity. We hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against us. Liang's voice was steady and resolute, his eyes reflecting sincerity. He straightened his posture, continuing, primarily, Lord Beerus, in my timeline, you were still asleep. We truly lacked any worthy opponents to contend with, making it difficult to achieve breakthroughs in our training. When someone arrived in a time machine to our realm, I saw this as an opportunity and followed them here. Our sole intention is to grow stronger. We harbor no desire to offend the God of Destruction or yourself. If we have erred, we ask for your understanding. We are willing to accept reasonable punishment. But we also hope for a chance to spar with the strong here. Though Broly remained silent, he ceased his previous provocative actions, his gaze fixed on Beerus, still brimming with a thirst for battle. Following Liang's words, the atmosphere in the God of Destruction realm seemed to soften slightly. Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing the two scions with newfound interest, seemingly contemplating the truth of Liang's words. Whis shook his head gently, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if appreciating the boldness and candor of these scions. Liang astutely sensed a slight easing of Beerus's demeanor and breathed a quiet sigh of relief, his face breaking into a perfectly timed smile as he quickly added, Lord Beerus, once we conclude this battle, I shall ensure you experience exquisite delicacies you have never tasted before. Whether it be intricate desserts or uniquely flavored main courses, I guarantee your satisfaction. Beerus's furrowed brow gradually relaxed at the mention of food, his previously sharp eyes lighting up with excitement. He licked his lips, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile of anticipation as he replied, Very well, but if your performance fails to amuse me, prepare to be annihilated. At that time, do not expect me to show mercy. Broly, clenching his fists, felt his muscles bulge with intensity, emitting a low growl. The threat from Beerus only fueled his fighting spirit further, as he yearned for the opportunity to showcase his formidable strength to the God of Destruction. Liang respectfully nodded, stating, Thank you, Lord Beerus, for granting us this opportunity. We shall give it our all to ensure your enjoyment. With that, he positioned Broly for battle, ready for him to engage with Beerus. Chapter 32. A fierce battle. Broly was elated at the prospect of being the first to fight. His fervent desire for combat ignited in an instant. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Beerus, and he bellowed, "Lord Beerus, I'm coming." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a tempestuous energy surged around him, propelling him towards Beerus like a cannonball, while he unleashed a swift, powerful punch. The wind from his strike howling with immense pressure. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Beerus' lips as he nonchalantly raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting Broly's assault. Immediately after, he pivoted slightly and delivered a kick aimed at Broly. Reacting swiftly, Broly evaded the blow with a sidestep and retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks. Akin to a torrential storm, as the two became embroiled in a fierce exchange, the powerful waves of energy they generated wreaked havoc around them, causing the ground of the God realm to tremble slightly from their might. Li Yang observed the tumultuous battle, acutely aware that a victor would not emerge anytime soon. He turned to Whis, wearing a polite smile, and said, "Mr. Whis, I'll fetch some food. Let us enjoy it while we watch this splendid duel." Adding a touch of delight to the spectacle, Whis' previously serene demeanor brightened at this suggestion, his lips curling into a gentle smile as he nodded. "That sounds delightful. Mr. Li Yang, I eagerly anticipate the culinary delights you'll bring." With a slight bow, Li Yang radiantly shimmered before vanishing in an instant, teleporting back to Earth in search of delectable treats. Meanwhile, Whis, staff in hand, watched the fierce clash between Beerus and Broly with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing his face as he seemed to already relish the forthcoming feast. Before long, a brilliant light flickered, and Li Yang reappeared beside Whis, laden with an array of mouth-watering delicacies. The assortment was vibrant and varied, each dish a feast for the eyes. There were exquisitely crafted pastries, golden and crispy fried chicken, fragrant barbecued meats, alongside an array of fresh fruits and juices. Upon seeing such an opulent spread, Whis' eyes gleamed with delight. With a snap of his fingers, a lavish table materialized before them. Li Yang, seizing the moment, hurriedly arranged the dishes on the table with grace and efficiency. Once finished, he straightened up and smiled at Whis. "Mr. Whis, please do indulge. These are all carefully selected delicacies. I hope they suit your palate." At that moment, Broly and Beerus' battle raged on nearby, the clashing energies creating a cacophony that did not disturb Li Yang and Whis. Whis elegantly approached the table, picked up a pastry, and took a delicate bite, a look of satisfaction illuminating his features. This is delightful. Mr. Li Yang, you certainly have an eye for fine cuisine." With that, he continued to sample the various dishes, nodding in approval as he savored each bite. Standing beside him, Li Yang felt a swell of joy at Whis' contentment, his own smile widening as he too joined in the feast while watching the intense confrontation between Broly and Beerus. As the battle escalated, Broly found himself increasingly overwhelmed by Beerus' formidable onslaught, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Gritting his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead, and a spark of defiance shone in his eyes. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar, his energy skyrocketing, his hair standing upright and turning green. Surrounded by crackling lightning, he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. With his transformation, Broly's power surged exponentially, his previously beleaguered demeanor shifting to one of fierce determination. He charged at Beerus like a bolt of green lightning, his speed so great that it tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Beerus, momentarily taken aback by the sudden intensity of Broly's assault, found himself struggling to respond. Broly's punches, imbued with thunderous force, rained down upon Beerus, who could only dodge and occasionally raise his hands to defend himself. Broly's relentless barrage was akin to a tempest, each strike reverberating with tremendous impact, warping the very fabric of space around them. Not far away, Li Yang and Whis savored their feast, and upon witnessing Broly's transformation, Li Yang set down his food, a look of surprise crossing his face. "I didn't expect Broly to hold out this long before transforming. It seems this battle is becoming ever more thrilling." Whis nodded with a knowing smile, placing his utensils down gracefully, his eyes fixated on the combatants. Indeed, Broly possesses remarkable potential. However, Lord Beerus has yet to truly engage with full seriousness. As they conversed, their interest in the fierce clash did not wane. After being pressured by Broly for a time, a flicker of annoyance crossed Beerus' eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, akin to a devastating hurricane. ravaging the surroundings and fracturing the ground of the god realm. With a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, Beerus materialized before Broly, his fists slicing through the air with lethal intent. Broly hastily raised his arms to block, but the immense force sent a jolt through his limbs, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. The two soon became entwined in a rapid exchange, their fists howling, energy surging everywhere. During this intense struggle, Beerus, while attacking, spoke with a hint of surprise and admiration. "You possess such formidable strength. Truly, you Scions never fail to astonish. However, you still have a long way to go if you wish to defeat me." With that, Beerus accelerated his assault, his moves becoming increasingly savage, while Broly remained focused, his eyes resolute. Rather than faltering at Beerus's taunts, his fighting spirit surged, as he eagerly sought any opening to counterattack. Meanwhile, Li Yang and Whis continued to relish their food, their attention riveted on the unfolding battle. Li Yang furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of tension evident in his eyes. Fully aware of Beerus's overwhelming power and feeling a pang of anxiety for Broly. Whis, on the other hand, maintained his calm demeanor, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he appeared to anticipate the battle's progression with keen interest. Sensing Li Yang's anxiety, Whis offered gentle reassurance. "Do not fret, Mr. Li Yang. Lord Beerus is quite amiable. Look at him. He seems to be enjoying himself, after all. It has been quite some time since he encountered an opponent who could truly engage him." After a brief pause, Whis turned his gaze back to the fierce battle, contemplating deeply. He then addressed Li Yang. "I perceive that you and Broly may have ancestral ties. Long ago, the Scion planet was home to many formidable warriors, each possessing extraordinary power and renown throughout the cosmos. It is unfortunate that those powerful beings have vanished for reasons unknown. Witnessing you display such strength evokes memories of that illustrious past." Li Yang was momentarily taken aback, pondering Whis's words. He recalled Broly's potent and enigmatic abilities and began to connect them with his own inexplicable powers, realizing that there might be truth in Whis's observation. He nodded slowly. "Hearing you speak, I am reminded of some legends concerning the Scion's past. It is astonishing to think that our powers may be intertwined with that ancient history. I hope to learn more about it in the future." With that, Li Yang redirected his focus to the battlefield, silently contemplating the unknown reasons for the past and Appo's disappearance. Accepting that what was once is now behind them, and eagerly resumed watching the fierce combat between Broly and Beerus. Chapter 33. The excited Beerus. The aura surrounding Broly surged violently, his golden flames raging like a tumultuous tsunami. Faced with the overwhelming and terrifying pressure exerted by Beerus, even in his Super Saiyan form, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Unwilling to be subdued, he roared defiantly at the heavens, his voice booming as if to shatter the sky itself. With that fierce cry, Broly underwent a remarkable transformation. The green flames around him began to shimmer with an even more dazzling light, his muscles taut and radiating an even more ferocious energy. As he ascended to Super Saiyan 2, this newfound form caused Beerus's pupils to constrict, revealing a glimmer of intrigue upon his face. At that moment, Broly's speed and strength surged exponentially, akin to a green meteor charging towards Beerus, his right fist enveloped in cataclysmic power aimed directly at him. Unperturbed, Beerus deftly evaded, countering with a wave of energy directed at Broly. In midair, Broly executed a deft maneuver to avoid it, then gathered immense energy in his hands, forming a colossal energy sphere which he hurled at Beerus with all his might, ripples distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Though Broly's aura danced wildly in the state of Super Saiyan 2, he still struggled to gain the upper hand in his confrontation with Beerus. A deep-seated unwillingness surged within him, and his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, erupting into a thunderous roar that resonated as if an ancient beast had awakened, causing the entire realm of destruction to tremble. With this roar, Broly experienced an astonishing metamorphosis. His hair elongated rapidly, shifting from golden to a deep, rich black, enveloped in a layer of crimson flames interspersed with flickering green lightning, crackling ominously as if to rend the very air apart. In the blink of an eye, Broly successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. This formidable aura erupted like a tidal wave, flooding the surrounding area and engulfing the entire realm of destruction in an instant. The previously calm demeanor of Beerus was momentarily replaced by surprise. He narrowed his eyes, intently scrutinizing Broly, as if reassessing this powerful adversary. In the realm of destruction, Whis, who had been poised to enjoy a delectable treat, halted mid-motion, his gaze fixated on Broly, revealing a rare expression of astonishment. This power, truly unexpected. Beneath Broly's feet, cracks began to form in the ground, spiderwebbing outward. The surroundings warped under the pressure of this immense aura, the once clear sky dimming. Heavy clouds swirling as if stirred by an invisible hand. Broly lifted his gaze, his scarlet eyes ablaze with the desire for battle. He lightly tapped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards Beerus. As he passed, the air compressed violently, emitting a sharp whistle akin to an arrow piercing the heavens. After a brief moment of astonishment, Beerus quickly regained his composure, a hint of excitement curling his lips. He raised his arm, gathering purple destructive energy, and as Broly, like a dart, hurtled towards him, Beerus unhesitatingly swung his fist, colliding with Broly's full-force strike. The impact resounded like thunder, shaking the very fabric of the destruction realm. And under the colossal energy shockwave, Broly was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, before the dust could settle, Beerus transformed into a purple blur, racing towards Broly with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. He plunged into the dust cloud, engaging in a fierce struggle with Broly, their forms flickering rapidly as their fists and feet clashed, echoing with booming sounds. Each collision sparked brilliant light, intertwining purple destruction energy with Broly's deep crimson flames, creating chaos in the surrounding air. Though recently struck down, Broly's power after transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was formidable. He swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Beerus, who effortlessly sidestepped and retaliated with a kick to Broly's side. Broly reacted quickly, crossing his arms to block. But the sheer force of the kick forced him back several steps. Seizing the opportunity while Broly was off balance, Beerus advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches imbued with destructive force, leaving Broly to defend against the onslaught. Broly roared in defiance, absorbing Beerus's attacks, then summoned his strength to push Beerus back several meters. He inhaled deeply, gathering energy to unleash a more potent assault. Beerus, steadying himself, was filled with combat fervor. The purple destructive energy swirled around him, coalescing into a massive sphere of terrifying power. A provocative smile graced his lips as he steadied the colossal orb, its purple light illuminating his eager face. His gaze, sharp as lightning, remained fixed on Broly, his voice resonating with power. "Let us see whose strength prevails. Yours or my destruction?" Broly offered no response, only a guttural roar in reply. His crimson flames intensified, green lightning flickering wildly. He swiftly formed hand seals before thrusting forward, a massive green energy sphere materializing in his palm. This radiant orb seemed to harness the power of the sun itself, causing the air around it to warp and distort under its scorching heat. With a mighty shout, Broly hurled the green energy sphere at Beerus. Simultaneously, Beerus launched his destructive energy sphere. The two colossal orbs raced towards each other, like two stars on a collision course. The surrounding space cracked under the weight of their tremendous energies, as if time itself had come to a standstill. With a thunderous roar, the spheres collided with cataclysmic force. A blinding light illuminated the entire realm of destruction, the shockwave spreading like a hurricane, uprooting massive boulders and tearing the fabric of space apart. Both Broly and Beerus were forced to retreat under the sheer power of the impact, each summoning their energies to stabilize themselves. Amidst the swirling dust, Broly and Appo's resolve hardened, and he began to gather energy once more, preparing to face the next round of challenges. Meanwhile, Beerus licked his lips, excitement surging within him. Indeed, a most intriguing opponent. Chapter 34. The defeat of Broly. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Beerus transformed dramatically. His already formidable presence surged to a terrifying level, enveloped in a swirling violet haze of destruction. This energy no longer meandered aimlessly but rolled as if it were a tangible force, threatening to drag all existence into an abyss of annihilation. His eyes glimmered with an eerie purple light, and his once handsome features contorted into a somewhat menacing visage, emanating a chilling pressure that clearly signified he had entered his full destructive form. Faced with this cataclysmic aura, Broly shuddered involuntarily, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. Despite possessing the immense power of Super Saiyan 4, he found himself momentarily paralyzed by the dread radiating from Beerus. Yet, the inherent stubbornness within Broly soon gained dominance, and he vigorously shook his head, dispelling the fear that threatened to consume him. However, just as he regained his composure, a violet shadow flashed before him. Beerus had appeared like a specter, poised before him. Beerus's right fist, infused with boundless destructive energy, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Broly's face. Reacting swiftly, Broly crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom, forcing Broly and Apos' feet to carve deep trenches into the ground as he was propelled backward, skidding for several dozen meters before barely managing to steady himself. Pain surged through Broly's arms, a stark reminder that this was merely a probing strike from Beerus. Drawing in a deep breath, he reignited his crimson aura, flames roaring to life around him as green lightning crackled and sparked, causing his arms to tremble slightly from the agony. Yet, the indomitable spirit within him blazed even brighter in his eyes. He glared fiercely at Beerus, his deep red flames entwined with green lightning, becoming increasingly tumultuous, as if to declare to the world that he would never concede defeat. With a thunderous roar that shattered the heavens, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, each step leaving a profound imprint on the earth, causing it to tremble beneath him. However, to Beerus, who had unleashed nearly all of his power, Broly's charge appeared as sluggish as a creeping snail. Beerus narrowed his eyes, glinting with a mocking light, watching with an air of nonchalance as Broly inched closer. In the face of such overwhelming disparity in strength, Broly's speed and power seemed to be frozen, diminished. Undeterred, he pressed on, leaping high as he approached Beerus, his right fist amassed with all of his might, propelled forward with an unyielding ferocity. Yet, Beerus made no move to evade. He simply raised his left hand, extending a single finger to effortlessly counter Broly's all-out assault. Broly's fist felt as though it were ensnared by an unseen force. No matter how he strained, he could not advance even a fraction further. "Is this all you are capable of?" Beerus taunted with a smirk, his voice echoing like thunder in Broly's ears. Broly's forehead pulsed with veins, sweat cascading down his face as he refused to be subdued. With a sudden burst of energy, he strained against Beerus and Apos' finger, desperate to break free. But all efforts were in vain. Observing Broly and Apos' futile struggles, Beerus and Apos' eyes flickered with a complex expression, a hint of admiration for Broly's tenacity mingling with a sense of resignation over the imminent conclusion of the battle. He shook his head slightly, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he spoke again. "The power you are displaying has indeed caught my interest, but this battle must come to an end." As soon as the words left his lips, a dense purple energy of destruction enveloped Beerus and Apos' left hand. This energy writhed like a living entity, roaring and emitting a spine-chilling hiss. With a sweeping motion, Beerus hurled the concentrated force towards Broly, akin to a comet trailing a purple tail. Broly's eyes widened in alarm, attempting to evade, but his body was already weary from the earlier confrontation, and the speed of Beerus's attack left him with no time to react. In the next moment, the destructive energy struck him squarely in the chest. With a deafening crash, Broly's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring through the air. He traced a long arc in the sky, the air around him compressing violently, creating a piercing shriek. The ground beneath him was uprooted by the tremendous force, forming a spectacular plume of dust. His body tumbled relentlessly until he crashed heavily onto the distant ground, enveloped in a cloud of debris. As the dust settled, Broly lay motionless on the ground, his crimson flames and green lightning extinguished, reverting to his normal state, eyes tightly shut, plunged into unconsciousness. The heart-stopping battle had finally drawn to a close, and Broly had succumbed completely to Beerus's overwhelming might. Beerus then landed steadily before Whis and Li Yang, his brows furrowed in irritation, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet, Whis remained unfazed, wearing his signature gentle smile as he offered a delectable treat to Beerus, cheerfully exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, these delicacies are truly a taste of heaven. You must try them." Beerus's words were caught in his throat as his gaze fell upon the table laden with exquisite dishes and treats. Golden, crispy fried items exuded an enticing aroma, while soft, glutinous pastries were adorned with shimmering fruit preserves. His initial anger dissipated, lured by the delightful fragrance of the food. He shot Whis a fierce glare before snatching a treat and popping it into his mouth. As the flavors burst on his palate, Beerus and Apos' expression softened from stern to one of satisfaction, emitting a low hum of contentment after a few chews. Nevertheless, he remained obstinate, muttering, "It's just mediocre. If it's not to my liking, you'd better prepare for punishment." Yet, even as he spoke, his hand reached for another dish. Indulging in the feast with unabashed delight, the fatigue and fury from his earlier battle vanishing with each mouthful. Li Yang, beaming with delight as he observed Beerus relishing the food, respectfully remarked, "Lord Beerus, it appears you are quite fond of these delicacies. I knew they would suit your taste." With his mouth full, Beerus mumbled, "It's acceptable, perhaps just barely edible," but his hands did not cease their frantic movement, swiftly darting between platters, grabbing roasted meat and a forkful of vegetable salad, devouring the food with the urgency of a ravenous little hamster. Whis, stifling a laugh, teased, "Lord Beerus, your acceptable critique hardly aligns with your voracious appetite." Beerus shot him a glare, swallowing his food with irritation, retorting, "What? Am I to be governed by you when it comes to eating? Instead of worrying about me, you might as well fetch more delectable dishes." Despite his words, he continued to feast unabated, and before long, nearly half of the sumptuous spread had vanished. Chapter 35. Negotiation. Beerus devoured the mountain of delectable food before him with a tempestuous appetite, savoring the satisfaction of a hearty belch. His golden slit-pupiled gaze turned towards Li Yang, sharp as a blade, as if he could see through everything. "Your strength should not be underestimated. However, you possess quite the audacity to traverse time and space without permission. If it weren't for the exquisite meal that pleases my palate, I would have thoroughly obliterated you." A faint purple aura enveloped Beerus, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Yang's forehead glistened with a light sheen of cold sweat, yet he maintained a facade of composure, forcing a smile as he respectfully replied, "Lord Beerus, I assure you, our actions were driven by necessity. In our time, there was truly no one capable of challenging us. And over time, the solitude became unbearable. Moreover, in our timeline, you were still in slumber. When I noticed someone traversing to my era, I thought perhaps there might be some amusement to be found, so I followed along." As Li Yang spoke, he discreetly gauged Beerus and Apos' expression. He continued, "Lord Beerus, I suspect that great calamities are imminent in your timeline. There will be severe disasters, and who knows, perhaps even your life could be at stake." Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes dangerously, the purple aura intensifying around him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. He scoffed, "In this universe, there exists no being capable of slaying me." His tone was imbued with absolute confidence, as if he believed that no entity could pose a threat to him. Despite the intimidation emanating from Beerus, Li Yang, though filled with trepidation, swallowed hard and mustered the courage to respond with a smile. "Indeed, your prowess is unparalleled, Lord Beerus. But do not forget, your fate is intertwined with that of the Supreme Kai. If the Supreme Kai were to be slain." At this point, Li Yang hesitated, cautious of continuing, and instead cautiously observed Beerus and Apos' countenance. Upon mentioning the Supreme Kai, Beerus and Apos' eye sharpened to a predatory glare, the surrounding purple aura thickening as he took a step forward, his formidable presence causing the very air to tremble. Beerus fixed his gaze upon Li Yang, a smirk gracing his lips that danced between amusement and menace, and coldly inquired, "It seems you are well acquainted with me. You know of my connection to the Supreme Kai. Pray tell, what else do you know? Speak truthfully, for if I sense a hint of deceit, I shall not be merciful." As he spoke, he slightly raised his hand, a palpable aura of destruction swirling around his fingertips, as if he could easily crush Li Yang in an instant. A jolt ran through Li Yang's heart, yet he managed to maintain a forced smile, meeting Beerus's terrifying gaze. "Ah, Lord Beerus, please do not be so quick to anger. To be candid, I possess crucial information regarding this impending disaster. However, I wish to propose a trade." Li Yang licked his parched lips before continuing, "If you could lend me the Super Dragon Balls for a brief moment. Once I achieve my objective, I shall divulge every detail I know without reservation. I assure you, there will be no concealment." As he spoke, he subtly stepped back, his eyes never straying from Beerus's hand, fearful that those fingertips imbued with destructive energy could strike at any moment. Whis, holding an elegant teacup, sipped delicately, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed the tense scene with keen interest. His signature blue hair swayed gently with the slightest motion as he remarked leisurely, "Oh dear, how fascinating. I never anticipated such an encounter. Li Yang, you are indeed audacious to negotiate with Lord Beerus. However, the Super Dragon Balls are no ordinary objects. How do you intend to respond, Lord Beerus?" As he spoke, Whis elegantly took another sip of tea, as if the charged atmosphere before him were merely a daily spectacle, a mere prelude to the grand performance he so enjoyed witnessing. Meanwhile, Broly slowly awakened from the ground, his robust form rising with deliberate strength. His crimson gaze scanned the surroundings and quickly alighted upon Liang, who was fervently debating with Beerus. With steady and powerful strides, he approached, emanating an intimidating aura. Upon reaching them, Broly slightly bowed his head towards Liang and spoke in a deep, gravelly voice, as if echoing from a distant chasm. Liang, give me a Senzu bean. My energy was severely depleted from the confrontation with Lord Beerus. His gaze briefly lingered on Beerus, devoid of fear, instead igniting a spark of fighting spirit, as if readying himself for another clash with the god of destruction. Beerus raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he scrutinized Broly with newfound interest, a playful smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Intriguing. Recovering so swiftly. Your strength and battle instinct seem exceedingly suitable for a god of destruction. As he spoke, the purple aura around Beerus subtly pulsed, as if he were challenging Broly from afar. With your power and fighting resolve, wreaking havoc across the cosmos would surely be a grand spectacle. Perhaps you could become a god of destruction that inspires awe throughout the universe. Beerus crossed his arms, fixating his gaze on Broly, as if appraising a rare gem. So, what do you say? Would you be interested in taking my place and experience the thrill of destruction? The moment those words left his lips, the air around them thickened with tension. Whis, still smiling, gently swirled his teacup, eagerly anticipating Broly's response. Liang, bemused, raised his hands in a gesture of playful exasperation, his expression a mix of amusement and mock admonishment. Lord Beerus, this is quite the blatant attempt to poach. He shook his head slightly, then shifted the conversation. Perhaps it would be best to wait until I return to my own timeline and consult with our Lord Beerus there. What do you think? After all, each timeline possesses its own unique circumstances. At this juncture, Liang paused, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes as he deliberately held back a piece of information. However, if you are willing to lend me the Super Dragon Balls for a brief period, I guarantee to inform you without reservation of matters regarding this timeline, including the origins of the sumptuous feast you just enjoyed. As he spoke, Liang discreetly observed Beerus's reaction, silently hoping that the bait he had cast would ensnare the interest of the god of destruction. Beerus, arms crossed, wore a contemplative expression, the purple aura surrounding him gradually receding. After a moment, he nodded slightly, a dismissive huff escaping him. It is not entirely unacceptable, but you had best not attempt any tricks. Should you dare deceive me, you shall face dire consequences. With that, Beerus and Appo's piercing gaze bore into Liang, filled with warning. Thoughts of the delectable dishes danced in his mind, his curiosity about their origin compelling him to take the risk of granting Liang's request. The Super Dragon Balls are of great significance. What do you intend to do with them? You had best clarify your intentions now, lest you bring me a multitude of troubles later. Despite his stern tone, there lay an undercurrent of eagerness, as if he were impatient to uncover the secrets surrounding the feast and the future. Whis continued to observe with an ever-present smile, gently rocking his teacup, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Chapter 36. Successful negotiation. Liang noticed a subtle shift in Beerus's demeanor, which filled him with hope. He hastily patted his chest in assurance, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, your wisdom is unparalleled. I have been contemplating the ability to traverse different timelines. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of causing trouble. As he spoke, he gestured earnestly, his expression sincere. I merely wish to engage in dialogue and spar with formidable beings across various realms to enhance my own strength. You are aware that such exchanges among the powerful often spark wondrous insights. Pausing momentarily, a serious expression crossed his face. Should a crisis arise in any timeline, I would undoubtedly intervene. With my capabilities, I might even prove to be of significant assistance. In doing so, I would alleviate some of the burdens from your universe. Would I not? After saying this, Liang cautiously scrutinized Beerus and Appo's expression, hopeful that the god of destruction would ultimately relent. Meanwhile, Whis maintained his elegant demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips as he sipped his tea, as if to suggest that this transaction was becoming increasingly intriguing. Beerus's gaze sharpened, and the purple aura surrounding him surged once more as he stepped forward, an overwhelming pressure crashing down on Liang like a tidal wave. To traverse timelines is strictly forbidden, and you dare to covet such an ability? His voice was low and frigid, imbued with menace. Once the order of time is disrupted, the consequences are dire. Chaos would ensue throughout the cosmos, jeopardizing countless lives. Do you think that mere words can assure me That I would lend you the Super Dragon Balls to pursue such a perilous endeavor? Beerus narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, as if attempting to penetrate Li Yong and Appo's very thoughts. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your true intentions. Your claims of communicating with the powerful and aiding timelines in distress are but a facade to satisfy your own desires. Should I set this precedent today, the universe could spiral into unforeseen calamity. With a dismissive snort, he crossed his arms, his stance resolute. Whis, maintaining his graceful posture, gently swirled his teacup, his smile unwavering. Lord Beerus raises valid points. Li Yong, you must contemplate how to alleviate Lord Beerus's concerns. His calm interjection infused a touch of levity into the tense exchange. Li Yong, feeling the weight of Beerus's formidable aura nearly suffocating him, nonetheless mustered his courage and declared, Lord Beerus, please do not be so hasty in your rejection. Consider this. If we can avert the impending catastrophic disaster, there will be a battle hosted by the Omni King thereafter. Surely, you would wish to hear the details? He licked his parched lips, his eyes brimming with earnestness. The battle organized by the Omni King would undoubtedly attract the most elite warriors from across the multiverse, teeming with excitement and hidden secrets far beyond imagination. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Beerus's reaction. I have acquired some insider knowledge through special channels. If you grant me access to the Super Dragon Balls, I will divulge this information in its entirety, allowing you to prepare in advance and shine brilliantly in the battle, thereby establishing yourself as the unrivaled strongest in the cosmos. Li Yong gestured fervently, hoping to sway Beerus with this tantalizing information. Whis, still gently swirling his teacup, glanced between Li Yong and Beerus, a knowing smile gracing his features. It sounds most intriguing. Perhaps, Lord Beerus, you should lend an ear to what he has to say. Li Yang's face was a mask of urgency, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, leaning slightly forward as if to impart his fervent wish to Beerus. Please, Lord Beerus, if you agree, I solemnly promise to share every detail I know regarding the Omni King and Appo's battle. His voice trembled slightly, embodying both a plea and a resolute determination. Consider the advantage of being forewarned about the strengths of the competitors, the rules of engagement, and potential unforeseen circumstances. Wouldn't that place you at a significant advantage during the Omni King's battle, allowing you to navigate it with ease? As he spoke, he covertly glanced at Beerus, sensing a softening in the latter's expression, and pressed on. Moreover, I vow that once I obtain the ability to traverse timelines, I will not disclose the source of my power to anyone. Whis continued to sway his teacup gently, his gaze flitting between Li Yong and Beerus, his smile ever present. Oh dear, Li Yong has gone to great lengths to appeal to you, Lord Beerus. Perhaps you should acquiesce. It might yield unexpected benefits. Beerus furrowed his brow slightly, his hesitation evident. However, upon hearing Whis and Appo's suggestion, he could only grunt in reluctant agreement. Very well, I shall grant you this one opportunity. Should you attempt any deceit, do not blame me for my wrath. His eyes bore a warning, the purple aura flickering ominously around him. Seeing Beerus finally relent, Li Yong and Appo's face lit up with joy, his eyes shining brightly. Thank you, Lord Beerus. You can trust that I will uphold my promise. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor and began to divulge. Let me share two significant events that will transpire in the future. The first concerns the candidates for the Kaioshin from other universes. The second is that the Omni King will summon the strongest from each universe for an unprecedented battle. The scale of this confrontation is beyond imagination, as every universe will dispatch their most elite warriors to participate. The rules are particularly stringent. A single defeat could spell annihilation for an entire universe. As he spoke, he meticulously observed Beerus and Appo's reactions. Noting Beerus and Appo's frown and focused attention, he inwardly exhaled in relief and continued to elaborate on the crucial details regarding the impending battle. Whis remained quietly attentive, occasionally swirling his teacup, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips, clearly intrigued by Li Yong and Appo's revelations. Beerus and Appo's eyes narrowed, the purple aura swirling around him, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his arm. The first point is acceptable, but the second, the tournament of power. He suddenly turned to fix his gaze on Li Yong. Since you claim to possess knowledge of the future, you shall not leave me in the dark. Speak. Who are the capable contenders? Upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, Li Yong replied, You can seek out the remaining scions on Earth, such as Son Goku and Vegeta. Their potential is immense, and under your tutelage, their strength would undoubtedly soar. Additionally, on a certain planet within the cosmos resides Broly, who possesses extraordinary power. You could retrieve him and have him join in the training, preparing together for the tournament of power. With their collective strength, coupled with your guidance, I firmly believe they will excel in the tournament. Chapter 37. The creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar. Listening to Li Yang's analysis, Beerus slightly narrowed his violet-hued eyes, contemplating for a moment before gently nodding in approval of the proposal. However, Beerus suddenly shifted the subject and inquired, "How will you search for the Super Dragon Balls?" A confident smile graced Li Yang's face as he calmly replied, "My lord, I have acquaintances who can create a device to locate the Super Dragon Balls, though it will require some time." Beerus furrowed his brow, crossing his arms, and the energy radiating from him inadvertently intensified, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy. "How long will it take? If your device delays your search for the Dragon Balls, I shall not be pleased." Li Yang felt a tightness in his chest as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he maintained his composure. "Rest assured, Lord Beerus, it will take no more than half a month." At that moment, Whis gently waved his staff and spoke soothingly, "Lord Beerus, there is no need to rush. You have already agreed to let him use the Super Dragon Balls, and a god of destruction must not go back on his word." Upon hearing Whis, Beerus and Apos' expression softened slightly, and he scoffed, "Very well, I shall grant you half a month." Li Yang sighed in relief and respectfully bowed. "You need not worry, Lord Beerus. I will expedite the process." With that, he instantly teleported, vanishing from the sight of those present. Broly stood alone in this peculiar realm, his muscular physique partially obscured by the chaotic mist, his green hair dancing wildly, as he watched Li Yang's figure fade into the distance, ultimately disappearing at the end of the time-space corridor. An expression of bewilderment spread across Broly's previously resolute face. His clear yet wild eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as he struggled to accept the reality of being abandoned by Li Yang. Just as Broly found himself in this state of confusion, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from behind him. "Broly, since Li Yang has departed." Beerus approached with measured strides, exuding a formidable pressure that made the mist part instinctively around him. With his arms crossed and a cunning light flickering in his violet eyes, he asked, "Would you like me to teach you the methods of harnessing destruction energy? This could lead to a significant enhancement of your power." Broly abruptly turned, his gaze a mixture of desire for the unknown power and caution. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his energy surging, causing the air around him to hum ominously. After a moment, Broly relaxed his fists and nodded slightly, replying in a deep voice, "Very well. I will learn from you." A faint smile crept across Beerus and Apos' lips, seemingly pleased with Broly and Apos' response. "Excellent. From this moment forward, you must brace yourself for hardship. Mastering destruction energy is no easy feat." As he spoke, Beerus extended a finger, and a beam of potent destructive energy shot forth, instantly obliterating a nearby rock. "Do you see? This is the power of destruction. Next, I will instruct you on how to perceive and control this force." Broly gazed into the crater, fierce determination igniting within his eyes as he silently vowed to master this formidable energy. Observing the fiery resolve in Broly and Apos' eyes, a mischievous smile emerged on Beerus and Apos' face as he contemplated, Broly possesses immense talent and an insatiable thirst for power, truly a flawless gem. I shall teach him well. And when he returns to his original timeline, let the other me witness the bewildered expressions of those who also wield destruction." Li Yang furrowed his brow, and after parting ways with Beerus and the others in the realm of destruction, he swiftly summoned the energy within him, radiating a brilliant light. With a flash, he executed the instant transmission technique, disappearing from his original location in the blink of an eye. When the light dissipated once more, Li Yang found himself hovering high above Earth. Under the clear blue sky, he stood tall, suspended in the air. He slowly closed his eyes, his brow furrowed slightly, as his aura rippled outward, meticulously scanning the entire planet. Amidst the chaotic energy signals, he precisely locked onto the unique and intense aura of Trunks. In an instant, his aura flared brightly, transforming him into a dazzling meteor, vanishing without a trace. Almost simultaneously, Trunks was sweating profusely in the private training grounds of Capsule Corporation. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged toward him, startling Trunks, who instinctively tightened his grip on the training sword. his gaze sharp and vigilant as he scanned for the source of the energy. Just then, as the light waned, Liang appeared steadily before Trunks. "Hello, Trunks." Liang greeted with a smile, his tone laced with urgency. Trunks was momentarily taken aback, but quickly expressed delight, hurrying forward. "Mr. Liang, it's you. What brings you here so suddenly? Is something amiss?" As he spoke, Trunks's eyes reflected sincerity and gratitude. "I have never had the chance to properly thank you. Without your assistance, my father Vegeta and the others would never have been revived, and Earth would not have repeatedly evaded disaster." Liang waved his hand dismissively, grinning. "No need for thanks just yet. I've come to ask Bulma for a small favor, to create a radar capable of locating the Super Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, Trunks perked up, thumping his chest in assurance. "Don't worry. Just explain to my mom what you need, and she should be able to make it." Trunks led Liang through the lush courtyard of Capsule Corporation, heading directly toward the research building. Upon entering the laboratory, they found Bulma intently adjusting a sophisticated instrument. Hearing their footsteps, she looked up, her signature blue hair swaying as she did so. "Are you the Liang that Trunks spoke of?" Bulma inquired with a warm smile, her mind racing with curiosity. She mused internally, "I've never seen this person before, but it sounds like he has helped us significantly. He must be someone extraordinary." Liang regarded Bulma with a smile, stating, "In this timeline, Idan and Apos, T exist. Each timeline has its peculiarities, and I've traveled quite a distance to ask for your help in creating a radar for the Super Dragon Balls." Bulma raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Sounds interesting. Please tell me, what should this Super Dragon Ball radar entail? Are there any specific requirements?" Clearing his throat, Liang began to detail the characteristics of the Super Dragon Balls and the functionalities the radar needed to possess. Bulma listened intently while swiftly jotting down notes on her electronic tablet, occasionally posing professional questions. Trunks remained quietly attentive nearby, interjecting occasionally. After Liang finished his description, Bulma crossed her arms confidently and declared, "No problem. Although it will be somewhat challenging, with my skills, I can definitely have it ready within half a month." Liang sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Bulma. I appreciate your help." Bulma smiled in reassurance. "Don't worry. I will do my utmost. Just await the good news." With that, she returned to her design work. Liang and Trunks exchanged smiles, patiently awaiting Bulma and Apos' completion of this crucial invention. Bathed in the sun and Apos' golden rays streaming through Capsule Corporation and Apos' expansive windows, Liang paced restlessly in the reception area. After a fortnight of anticipation, his impatience peaked. His gaze frequently drawn to the window, yearning for Bulma and Apos' arrival. At that moment, the laboratory doors swung open, and Bulma sauntered in, clutching a sleek silver device, the Super Dragon Radar. Its polished surface shimmered under the lights, and the pulsating blue cursor on its screen exuded technological sophistication. "Liang, apologies for the delay," she chirped, handing him the radar. "As per your request, the Super Dragon Radar is complete. While it hasn't undergone field testing, all data suggests it's fully operational." Liang accepted the radar with palpable delight and gratitude. "Bulma, I cannot thank you enough. I and Apos' be lost without your help. If we manage to gather the Super Dragon Balls, you'll be a pivotal contributor." He carefully stowed the device. "Please extend my farewells to Trunks. I want Apos' have time to say goodbye personally." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Of course I shall. Tread cautiously on your return journey. If the radar malfunctions, contact me immediately." Liang expressed his gratitude once more, then erupted in a radiant aura. Employing instant transmission, he vanished in an instant. Once the light subsided, Bulma, alone in the reception area, murmured, "I hope everything goes smoothly." Meanwhile, in the mist-laden realm of the destroyers, Beerus and Broly were engrossed in their training. Suddenly, Liang materialized, disrupting the tranquility. Beerus ceased his movements, a hint of anticipation flickering in his violet eyes. "Liang, is it complete?" Liang hastened forward, respectfully replying, "Yes, Lord Beerus." He produced the Super Dragon Radar. Amidst the swirling chaos of the Destroyer and Apos' training grounds, where mystical energies roamed freely, Beerus, enveloped in a subtle, formidable aura, shifted his gaze from Broly's training to Liang. "Now that you possess the radar, Liang, accompany Whis to locate the Super Dragon Balls. I shall remain here to guide Broly and Apos' training," Beerus declared, his voice deep and commanding, his violet eyes radiating an air of authority. Whis, twirling his scepter adorned with a mystical gem, emitted a soft glow and floated towards Li Yong, his signature smile gracing his lips. "Let us depart, Mr. Li Yong." Li Yong bowed reverently to Beerus. "Understood, Lord Beerus. I shall accompany Mr. Whis." He turned to Whis, offering a slight nod. Broly, his verdant hair dancing in the chaotic mist, watched Li Yong and Whis' departure with a longing for adventure, despite his thirst for strength. Sensing Broly's thoughts, Beerus scoffed. "Broly, do not be distracted. Once you master the essence of destruction, you will have ample opportunities for adventure. Focus on your training." With swift hand gestures, Beerus unleashed a powerful energy wave that stirred the surrounding mist. Li Yong, realizing he had forgotten to bring Broly along, thought, "Oh right, I forgot about Broly." But reassured that Beerus was guiding him, he proceeded without hesitation, joining Whis in the spatial passage. Amidst the swirling light and distorted space, they embarked on their quest to find the Super Dragon Balls. In the vast expanse of the Destroyer and Appo's realm, Beerus was instructing Broly when a spatial distortion heralded the arrival of Whis and Li Yong. Beerus halted, his violet eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Li Yong, have you gathered the Super Dragon Balls?" Li Yong replied somberly, "Not yet. We have located all the Dragon Balls in this universe, but 3 remain in Universe 6. Beerus frowned, displeasure emanating from his aura. Universe 6. That tightwad Kampa will be difficult to negotiate with." Whis twirled his scepter, his smile unwavering. "Lord Beerus, while Lord Kampa may be obstinate, reasoning with him might lead to cooperation. After all, the Super Dragon Balls are useless unless complete." Li Yong asserted, "Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis speaks wisely. We should attempt to negotiate with Lord Kampa. Moreover, we detected unusual energy fluctuations in Universe 6, potentially related to the Super Dragon Balls." After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Beerus conceded. "Very well, let us go. Broly, accompany us. Consider this a trial to test your training." Broly clenched his fists, his green hair billowing as his eyes shone with anticipation. "Yes, Lord Beerus." Whis smiled. "Let us waste no time in opening a spatial passage to Universe 6. With a wave of his scepter, a radiant portal emerged, its cosmic light hinting at the journey ahead. The group stepped into the portal, traversing the swirling light and distorted space, soon arriving in the Destroyer and Appo's realm of Universe 6. As they emerged, the intense and eerie atmosphere of Universe 6 Destroyer realm enveloped them. The sky was a strange, deep purple, with swirling, ominous clouds and sporadic lightning illuminating the desolate landscape. Jagged rocks jutted skyward, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Beerus landed firmly, his violet eyes displaying impatience. He unleashed a powerful aura, creating a tempest that stirred the surrounding sand and stone. He bellowed, "Kampa, show yourself." Whis shook his head, his gentle smile still in place. "Lord Beerus, your abruptness may provoke Lord Kampa." Chapter 39. Li Yong vs. Kampa within the opulent and resplendent palace of the 6th universe. The air was imbued with the rich aroma of exquisite delicacies. Kampa lounged lazily against a gem-encrusted seat, cradling rare fruits gathered from across the cosmos, their juices cascading down his rounded chin. Suddenly, the unmistakable voice of Beerus thundered through the ornate doors, shattering the tranquility. Kampa's brow furrowed in annoyance as he disdainfully tossed the fruit aside, causing it to bounce on the ground, splattering its flesh. "What brings you here at this moment?" He bellowed, "Isn't it customary for you to be slumbering away in the 7th universe?" Beside him, Vados maintained her poised demeanor, gently fanning herself with a feathered fan, which deftly dispersed the remnants of food lingering in the air. "Who knows?" she replied with a smile that was just the right touch of playful. "Lord Kampa, you two have an undeniable fondness for gourmet cuisine, often going to great lengths for a delectable morsel. Besides, since they have arrived at the door, it would be rather inappropriate not to greet them." With that, she slightly inclined her body, her gaze subtly reminding him. Kampa, upon hearing Vados's words, puffed up his cheeks like an irate toad. Reluctantly, he rose from his gem-adorned throne, his rotund form causing the ground to tremble slightly. As he wiped his chin with his grease-stained hand, he grumbled, It's all Beerus's fault for interrupting my enjoyment of food, ruining my mood." Seeing this, Vados stepped forward, offering a silky handkerchief with a warm smile. "Lord Kampa, let us hasten, lest we keep Lord Beerus waiting too long." Kampa shot her a glare, took the handkerchief, and carelessly wiped his hands before tossing it aside. As they traversed the resplendent corridor, the walls adorned with luminous pearls cast a gentle glow, reflecting Kampa's displeasure. Approaching the palace doors, Kampa deliberately slowed his pace, muttering, Perhaps Beerus has concocted some ludicrous scheme to vex me again. Vados followed closely, gently shaking her head. Lord Kappa, perhaps Lord Beerus brings intriguing news this time. The palace doors creaked open, flooding the space with blinding light. Kappa squinted to see Beerus standing at the foot of the steps, arms crossed, with Whis quietly beside him. Kappa shouted, "Beerus, what is the purpose of your sudden visit?" Beerus smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and unabashedly declared, "I seek the super dragon balls within your sixth universe." This statement landed like a bombshell, causing Kappa's eyes to widen in immediate resistance. "Why should I assist you? What do I gain from this?" Kappa's body quivered with indignation, his neck jiggling as he protested. Resembling an enraged bull, the super dragon balls of the sixth universe are my and Amp, Apos, treasure and Amp, Apos. Aiding you without recompense would make me a fool. Beerus, arms still crossed, stepped closer, his aura intensifying, the surrounding air seemingly solidifying under his pressure. Do not be ungrateful. I am attempting to reason with you. Otherwise, what would happen if I simply sought them myself?" Vados, sensing the tension, stepped forward gracefully and suggested, "Gentlemen, let us refrain from anger. Why not sit down and discuss this calmly? We may discover a solution that benefits us all." Kappa scoffed, turning away. "Discuss? Beerus is notoriously domineering. What good is there in discussion? Unless—" He paused, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. "You agree to grant me half of the wishes once the Dragon Balls are found." Beerus laughed derisively. "You dream too grandly. My quest for the Dragon Balls is for serious matters. Why should I share half with you?" Despite his words, Beerus knew that if Kappa was resolute in his opposition, finding the Dragon Balls would be fraught with challenges. The two exchanged heated words, neither willing to concede, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Whis observed the unfolding drama, occasionally shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Just as the standoff reached its peak, Kappa's peripheral vision caught sight of the two figures behind Beerus, and a devious thought sparked. Tilting his head with a sly grin, he taunted, "Beerus, are these your new disciples? Planning to cultivate them into destroyers? With such abilities? Your taste is rather questionable." Beerus paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, his mirth causing the nearby flora to rustle. Once he regained composure, he provocatively challenged, "Kappa, if you can defeat them, I will hand over the Super Dragon Balls without hesitation. Do you dare to try?" Kappa's chest swelled with pride at the challenge, his nostrils flaring with determination. Just them? This will be a piece of cake. Beerus, you better not regret this." With that, Kappa flexed his arms, his bulk wobbling as he prepared for battle. Vados internally lamented the situation and rushed to intervene. "Gentlemen, the matter of the Dragon Balls still holds room for negotiation. Why resort to violence? If word of a conflict spreads, it could tarnish the esteemed reputations of both destroyers." However, immersed in their rivalry, neither Beerus nor Kappa heeded her words. Finally, Whis spoke up, his tone calm yet tinged with exasperation. "Lord Beerus, Lord Kappa, please consider your actions. A fight could cause collateral damage and unnecessary chaos." Yet neither was willing to relent. Beerus gestured toward an open area, declaring, "Kappa, go over there. Let me witness your capabilities, and if you cannot defeat them, I shall relish in your humiliation." Without hesitation, Kappa lumbered toward the designated space. Beerus's gaze shifted between Li Yong and Broly, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. He then gestured towards them. "Which of you will step forward first?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he turned to Li Yong, his voice dripping with temptation. "Li Yong, the Super Dragon Balls are at stake in this wager. Do you not wish to seize the opportunity and claim them for yourself?" Li Yong and Apos' aura surged, igniting with fervor as he locked eyes with his opponent. With a powerful push, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, landing firmly opposite Kappa. "Lord Kappa, allow me to witness your prowess today." He clenched his fists, the joints cracking as the powerful energy around him ruffled his battle attire. Kappa scoffed dismissively, his massive form crouching slightly as he raised his arms in a defensive stance. With your puny frame, you believe you can defeat me? Such delusions." With a thunderous roar, Kappa initiated the assault, his tree-like arms channeling a formidable gust of energy as he swung at Li Yong, causing ripples in the very fabric of space. Li Yong deftly evaded the strike, swiftly maneuvering behind Kappa to deliver a powerful kick to his back. Kappa reacted with lightning speed, spinning around to unleash a heavy punch. Li Yong quickly crossed his arms to shield himself, the force of the blow sending him staggering back several steps. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their energies clashing with such intensity that debris was sent flying from the ground and the skies darkened with swirling clouds. Beerus watched with keen interest, occasionally commenting. Li Yong exhibits commendable speed, yet Kampa's strength holds the advantage. It remains to be seen if Li Yong can uncover a weakness. Beidou smiled softly, her tone lighthearted as she remarked, "Well, this serves as an excellent opportunity for Lord Kampa to stretch his limbs. After indulging in culinary delights for so long, perhaps this contest will help him shed some excess fat." With his hands clasped before his chest, Weiss gazed intently at the battlefield, his demeanor tranquil as he nodded slightly. "Indeed, Lord Papa radiates vitality, though it has been quite some time since we last beheld him. However, one must not underestimate Li Yang and Apos' formidable prowess." Chapter 40, Battle. At this moment, the clash between Xiangpa and Li Yang has reached a fever pitch. Utilizing his immense physique, Xiangpa launches a series of powerful assaults, his fists accompanied by a roaring wind, relentlessly smashing down upon Li Yang. Li Yang, agile and elusive like a phantom, deftly navigates the intervals between Xiangpa's strikes, seizing the opportunity to retaliate with fierce punches and kicks. Beerus watches with rapt attention, occasionally applauding with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Li Yang, your evasion and counterattacks are perfectly timed. Xiangpa, you must exert yourself. Do not allow a younger opponent to surpass you." Provoked by these words, Xiangpa roars with fury, his aura surging dramatically. He stomps the ground, causing it to crack instantly. A glimmer of excitement flashes in Beerus's eyes as he exuberantly waves his arms, shouting, "Yes, that's the spirit. Li Yang, show me your strength." Under Beerus's encouragement, Xiangpa erupts with rage, his roar causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. He radiates an eerie purple aura, stomping the ground again, shattering it like fragile glass, sending sharp rocks soaring into the sky like deadly arrows. Seizing the moment while Li Yang dodges the debris, Xiangpa charges forward with the ferocity of a rampaging bull. His powerful arms swing through the air, each punch generating immense wind pressure, forcing Li Yang to retreat, barely managing to defend himself as he sustains multiple bruises. Aware that continuing in this manner would lead to certain defeat, Li Yang identifies a gap in Xiangpa's assault, swiftly retreating several dozen meters. With a thunderous roar, Li Yang's muscles tense, and a crimson aura erupts from him like a surging volcano, completing his transformation into a super scion in the blink of an eye. The powerful wave of energy radiates outward, sending debris flying, compelling even the onlooking Beerus and others to harness their strength to withstand the impact. Xiangpa, that was merely a warm-up. Now the true contest begins. Li Yang's eyes shimmer with a red glow, his voice deep and resonant. With that, he darts toward Xiangpa like a bolt of red lightning, his speed so great that he leaves an afterimage in the air. Xiangpa, refusing to be caught off guard, immediately adopts a defensive stance. The clash of his purple energy with Li Yang and Apos' red aura creating a dazzling spectacle, heralding a more intense confrontation. Beerus, ecstatic, stomps his feet and claps his hands vigorously. "Fantastic. This is the battle I yearn to witness. Xiangpa, do not falter. Strike back with all your might. And you, Li Yang." With Beerus's nearly frenzied cheers, the energies surrounding Xiangpa and Li Yang intensify, their auras colliding violently, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Xiangpa takes the initiative, slamming his hands down onto the ground, a chasm of unfathomable depth rapidly extending toward Li Yang. Simultaneously, numerous sharp rock spikes burst forth from beneath the earth, shooting toward Li Yang like a volley of javelins. Aware of the impending danger, Li Yang and Apos' eyes narrow, and he propels himself upward like a red comet. Suspended in midair for a moment, he then dives downward with thunderous force, his right fist enveloped in a brilliant golden radiance, aimed directly at Xiangpa. Xiangpa snorts dismissively, calmly raising his arms to defend. In an instant, their fists collide, unleashing a deafening roar as powerful shock waves ripple outward from their epicenter, sending nearby boulders tumbling and causing distant mountains to tremble in response. Beerus, beside himself with excitement, jumps and shouts, "Good. Absolutely thrilling. Keep going. Do not stop." With that, he flails his arms as though he were part of the battlefield himself. Taking advantage of Xiangpa and Apos' momentary retreat, Li Yang moves like a wraith, unleashing a flurry of attacks around him. Each punch and kick cuts through the air with a whistling sound, forcing Xiangpa to retreat under the relentless onslaught. However, as the god of destruction, Xiangpa suddenly bellows, his purple aura swelling exponentially, sending Li Yang staggering back several meters. "Humph. Is this all you can do?" Xiangpa gasps disdainful. I will show you that the might of a god of destruction cannot be trifled with. With that, he swiftly forms hand seals, conjuring a massive purple energy sphere in his palms. The sphere absorbs energy from its surroundings, emitting a disconcerting hum as the space around it fractures under the strain of its immense power. Li Yang, undeterred, inhales deeply, his crimson aura becoming even more radiant. He rapidly forms a golden energy sphere with his hands, creating a complementary counterpart to Xiangpa's purple sphere. Beerus, nearly beside himself with excitement, exclaims, "Quickly, let the two energy spheres collide. I must witness the extent of their power." As the onlookers hold their breath in anticipation, Li Yang and Xiangpa simultaneously thrust their energy spheres forward. The two spheres collide mid-air with a resounding boom, illuminating the entire realm with a blinding light. The violent energy fluctuation triggers a catastrophic explosion, powerful shockwaves surging forth to engulf everything in their path. Bardos and Whis, recognizing the imminent danger, swiftly channel their powers to erect a formidable protective barrier around the spectators, shielding them from the overwhelming impact. As the brilliance fades and the smoke begins to clear, Li Yang and Xiangpa stand resolutely in place, albeit slightly fatigued, their eyes gleaming with an unyielding spark of determination. Xiangpa breathes heavily, his rotund chest rising and falling, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The competitive spirit ignited by Li Yang fills him with rage, his eyes blazing a blood-red hue. Humph, little brat. I shall show no mercy from here on. Prepare to witness the true terror of a god of destruction. As his words linger in the air, a circle of eerie black energy envelopes Xiangpa, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. His previously rotund form becomes towering and imposing, mysterious golden markings appearing on his skin, and a pair of sharp black horns sprouting from his head. A chilling aura of annihilation emanates from him, warping the space around him and causing nearby flora to wither and die. As the ground begins to collapse, forming immense pits, Li Yang gazes at the transformed Xiangpa, his expression devoid of fear, instead ignited by a fervent flame of excitement. His crimson aura surges with renewed vigor, akin to a lion poised to roar. Come on, Lord Xiangpa, allow me to experience the true power of a god of destruction. He trembles with exhilaration, stomping the ground with conviction, propelling himself like a streak of red lightning towards Xiangpa. Xiangpa snorts contemptuously, raising his colossal hand and lightly pressing toward Li Yang from a distance. An invisible force envelopes Li Yang instantaneously, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile and making it difficult to breathe. Yet, gritting his teeth, he relies on his indomitable will, slowly breaking free from this constraint, continuing his charge toward Xiangpa. Chapter 41. The conclusion of battle. An intriguing spectacle unfolded. Within the profound depths of Xiangpa's crimson gaze, a fleeting spark of astonishment flickered like a shooting star across the dark night sky, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, his hands began to move with an imperceptible velocity, akin to two agile serpents in a frenzied dance. With each motion, the air was torn apart, leaving behind enigmatic trails of deep purple and black, exuding a chilling aura, as destructive orbs radiating an otherworldly luminescence materialized one after another. In an instant, countless energies imbued with annihilative power surged forth, seemingly liberated from the abyss of hell, emerging without warning. They descended like a torrential downpour, accompanied by a fierce howling, relentlessly bombarding Li Yang from all directions. The onslaught appeared intent on devouring the very fabric of space itself, the air lamenting under the weight of such overwhelming energy. Li Yang's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Confronted by this tidal wave of peril, he transformed into a swift phantom, spinning rapidly. Navigating deftly between the razor-sharp destructive orbs, he evaded them with the grace of a nimble swallow, relying on his extraordinary reflexes and impeccable agility. Xiangpa's scarlet pupils locked onto the agile Li Yang, a sardonic smirk creeping onto his face as he elongated his tone. Humph, if this is all the power you possess, then this farce is nearly at its end. No sooner had the words left his lips than he charged at Li Yang like a bolt of violet lightning, his formidable presence rippling through the surrounding space, which vibrated ominously under the force of his approach, as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. In the blink of an eye, Xiangpa stood before Li Yang, his right fist imbued with cataclysmic force, striking out with a speed that was almost imperceptible. This blow, laden with destructive energy, compressed the air, creating a visible shockwave. Li Yang, unable to evade in time, was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Immediately, Xiangpa began to form intricate seals with his hands, conjuring a massive destructive orb pulsating with eerie black patterns, as though it possessed a life of its own, devouring the surrounding light and emanating a spine-chilling aura. Without hesitation, he hurled the orb towards Li Yang. A deafening explosion ensued as Li Yang was struck squarely, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a vast crater as dust and debris erupted into the air. Clapping his hands together, Xiangpa beamed with pride, turning to the onlooking Beerus and exclaiming, "Huh, did you see that? I've won." However, before his laughter could fully dissipate, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the cloud of dust, akin to a raging tsunami, sweeping away the obscuring haze. Li Yang emerged from the smoke, enveloped in deep crimson radiance, his form cloaked in dense fur, eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit. "It's not over yet." Xiangpa and Appo's momentary triumph froze. His gaze riveted on Li Yang, whose crimson aura intensified, revealing a burgeoning might that subtly eclipsed his own. His eyes widened in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead, and his previously triumphant smirk twisted into an unsightly grimace, as if he had swallowed a fly. "Is this never-ending?" Xiangpa erupted in fury, his voice sharp as metal grinding against metal, brimming with exasperation. "If you intend to fight, then give it your all. I'm not here to be worn down by your antics." With that, he unleashed a flurry of movements, summoning a tempestuous energy that caused the ground beneath him to crack and debris to scatter like bullets. In a desperate bid to salvage his pride, Xiangpa lunged at Li Yang once more, his body resembling a blazing black meteor, shaking the very space around him with each motion, fissures appearing in his wake. As he neared Li Yang, he gathered all his strength, delivering a devastating punch that hollowed the air around it, creating a momentary vacuum. Hearing Xiangpa and Appo's frantic roar, Li Yang's lips curved into a confident smile. "Xiangpa, I merely wish to gauge your strength. Those earlier exchanges were merely a warm-up. Now, let the true battle commence." His voice was steady and resonant, cutting through the chaos of Xiangpa's relentless assault, reaching the ears of all present. As Li Yang's words lingered, his aura erupted like a volcano, surging visibly. The overwhelming energy radiated outward, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the strain. Xiangpa's pupils contracted, a hint of panic flashing across his face. Under the intense pressure, he instinctively unleashed a violet-black energy sphere, akin to a miniature meteor, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Li Yang remained unperturbed, raising his hand to conjure a golden energy sphere that effortlessly neutralized Xiangpa's attack. Observing this, Xiangpa dared not linger, retreating swiftly like a specter, creating a distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. His expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief as he glared at Li Yang, his mind a tempest of fury. "Cursed! I cannot even suppress him. Where did Beerus find such a monstrosity?" Yet, feigning calm, Xiangpa declared, "Enough, I concede. You win." He lifted his chin, maintaining an air of pride, though his clenched fists betrayed his inner discontent. Beerus, arms crossed, wore a smirk of mockery. "What is this, Xiangpa? Have you surrendered so easily? Where is the bravado you usually display?" Xiangpa shot a fierce glare at Beerus, snorting dismissively. "Humph. I simply do not wish to waste time, and I am rather hungry. Fighting has lost its allure." Deep down, he understood that prolonging the battle could lead to his defeat. Bardos glided gracefully to Beerus's side, her soft golden eyes radiating warmth. Her tone respectful yet persuasive. "Lord Beerus, please do not press Xiangpa further. He has not fought at full strength for quite some time, and his keen sense and passion for battle have waned considerably. Engaging with such a formidable opponent as Li Yang today must be quite taxing for him." Beerus raised an eyebrow, still with arms crossed, letting out a derisive snort. "Humph. As a god of destruction, to lack even this modicum of fighting spirit is a laughingstock." Though his words dripped with dissatisfaction, a flicker of concern glimmered in his eyes. Li Yang began to gradually retract his aura, returning to a state of normalcy. The crimson light dissipating as he stepped forward with humility. "It is an honor to spar with you, Lord Xiangpa. Your strength is formidable, and I have learned much from this encounter. I hope for the opportunity to continue seeking your guidance in the future." His words were courteous, expressing respect for Xiangpa while maintaining his own dignity. Chapter 42. Acquiring the ability to traverse dimensions. Xiangpa, with nostrils flared and a haughty smirk gracing his lips, tilted his head back and declared, "Humph. Don't think for a moment that you possess any real prowess. I merely allowed you to take the lead earlier." With that, he crossed his arms, exuding an air of superiority despite his previously dissipated destructive aura. After a brief pause, Xiangpa abruptly tossed his head, his tone abrupt as he commanded. Enough dawdling. Hurry and locate the Super Dragon Balls. Otherwise, you may find I have no desire to assist you at all. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over Li Yong and Beerus, emphasizing his authoritative stance. Beerus, with a mocking grin, responded without hesitation, Xiangpa, a loss is a loss. Clinging to excuses will only render you a laughingstock among the other destroyers. At this remark, Xiangpa and Apos' face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. As he shot a furious glare at Beerus, yearning to retort but ultimately swallowing his words. Li Yong maintained his humble demeanor, inclining slightly as he spoke with measured respect. Lord Xiangpa, your formidable strength, regardless of whether you held back, has imparted invaluable lessons upon me. I shall commence my search for the Super Dragon Balls immediately. Seeing this, Batos stepped forward, gently mediating. All right, Lord Xiangpa, since you have consented, let Mr. Li Yong proceed with his quest. In an instant, Li Yong was enveloped in a radiant silver glow, vanishing with a whoosh, akin to a cannonball shot from its barrel. Batos watched him depart, then gracefully approached Xiangpa. Her voice imbued with gentle concern, Lord Xiangpa, after such an intense battle, you must be weary. Perhaps you should replenish your energy with some nourishment? Xiangpa's tense expression softened slightly, his impatience evident as he clicked his tongue, arms crossed. I am indeed a bit hungry. Batos, fetch me my favorite stardust fruit and moonlight honey wine. With that, he plopped down onto his floating magical seat, crossing his legs. Beerus ambled over leisurely, intentionally nudging Xiangpa with his shoulder, a devilish grin playing on his lips. Xiangpa, you appeared rather flustered while sparring with Li Yong. Could it be that your hunger has sapped your strength? Xiangpa erupted in fury, nearly toppling from his seat, pointing a finger at Beerus. Beerus, cease your mockery. If you possess any skill, let us duel one-on-one. Batos shook her head in exasperation, gracefully waving her hand, and amidst a radiant golden light, the translucent stardust fruit and exquisite moonlight honey wine materialized. The stardust fruit shimmered with a dreamlike glow, its surface adorned with delicate starlight, while the moonlight honey wine swayed gently in its crystal vial, releasing a captivating fragrance. Dear lords, let us not quarrel. Please, indulge in these delicacies, Batos softly urged. Xiangpa seized the stardust fruit, taking a large bite that sent juice splattering, mumbling indistinctly, humph. Once Li Yong retrieves the Super Dragon Balls, I shall demonstrate to him who the true powerhouse is. Beerus lifted his goblet, taking a delicate sip, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Just you? I hope you won't be left disoriented after the encounter. The two exchanged banter, neither yielding, while Batos stood by, observing the amusing exchange with a smile. Sunlight lazily bathed Xiangpa and Apos' palace, casting a golden hue upon the glassy walls. Beerus, Whis, and Broly had resided there for a full 3 days. Xiangpa, arms crossed, his purple brows knitted in irritation, strode up to Beerus and snapped. Beerus, you've been freeloading here for 3 days. Are you planning to linger indefinitely? Return to your Universe 7 at once. Beerus reclined upon a plush nebula blanket, one hand clutching an ice cream cone, the other languidly gesturing. Unfazed by Xiangpa's words, he replied nonchalantly, why rush? It's not every day I get to relax. Besides, if I leave, who will keep you company in your dreariness? Whis approached with a gentle smile, hands elegantly folded before him, his golden locks fluttering slightly as he spoke respectfully yet kindly. Lord Xiangpa, I empathize with your sentiments. However, this outing serves to enhance our interactions and promote harmony among the cosmos. Surely you have enjoyed your time with Lord Beerus, a little banter adds spice to life. Broly stood nearby, his imposing stature resembling a small mountain, his emerald eyes filled with curiosity as he surveyed the palace's peculiar decor. Hearing the dialogue, he scratched his head and inquired in a deep voice, is this how Lord Beerus and Lord Xiangpa always are? Xiangpa scoffed, plopping onto his star-core embedded throne, grabbing a stardust fruit and biting into it with force. Humph. You all seem to be treating my palace as a resort, having consumed so many of my fine delicacies. You ought to return home. Next time, bring along some rare ingredients from Universe 7. Don't come empty-handed. Beerus sat up, brushing off crumbs, a mischievous grin on his face. All right, we'll be leaving in a couple of days. But before we go, let us have another bout. Last time, we didn't settle the score, and this time I intend to give it my all. Xiangpa's temper flared at this, leaping from his throne, fist clenched, his energy subtly surging. Fine. This time, I shall show no mercy and ensure you concede. Whis sighed in resignation, shaking his head softly. Oh dear, here we go again. In a flash, a blinding silver light erupted within the palace like a bolt of lightning, and Li Yong, enveloped in radiance, appeared. I have gathered the Super Dragon Balls, he proclaimed, his voice resonant as he scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Whis. However, I require your assistance to summon the Dragon Balls and fulfill my wish. Whis maintained his graceful demeanor, his golden hair gently flowing, and a warm smile illuminating his face. In that case, I shall assist you. Please, follow me. Li Yong nodded slightly, a look of solemn determination crossing his features. Whis nodded in return, his golden aura shimmering gently, exuding an air of calm elegance. Li Yong flickered, enveloped in silver light, and in an instant, he stood beside Whis, extending his arm in invitation. Whis placed his hand upon Li Yang's arm, and in the next moment, they shot through the void like two shooting stars, vanishing from Xiangpa and Appo's palace. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on a desolate planet. The wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust across the barren landscape, devoid of any sign of life. Yet, what captured their attention were the 7 colossal Super Dragon Balls that loomed around them, each the size of a planet, emanating a mysterious and powerful glow. With unwavering resolve, Li Yong turned to Whis, his voice steady and filled with anticipation. Mr. Whis, everything is in place. We can summon them now. Whis nodded slightly, his demeanor composed as he began to recite an arcane incantation. His deep, rhythmic voice resonated as though it originated from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with an irresistible power. As the incantation flowed from his lips, the previously dormant 7 Super Dragon Balls blazed with radiant light, their brilliance akin to 7 scorching suns illuminating the desolate planet. The mysterious symbols on the Dragon Balls whirled rapidly, their luminescence intertwining to form a vast and intricate vortex of energy. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light shot skyward, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the majestic figure of the eternal dragon emerged from the brilliance. Its sinuous form was adorned with enigmatic symbols, and its enormous crimson eyes glimmered with authority as it looked down upon Li Yong and Whis. I am the eternal dragon. State your wishes, and I shall grant them. The voice of the eternal dragon reverberated like thunder, echoing across the planet. Whis turned to Li Yong and gave a slight nod. Li Yong expressed his desire to Whis. I wish to possess the ability to traverse through time and space. Whis inclined his head slightly and turned to face the Super Dragon, conveying Li Yang's wish in a voice that was both respectful and clear. The Super Dragon's crimson eyes flickered momentarily, and the runes upon its form radiated with brilliance, enveloping Li Yong in a surge of potent and enigmatic energy. As you wish. Your desire has been granted, declared the Super Dragon. Upon uttering these words, its colossal form dissipated into a beam of light. Simultaneously, the 7 Super Dragon Balls dimmed and swiftly scattered in all directions, vanishing in the vast expanse of the universe within the blink of an eye. Li Yong felt an extraordinary power surging within his being. Chapter 43. Return after completing the Dragon Ball summoning ritual on the desolate planet. Li Yong and Whis swiftly reappeared in the sanctified and majestic God of Destruction's temple. A mysterious and ancient aura enveloped the temple, where towering stone pillars reached for the heavens, and the smooth stone floor reflected the figures of those present. Beerus lazily rose from his plush sofa, stretching widely as his purple tail swayed casually. He spoke, All right, then, shall we return to Universe 7? At that moment, Kampa floated in like a gust of wind, his rotund form spinning gracefully in midair, his pale blue eyes brimming with curiosity as he eagerly inquired, Li Yong, what wish did you make? Do share. Upon hearing Kampa's inquisitive question, Li Yong instinctively glanced at Beerus. With arms crossed, Beerus maintained a nonchalant expression but gave a slight nod, tacitly permitting Li Yong to divulge his wish. Seizing Beerus's consent, Li Yong turned respectfully towards Kampa and stated, Lord Kampa, my wish to the Eternal Dragon was to gain the ability to traverse through other dimensions. Kampa's eyes widened in astonishment, his cheeks puffing up as he exclaimed, What? Traveling through time and space? This is no trivial matter. If the temporal order is disrupted, the entire universe could suffer the consequences. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Li Yong like a searchlight, attempting to uncover any signs of unreliability. Beerus snorted dismissively, flicking his tail in annoyance. Humph. What kind of trouble could arise? Since we have already consented to his wish, we must honor it. Besides, if this brat truly causes a ruckus, I will personally handle him in his own timeline. Despite Beerus's assertive tone, a hint of uncertainty lingered. Whis stood quietly to the side, lightly tapping his staff against the ground, producing a crisp sound. Indeed, traversing time and space is fraught with risks, yet it may also present new opportunities for the universe. However, Liang, you must exercise caution in wielding this power. Liang nodded earnestly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, esteemed lords, I shall never misuse this ability. Before each action, I will deliberate carefully to ensure that the universe remains unharmed. Kampa pouted, his hands resting on his rotund belly. So you are not from this timeline? Huh? Quite impressive, kid. Beerus clapped his hands, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere. All right. Since matters are settled, we should head back to Universe 7. Liang, it will be up to you to utilize this time-traveling ability wisely. With that, their figures shimmered, embarking on the journey back to Universe 7. Whis waved his staff gently, and a brilliant light enveloped them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they returned from the vast expanse of the universe to the grand and solemn God of Destruction's temple in Universe 7. The temple's lofty dome soared into the clouds, with mysterious runes flickering on the walls and threads of cosmic energy permeating the air, instilling a sense of awe. Beerus lazily stretched again, plopping back onto his iconic luxurious sofa. His purple tail swayed idly as he fixed his gaze on Liang, asking, Liang, now that you have obtained the ability to traverse time and space, are you prepared to return to your own timeline? Liang beamed with a radiant smile, stepping forward respectfully, his tone sincere yet tinged with reluctance. Yes, Lord Beerus. During my time in Universe 7, I have greatly benefited from your and Whis' guidance, and I have forged friendships with Lord Kampa and others. However, it is time for me to return, as I have many matters awaiting my attention in my own timeline. Turning to Broly beside him, their eyes met. Broly scratched his head, revealing a hint of reluctance. Liang, are we really leaving? I feel quite attached to Lord Beerus. Whis approached, the gentle glow of his staff illuminating the space. Liang, traversing time and space is filled with uncertainties and dangers. You must exercise utmost caution during your return. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to contact us through the designated means. Liang nodded seriously, gratitude shining in his eyes. Lord Whis, I will remember your teachings and hold them close to my heart. Beerus rose from the sofa, arms crossed, his demeanor still somewhat haughty, but his words laced with concern. Humph, don't cause trouble when you return. If you stir chaos in your own timeline, I won't let you off easily. Liang replied with a smile. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, I will cherish this ability and protect my timeline diligently. Turning to Broly, he said, Hey, Broly, it's time for us to head back. We've been away for quite a while. Broly nodded enthusiastically. All right, let's go. In an instant, Liang and Broly teleported back to Earth. Sunlight bathed the training ground in West City, where Trunks and Vegeta were engaged in an intense duel, surrounded by blue flames. Vegeta's every punch cut through the air with might, while Trunks, golden hair flowing, nimbly evaded attacks and sought opportunities to counter. Suddenly, Liang and Broly appeared, causing Trunks to momentarily freeze, surprise flashing in his eyes. He quickly halted his assault and called out, Liang, why have you returned so suddenly? Vegeta also ceased his fiery aura, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow at Liang, his expression filled with questions. Liang's gaze was resolute as he turned to Trunks, disregarding the inquisitive look from Vegeta. Trunks, my mission in this timeline has been accomplished. It is time for me to return. Trunks nodded slightly, a trace of reluctance flickering in his azure eyes. Mr. Liang, since you have made up your mind, I will take you back. However, I must inform you that time travel carries uncertainties. The flow of time may change, and upon your return, the reality may differ from what you expect. Broly frowned slightly, worry etched on his face. Time will change. Could that lead to any problems? Liang patted Broly's broad shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, whatever happens, we can handle it. Trunks took a deep breath, retrieving a capsule to summon the time machine. He gestured for Liang and Broly to enter, then pressed the activation button on the side of the machine. In an instant, the time machine erupted in dazzling blue light, the beams swirling like agile serpents in the surrounding air, enveloping the three of them tightly. With a deep rumble, the machine began to tremble violently, the surrounding space seemingly kneaded by an invisible hand, the once clear scenery blurring like a melting painting. Chapter 44. Return with a heavy thud. The time machine's door creaked open, unleashing a wave of stale, decaying heat that surged forward like a relentless tide. Trunks was the first to leap out, his gaze sharp and focused, scanning the surroundings. Satisfied that it resembled the past he had known, he turned to Liang, his expression grave. We have returned to the past, precisely to the era when the androids wreaked havoc. Liang nodded slightly, his taut nerves easing just a bit. Since we have confirmed our location, let us see how Goku and the others are faring against the androids. A flicker of concern crossed Trunks' features as he replied solemnly. I hope it is not too late. The androids possess formidable strength, and Goku and his companions are likely facing immense challenges. Hearing Trunks' anxious words, Liang's lips curled into a confident smile. He clapped Trunks on the shoulder, his tone light, yet resolute. Worry not, Trunks. Goku and the others are far stronger than you might imagine. Over the years, they have trained under Broly's guidance, honing their formidable abilities and indomitable will. While the androids are indeed powerful, Goku and his companions are no pushovers. Broly grinned widely, his confidence radiating as he boomed, if they can't hold their ground, I'll have Goku and the others experience my devilish training. My training regimen will undoubtedly elevate their strength. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms bulging, a powerful aura erupting from him, causing the air around to tremble. Just as Trunks opened his mouth to voice his thoughts, Liang raised a hand, gently silencing him. His gaze turned steadfastly towards the horizon, his voice calm, yet commanding. Let us move forward. Speculating here serves no purpose. We must assess their situation. Trunks, momentarily taken aback, nodded and swallowed his words. Broly, already eager and restless, rubbed his hands together in anticipation, his excitement palpable at Li Yang's suggestion. Liang closed his eyes, concentrating as he began to sense the energy of Goku and the others. A slight frown formed on his forehead, beads of sweat forming as the air around him seemed to quiver with his breath. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, a spark of realization illuminating his gaze. I found them. They are over there. Their energies are somewhat chaotic, indicating a fierce battle. Without hesitation, Liang shot forward like a streak of golden light. Broly followed closely behind, his massive frame creating a whirlwind as he left deep impressions in the ground with each stride. Trunks soon joined the chase. Liang, Broly, and Trunks quickly reached the vicinity of Goku and his intense skirmish. They hovered in midair, their attention fixed firmly on the battlefield below. There, Goku's eyes glinted with sharp focus, enveloped in a golden aura, as he engaged in a fierce confrontation with Android 17. The android's movements were swift and agile, each strike infused with tremendous force. Yet, Goku, leveraging his agility and vast combat experience, adeptly evaded the attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. Meanwhile, Vegeta's blue aura blazed fiercely, his expression grim and concentrated as he zeroed in on Android 18. She danced lightly, a provocative smile gracing her lips, relentlessly assaulting Vegeta. Unyielding, he retaliated with rapid punches and kicks, locked in a stalemate with her. Off to the side, Gohan and Piccolo observed the heated exchanges between Goku, Vegeta, and the androids with a sense of calm. Broly watched the tumultuous battle with excitement glimmering in his eyes, unable to contain himself. This battle is truly exhilarating. I can hardly resist the urge to join in. Trunks, furrowing his brow, replied seriously, Androids 17 and 18 are indeed formidable, while Goku and Vegeta currently hold their ground. They have yet to gain a distinct advantage. We must proceed with caution. Li Yang's smile widened as he regarded Broly playfully. Were it not for my understanding of your capabilities, I might have believed you. Against them, who could possibly contend with you? At that moment, Goku seized an opportunity. With a mighty shout, he swiftly gathered a massive golden energy sphere and hurled it towards Android 17. Reacting quickly, 17 sidestepped, simultaneously unleashing an energy wave to counter Goku's attack. Vegeta, not to be outdone, capitalized on Android 18's momentary distraction, closing the gap and delivering a fierce punch. As the battle intensified, Liang and his companions remained vigilant, closely monitoring the battlefield for the perfect moment to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Liang swiftly descended beside Gohan and Piccolo. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he surveyed them all, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So, how have you fared in your training while Broly and I were away? Gohan's eyes lit up, excitement evident on his face as he rushed forward. Mr. Liang, you've finally returned. We have not slackened our efforts. We've been diligently training every day. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, a faint energy glow emanating from him. Piccolo nodded approvingly, a relaxed expression on his face. Indeed, Liang, we have indeed intensified our training, and our strength has improved to some extent. These two androids are even less challenging than we anticipated. Raditz scoffed dismissively, a smirk on his face. Humph. While they possess some strength, it is hardly impressive. Given the chance, I will certainly show them their place. Nappa, standing nearby, silently nodded. A look of disdain in his eyes. They are weaker than I am. How can they call themselves androids? Li Yong nodded in satisfaction, his gaze returning to the fierce battle between Goku and Vegeta. That is good to hear. Goku and Vegeta should be able to suppress them in their Super Saiyan form. But their strength still falls short. Broly then landed beside them, cheerfully slapping Gohan on the shoulder. Well done. You seem to have made some progress. Once this battle concludes, I can teach you a thing or two. Ha! At Broly's words, Gohan and the others displayed expressions of discomfort. Just then, the tide of battle shifted. Androids 17 and 18 appeared to sense Li Yong and the others' presence, intensifying their assault. Goku and Vegeta's expressions reflected the mounting pressure. As for a title, may I suggest the resurgence of heroes? Chapter 45. Confession. As Li Yong observed the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta against androids 17 and 18, he found it utterly dull. In a fleeting moment, he darted forward with the swiftness of lightning, seizing both Sun Wukong and Vegeta and casting them towards where Son Gohan stood. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta appeared bewildered, mirroring the confusion of androids 17 and 18. Li Yong had just hurled Sun Wukong and Vegeta towards Son Gohan when he casually placed his hands behind his back, seemingly indifferent to the presence of androids 17 and 18 behind him. He then turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, speaking calmly, "Enough of the fighting. I have other plans for the two of you." Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking perplexed, while Vegeta furrowed his brow, filled with reluctance. They exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Li Yang slowly turned to face androids 17 and 18 with a suddenly gentle demeanor. "You two, come at me together. If you manage to defeat me, you may have whatever you desire, but if you lose, you must follow my lead." A smirk crept across 17's face, accompanied by a derisive laugh, while 18 crossed her arms, her eyes filled with disdain. In an instant, 17 propelled himself forward, the ground shattering beneath him as he launched like a cannonball towards Li Yong, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Meanwhile, 18 maneuvered to encircle him from the side. Li Yong observed the aggressive charge of 17 and 18, and with a nimble sidestep, he vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. As 17 charged ahead, he unexpectedly found Li Yong appearing right before him. Before he could react, Li Yang's fist struck his chest with the force of a meteor. The impact sent 17 soaring away like a kite swept by the wind. Li Yong swiftly advanced towards 18, raising his fist as if to strike. In a flurry, 18 raised her hands defensively. After a moment of anticipation, she realized something was amiss. Why hadn't she been sent flying? As she pondered this, she looked up to find that Li Yang's punch had not descended upon her. On the battlefield, heated by the fervor of combat and enveloped in swirling dust, 18 stood with her arms crossed, her expression a mix of vigilance and confusion. She repeatedly questioned herself. What is happening? Why did his punch suddenly halt? Just as her mind raced with uncertainty, a mischievous smile graced Li Yang's face as he casually remarked, "How about becoming my girlfriend?" This statement detonated like a bomb among the onlookers. 17, having just extricated himself from a pile of rubble after being blasted away by Li Yong, now stared in disbelief, his eyes wide and jaw nearly dropping in shock. Not far off, Sun Wukong scratched his head, mouth agape, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Vegeta, arms crossed, wore an expression of disdain, his brows furrowed in irritation, while Son Gohan's eyes widened in confusion, instinctively glancing at the equally astonished Trunks beside him. 18 stood frozen, her silver hair billowing softly in the breeze, her expression transitioning from wariness to astonishment, followed by a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. She opened her mouth to speak, but words eluded her, leaving her flustered and at a loss. The atmosphere on the battlefield shifted into something peculiar and delicate, as if time itself had paused, with everyone suspended in this absurd and unexpected moment. The blush on 18's face had yet to fade, a blend of anger and embarrassment etched on her features. Her brows knitted tightly, her eyes bore a reproachful glare towards Li Yang's ridiculous proposal. "I don't even know you, and you want me to be your girlfriend?" Her voice rang out, crisp yet tinged with annoyance, echoing across the desolate battlefield. 17 brushed off the dust from his clothes and limped over. A cunning grin plastered on his face as he teased 18. "Why not consider it, 18? He is quite powerful. Being his girlfriend might not be such a bad deal." As he spoke, he shot a conspiratorial glance at Li Yong, clearly reveling in the chaos. Li Yong maintained his playful smirk, hands casually tucked into his pockets, responding leisurely. What's the harm in getting to know each other? Besides, you can challenge anyone you wish, and I can ensure your safety. Few are stronger than I. His tone brimmed with confidence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on 18, unfazed by the reactions around him. Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle, scratching his head and exclaiming, Li Yang, your approach to wooing is truly unique. Vegeta snorted dismissively, rolling his eyes in disdain. Thinking about romance at a time like this is utterly foolish. Son Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, both suppressing laughter, as Son Gohan murmured, this battle has taken quite the unexpected turn. It's becoming increasingly bewildering. With a mix of embarrassment and anger at Li Yang's words, 18 stomped her foot, retorting, with your smooth talk, I'm even less inclined to agree. Despite her protest, her eyes inadvertently flickered toward Li Yang, hinting at a subtle shift in her heart. Li Yang, undeterred, shrugged and replied, no worries, there's plenty of time. I'm patient. This unforeseen interlude introduced an unusual atmosphere to the previously tense battlefield. As Li Yang's words hung in the air, he shifted his gaze from 18 to Vegeta, a teasing glimmer in his eye. It seems you're quite brave to say such things to me, he remarked, crossing his arms, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You're not still with Bulma, are you? If you are, you should be thanking me, even without this incident. I've been helping you grow stronger. Haven't I? What's the matter? Have you been away from a good fight for too long? And now you think you're invincible? Vegeta's chest heaved violently, his blue and white aura swirling chaotically, sweat beads cascading down his face. Faced with Li Yang's relentless teasing and provocation, he opened his mouth to retort, but found himself momentarily speechless. Memories of Li Yang's previous ease in defeating him flooded his mind, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Sun Wukong, sensing the rising tension, quickly stepped between the two, waving his arms in a bid for calm. Let us not act rashly. Everyone, take a breath. What happened today is already absurd enough. We can't afford to escalate things further. Son Gohan and Trunks swiftly moved closer, their expressions laden with concern. Trunks shook his head in dismay, observing the escalating situation. Weevee just settled down, and now it's about to erupt again? 18 watched the scene unfold with keen interest, a subtle smile tugging at her lips, while 17 reveled in their mischief from the sidelines. Chapter 46, Departure of Number 17. Li Yang's gaze was firmly fixed on Vegeta, a playful smirk adorning his face as he leisurely spoke. Well, since you're so fiery, when you have the chance to return, I shall take you under my wing for training. Based on your earlier remarks, you ought to pay a price for that. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting glimpse of hesitation and fear crossing his features. Deep within, he acknowledged Li Yang's formidable strength. Guidance from him could significantly enhance his own abilities. Yet, his ingrained pride made it difficult for him to lower his guard and accept such an offer. He scoffed, turning his head away in feigned disdain. Humph. Who needs your help? I can grow stronger on my own. Upon hearing Li Yang's proposal for Vegeta's training, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled like stars, his excitement palpable as he leaned forward, gesturing animatedly, his face brimming with anticipation. Li Yang, what about me? I wish to train alongside you as well to enhance my strength. His eagerness was almost tangible. Li Yang turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, his smile widening as he teased, Old son, do you really need me? Broly can train you all just as well. It's essentially the same. Vegeta stood to the side, arms crossed, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph. Sun Wukong, always eager to join the fray. If you have the capability, seek your own opportunities to grow stronger and stop trying to hitch a ride. Despite his harsh words, he couldn't help but ponder the implications of Sun Wukong training with Broly, knowing their combined efforts would surely lead to significant advancements in strength. He felt compelled to push himself further to avoid being surpassed. Sun Wukong scratched his head, grinning foolishly as he said, Vegeta, don't say that. Training together fosters mutual growth and progress. Isn't that wonderful? He paused, then turned to Li Yang, refusing to give up. Li Yang, are you truly not considering bringing me along? Training with you might offer a different perspective. Li Yang shrugged, jesting, Old son, you are quite restless. How about this? Once I have trained this prickly Vegeta, I will find some time to guide you. Perhaps by then, you and Vegeta can create chaos throughout the universe together. The previously tense atmosphere was suddenly lightened by their banter. After conversing with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Li Yang shifted his gaze to the nearby androids 17 and 18. A mischievous grin lingered on his face as he locked his eyes onto 18, speaking leisurely. So, have you given it some thought? If you refuse again, I might just have to take you home by force. Upon hearing this, 18's cheeks flushed with a renewed hue, embarrassment, and anger mingling in her gaze. Clenching her fists, she retorted, "You dare. Don't push your luck." Her energy fluctuated subtly with her emotions. 17, initially taken aback, soon erupted into laughter, slapping his thigh as he chuckled. "Haha, 18, it seems this guy is adamant about taking you away. Why not just give in to him to save yourself from any trouble?" He winked at Li Yang, appearing to support him. Sun Wukong, astonished by Li Yang's straightforwardness, gaped in disbelief, scratching his head as he murmured, "Li Yang, that's a bit too direct. That's not how one pursues a girl." Vegeta huffed disdainfully, his expression one of utter disapproval. Such absurdity, only you could engage in such antics. Li Yang remained unfazed by the reactions, casually placing his hands in his pockets and stepping forward with a commanding tone. 18, I am not jesting. It would be prudent for you to agree sooner rather than later. I am a man of my word. 18 was torn between anger and frustration. Her chest heaving as she confronted Li Yang's overwhelming presence, momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew tense once more, all eyes fixated on 18, awaiting her response. Biting her lip, her cheeks flushed, she felt a mix of embarrassment and fury under Li Yang's relentless pressure and the scrutinizing gazes of others. With great reluctance, she finally nodded. "Fine, I will return with you." A radiant smile blossomed on Li Yang's face, just as he was about to respond. A towering figure descended from the sky, accompanied by a powerful gust of energy. It was Broly, exuding a primal aura. His green hair billowed wildly as he fixed an intense gaze on Li Yang, his voice booming. "What are you thinking, pursuing a girlfriend? Didn't we agree to grow stronger together?" At this revelation, all eyes turned to Li Yang. Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment on his face, while Vegeta crossed his arms, a knowing look of vindication on his face. 17 stifled laughter, shoulders trembling as he attempted to contain his amusement. Li Yang, however, remained composed, grinning as he patted Broly's sturdy shoulder. "Broly, there is no conflict. Bringing 18 along might actually provide us with additional support in our training. Besides, having more companions makes life far more engaging and invigorating." Broly frowned, his expression one of confusion, clearly unsatisfied with Li Yang's explanation. He muttered, "I do not wish for anything to hinder our progress in becoming stronger." Li Yang waved his hand dismissively. "That will not happen. Upon our return, we will begin training immediately, ensuring no time is wasted." Standing nearby, 18 listened to their exchange, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, she felt exasperated by Li Yang's insistence, while on the other, an undercurrent of anxiety loomed regarding the uncertain future ahead. After Li Yang's reassurance, they all flew back to the villa. Upon returning, Li Yang instructed everyone to rest, preparing for the training to commence the following day. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the courtyard in a silvery glow. Li Yang contemplated the training regimen alone when he suddenly heard soft footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to find 18 standing there, her eyes darting away as she spoke softly. I want to clarify something. I am only temporarily returning with you. Do not assume I have agreed to be your girlfriend." Li Yang's lips curled upward as he teased. "Fear not. I am not pressuring you. You will come to know me in time." As dawn's light filtered through the curtains, enveloping the villa in a warm golden hue, Li Yang and the others gathered around the dining table, indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, laughter resonating throughout the dining area. Once the meal concluded, everyone rose to attend to their respective tasks. Before long, 17 approached Li Yang with a light-hearted stride, an unusual seriousness gracing his face as he earnestly stated, "Li Yang, I entrust you with 18's care. Although she possesses formidable strength, her forthright nature can sometimes lead her into trouble." With that, 17 glanced toward the second floor, where 18's room lay, concern evident in his eyes. Pausing momentarily, 17 pivoted with a playful grin, teasing, "Should 18 agree to be with you, remember to have a child soon. Who knows, I may return one day to help you babysit." Laughter echoed in the air, and before the sound could dissipate, he leaped into action, kicking off the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling. In an instant, 17 became a blurred silhouette, akin to a cannonball fired from a barrel, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the faint ripples in the air as proof of his recent presence. Chapter 47, Li Yang vs. Vegeta. Li Yang stood in place, his face alternating between pale and flushed, his expression a mixture of confusion and amusement. After a considerable pause, he shook his head helplessly, attempting to dispel the inexplicable awkwardness within him. At that moment, A series of crisp footsteps approached from behind, rhythmic and lively, akin to dancing notes. Without needing to turn around, Liang knew it was Android 18. With her cheeks flushed and biting her lower lip in frustration, Android 18 exclaimed, 17 always loves to ramble. Don't take it to heart. Liang turned to face her, observing her slightly trembling form due to anger and her adorable demeanor. Unable to suppress a light chuckle. Rest assured, I know he is just joking. However, perhaps in the future. There's no perhaps. Android 18 interrupted hastily, stamping her foot like a startled fawn before swiftly retreating into the villa. Watching her silhouette fade away, Liang couldn't help but smile. As the gentle morning breeze brushed past him, carrying a hint of sweetness. Having dispelled the lingering emotions in his heart, Liang stepped out of the villa. In the courtyard, a powerful air current surged like tumultuous waves, sweeping the gravel and dust into the air. Broly was engaged in an exhilarating battle with Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Raditz. Despite the numbers on Son Goku's side, they were still being overwhelmed by Broly's ferocity, akin to leaves being swept away by autumn winds. With each punch Broly threw, it carried the weight of immense power, the air shrieking under the pressure of his blows, as if unable to withstand the burden. Son Goku, utilizing his agility, constantly evaded. Though his martial arts uniform was now riddled with tears, Son Gohan's face was flushed with effort. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he exerted all his strength to unleash energy blasts. Raditz, wide-eyed, remained vigilant, searching for a chance to counterattack. Broly erupted into a thunderous laughter, his voice booming like a tolling bell as he addressed the five. Hurry up. Is this all the strength you possess? Did you skip breakfast, or are you deliberately holding back? With such meager ability, you're wasting my time. He stepped forward violently, causing the ground to shatter. Spiderweb cracks rapidly spreading. In an instant, he charged at Son Goku, his arm resembling a sturdy iron pillar, crashing down towards Goku's head with overwhelming force. Son Goku's pupils dilated, and without time to think, he crossed his arms to shield his head. Broly's fist collided heavily against Son Goku's arms. The tremendous force driving Goku's feet into the earth, a cloud of dust erupting around them. Witnessing this, Son Gohan cried out in desperation, Dad. He gathered all his strength and released a dazzling energy blast towards Broly. Broly snorted disdainfully, casually swatting the energy blast aside as if it were mere foam. Seizing the moment of distraction, Raditz launched a surprise attack from the side. Broly sensed the danger, not even glancing back, and executed a swift sidestep, delivering a kick that struck Raditz squarely in the chest. Raditz was sent flying like a kite cut from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Despite the dire situation, Son Goku showed no signs of retreat. He took a deep breath, his aura surging dramatically, determination gleaming in his eyes. Observing the unwavering spirit of Son Goku and his comrades, Liang felt a smile creeping onto his lips, the sunlight illuminating his strong features. He then turned to Vegeta, who stood with arms crossed, a proud expression on his face as he watched the battle unfold. Vegeta, let us begin, Liang said, his gaze piercing as he met Vegeta's eyes. I must admit, your current strength is still lacking. There is ample room for improvement. I will train you properly from here on. Vegeta's brows knitted together, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he felt the images of Son Goku and Son Gohan rising in his mind, realizing that with his current strength, he had little chance against either of them, let alone the unfathomable powers of Liang and Broly. With this thought, Vegeta crossed his arms, raised his chin defiantly, and huffed, "Humph, if you're so confident, then bring it on." Liang was unfazed by Vegeta's attitude. Instead, he chuckled lightly, teasing, "I'm known for my pettiness. I remember every taunt you threw at me yesterday. We shall settle that score now." With that, Liang cracked his knuckles, the joints popping as a powerful aura began to rise, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the air. Feeling this immense aura, Vegeta's pupils constricted, instinctively growing wary. Yet he maintained his bravado. "Humph. Let us see just how capable you are." Upon hearing Vegeta's provocative words, Liang's eyes ignited with fervor. He stomped the ground, causing it to erupt violently, and amidst the swirling dust, he shot towards Vegeta like a bolt of black lightning. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise, and without a moment's hesitation, his golden aura exploded forth, his dark hair transforming into a dazzling golden hue. The surrounding energy waves raging like a ferocious tsunami as he completed his Super Saiyan transformation in an instant. With a roar, Vegeta charged towards Liang. The two collided. their energies clashing with a force that resonated like a bomb detonating in the air, a deafening roar echoing as trees were uprooted by the sheer power of their confrontation. Yet, after a fierce struggle, Vegeta began to find himself on the back foot. Li Yang's relentless assault was like an unstoppable tide. Each punch imbued with the might to shatter mountains, leaving Vegeta with no option but to defend himself, unable to retaliate. Through gritted teeth, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. Veins bulged on his forehead as he unleashed a more potent wave of energy, his aura swelling as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. This time, his strikes were swifter, akin to lightning. However, Li Yang remained effortlessly composed, easily countering all of Vegeta's attacks and launching a fierce counteroffensive. Vegeta found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his body bearing the marks of battle. Though filled with indignation, Vegeta refused to surrender. His eyes blazed with an intense fighting spirit, sweat dripping down his resolute face. Suddenly, he threw his head back and let out a primal scream, his voice piercing through the clouds as his golden aura surged violently, reminiscent of an erupting volcano. This energy coalesced, becoming even more radiant and striking. Amidst the tumultuous waves of energy, Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan full power. His previously wild golden hair became more refined, radiating an even more potent energy. The aura enveloping him no longer flared wildly but formed a tight-fitting golden armor, encasing his form securely. Seeing this, Li Yang's eyes glimmered with appreciation, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Not bad. It seems you're finally taking this seriously." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, darting towards Vegeta like a phantom. No longer passive, Vegeta reacted instantly, evading Li Yang's assault with the incredible speed granted by his full power transformation. In a flash, he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Li Yang's face. Li Yang, unfazed, leaned back slightly and effortlessly dodged the strike. Chapter 48. Breaking limits with Vegeta. Within the arena, the figures of Li Yang and Vegeta danced like two phantoms, creating sharp sonic booms with their movements. The wind from their punches howled, each strike carrying a wave of force that collided with a thunderous roar, reverberating painfully in the ears of onlookers. The ground seemed cleaved by an immense axe, with striking fissures spreading wildly. The two warriors exchanged blows, locked in a fierce stalemate, the fiery atmosphere of battle seemingly igniting the air around them. Not far away, the fierce clash between Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Raditz, Nappa, Piccolo, and Broly raged on. The cacophony of roars and the shrill cries of energy waves intertwined. Yet as Li Yang and Vegeta's battle intensified, the battlefield fell into an unexpected silence. Only the whisper of the breeze, laden with dust, accompanied their fierce exchanges. Sun Wukong was the first to cease his movements, casually wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with his bronzed arm. His gaze was firmly fixed on Li Yang and Vegeta, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he genuinely exclaimed, "Incredible! It seems Vegeta is giving it his all, and Li Yang's power is truly unfathomable." Following closely behind his father, Sun Wufan's dark eyes remained glued to the fierce confrontation, his fists clenched tightly as he murmured to himself, "Everyone is striving to grow stronger. I cannot fall behind." Raditz furrowed his brow, crossing his arms with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, muttering, "I can't believe Vegeta can unleash such tremendous power." Nappa shouted hoarsely, "Come on, Vegeta!" Piccolo, arms crossed, observed the exaggerated battles of the Saiyans, pondering, the power of the Saiyans is becoming increasingly overwhelming. This cannot be sustainable. Broly halted his mountainous form and slowly turned. A rare seriousness washed over his previously arrogant face. A low growl escaped his throat. Now this is more like it. All eyes were riveted on the two combatants. The golden aura of Vegeta intertwined with the energy radiating from Li Yang, illuminating the entire battlefield as ripples of visible energy waves radiated outward. The spectators were enraptured by the duel, entirely forgetting their previous skirmishes. As Li Yang engaged in fierce combat with Vegeta, he keenly observed the Saiyan Prince's fighting rhythm stabilizing. He mused to himself that if things continued this way, Vegeta would struggle to break his limits, and he would miss the chance to witness Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form. With this thought, a glint of cunning flashed in Li Yang's eyes. During their exchanges, he feigned a vulnerability, exposing an opening. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and he fell into the trap, launching a full-force attack like a leopard pouncing on its prey. Seizing the moment, Li Yang swiftly retreated several steps, his aura surging dramatically as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. A formidable energy erupted forth, enveloping Vegeta in an overwhelming wave. Vegeta felt as though a mountain pressed against his chest, his breath becoming labored as his feet sank deep into the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Is this all you can muster, Vegeta? Li Yang taunted, his gaze piercing as he continued to mock. With this level of power, do you really think you can surpass Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan? Don't delude yourself. If you truly lack capability, you should leave now to avoid further embarrassment. Once Broly has trained Raditz and Nappa, if they surpass you, what face will you have left to call yourself the Prince of Saiyans? They might even look down on you, mocking you as a coward who is outclassed by his subordinates. These words struck Vegeta's heart like a sharp dagger, igniting a furious response. His eyes reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, and his golden aura roiled violently, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Do not underestimate me? Vegeta bellowed, his voice booming with thunderous intensity. I am Prince Vegeta, and I will never concede. With this roar, Vegeta tilted his head back and unleashed a deafening howl, the sound waves surging outward from him like a tempest. Trees were uprooted by the force of his energy, soaring through the sky like kites with broken strings. The ground beneath him cracked under the strain, deep fissures spreading in all directions like grotesque scars. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Vegeta's hair suddenly lengthened, cascading down to his waist. His golden aura surged exponentially, transforming into dazzling beams of light. Within this brilliance, his form expanded, muscles bulging forth, exuding a chilling aura. In an instant, the Super Saiyan 3 version of Vegeta emerged before the crowd. The spectators watching from a distance erupted in astonishment at Vegeta's successful transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Li Yang gazed upon the newly transformed Vegeta, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Excellent, this is the Vegeta I was hoping for. Now, allow me to witness the full extent of your Super Saiyan 3 power. Li Yang's smile broadened, and the aura of Super Saiyan 2 enveloping him began to retract like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his Super Saiyan 1 form. Although his aura was slightly subdued compared to before, it now resembled a beast poised to strike, emanating an undeniable pressure. Vegeta, come forth, Li Yang roared, stamping his foot violently upon the ground, causing it to shatter as debris shot forth like bullets. He darted towards Vegeta with the swiftness of golden lightning, leaving a blurred afterimage in his wake. As Li Yang transformed into a streak of golden lightning racing toward Vegeta, the latter's Super Saiyan 3 aura surged violently, resembling an enraged ancient beast ready to confront Li Yang's assault. The two fists, infused with cataclysmic power, collided with a thunderous impact, unleashing a blinding flash of golden light. The air ignited with searing energy, crackling with sound as it formed a colossal vortex of power. The immense energy waves radiated outward from the two, uprooting the ground, sending stones flying, and uprooting trees as if they were mere blades of grass. The spectators, caught in the tumultuous waves, struggled to maintain their footing, retreating in disarray. Utilizing the agility of Super Saiyan 1, Li Yang moved like a wraith, searching for an opening in Vegeta's defense. He sidestepped to Vegeta's rear, unleashing a rapid kick. Vegeta reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with his arms before pivoting to deliver a straight punch. Li Yang raised his hand to parry, the force of the impact numbing his arm and carving two deep grooves in the earth beneath his feet.